Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. We begin with Iran and the tragic developments there. A helicopter crash that resulted in the death of their president and foreign minister. The chopper went missing yesterday. Today the worst was confirmed. Tehran has declared 5 days of mourning, but it also insists that there won't be a disruption, that the government will continue operating. It will be a big test for the hardliners who rule the country. They must find a successor and they must do so quickly, someone who can steer Iran through one of the most volatile periods in West Asia. Tonight, as we recount the events of the last 24 hours, we'll also look at the road ahead. And we begin with some images, the last moments of President Ibrahim Raisi.
بازدید رئیس جمهور از راهگذر ترانزیتی شمال غرب کشور مسیری مواصلاتی به هم متصل می‌کند.
در مرز کلاله و بعد از اون به موازات مرز
سدی که تهران و باکو آن را نما.
This video was aired by Iranian state TV. The chopper crashed on Sunday. Raisi and his team were in the northeast of Iran, in the province called East Azerbaijan. It's on the border between Iran and Azerbaijan, but the crash happened in Iranian territory. They were returning from a ceremony, a dam opening at the border. It was a high-profile event. Azerbaijan's president, Ilham Aliyev, was also present. So this ceremony was Raisi's last official act as Iran's president. The chopper went down in this area, the Dizmar protected area. It's a wildlife corridor spread across Iran's border with Azerbaijan. There were 9 officials on board this chopper. The president was accompanied by Foreign Minister Hossein Amir Abdullahian, a governor, a cleric, and 5 other close aides. No one survived the crash. Their deaths were announced by Iranian state TV this morning.
We are all from God and we go back to Him. The servant of Imam Reza and the servant of people, Dr. Sayyid Ibrahim Raisi, the President of the Islamic Republic of Iran, became a martyr in the path of serving the people.
So what happened? Why and how did the chopper crash? The details are limited as of now. Here's what we have. This was a hilly area covered by dense forest. As you can see, the weather was poor yesterday. There was a thick fog over the area, and these conditions could have led to the crash. The Iranian press is reporting that Raisi's chopper made a hard landing, so the weather may have caused complications for the pilot. But did the helicopter malfunction? The possibility cannot be ruled out. The president and his team were flying in a Bell 212. That was the name of the chopper, Bell 212. It's an American chopper, a 4-decade-old relic, most likely bought before the Islamic Revolution during the rule of the Shah. This was a non-combat chopper designed to ferry government officials. So the chopper was fit for the purpose. But was it fit for flying? 40 years is a long time, even for the best of machines. Iran has been under Western sanctions for years now. It did not have access to replace parts of the chopper or to any new equipment. Now, it's not clear how well this machine was maintained. Here's what experts say. Given the lack of technology and upgrades, the pilot had to rely solely on their ability to navigate tricky situations like bad weather or difficult terrain. So the helicopter could have been outdated. As it turned out, 2 more choppers were part of Raisi's convoy. Both survived. It was only the president's ride that crashed. Was this a case of foul play then? So far, there's nothing to suggest that. Tehran has been treading cautiously. Yesterday, we heard from Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran, and he chose his words carefully.
Whether you are present here or those who will hear my message later, be sure that there will be no disruption in the work of the country. Officials have been busy with their work very strongly since this evening after hearing the news of the incident.
Israel has been cautious too. When the announcement came today, Israeli officials were quick to distance themselves. Israel says they had no role whatsoever in this crash. What about the United States? The American president is yet to comment. Reports say Joe Biden has been briefed. He's yet to make a public statement. Leaders from the UAE, Russia, China and the European Union have all spoken. They've offered condolences to Tehran. India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi also issued a statement. He was in fact among the first leaders to offer condolences. And what about the people of Iran? How have they reacted to President Raisi's death? Well, the reactions have been mixed. Inside Iran, in some pockets, people took to the streets to mourn their president's death. Some crowds were seen in neighboring Iraq too. But some reports paint a different story. They say people distributed sweets when Raisi and his allies were declared dead. Outside Iran, in Germany and the UK, some Iranians in exile celebrated. In the days ahead, the world will be closely watching Iran. Mohammad Mokhber, Iran's current vice president, has taken charge for now. This is a temporary appointment. If a serving president passes in office, Iran's constitution mandates a fresh election. Some observers fear that this tragedy could spark a power struggle.
I mean, I think a lot of people might celebrate or might be happy, but also a lot of people, I think, naturally would be very worried. We all expected a ferocious struggle for power to begin after Khamenei dies. It might have already begun with this incident.
There are no obvious successors in sight yet. How the hardliners navigate the situation could determine the future of the regime and that of the country. A leader's death is a deadly blow for any country, but here it's a double whammy because Raisi was not just president, he was also supreme leader in waiting. Most people expected him to succeed Ayatollah Khamenei. So his death is like a reset. It will force Iran back to the drawing board. We'll tell you about the key players and how the odds are stacked. But first, let's tell you more about Raisi himself. How did he accumulate so much power? How did he rise to the top? Raisi was born in 1960 in the city of Mashhad. His family was deeply religious. You may have noticed the black turban that he used to wear. That's actually a religious symbol. Raisi traced his heritage to Prophet Muhammad, which is why he wore this black turban. He completed his religious training in the city of Qom. It's a holy city believed to be the center of Shia Islam. That's where Raisi got the title of Ayatollah. It's a position in Islamic hierarchy, Ayatollah. Only high-ranking clerics become Ayatollahs. It was all the rage in the 20th century. In the 1970s, when the Iranian Revolution came, Raisi was ready for it. As a young man, he supported Ayatollah Khomeini, the first supreme leader. Iran has had only two supreme leaders so far, Ruhollah Khomeini, who served from 1979 to 1989, and Ali Khamenei, who's been supreme leader since 1989. He's the current leader. Raisi worked for both of them. He served as a local prosecutor. In fact, he spent most of his career in the judiciary. In the 1980s, he was on a judicial commission, and this commission sentenced thousands of political prisoners to death. By some accounts, 5,000 of them. And this brutality earned Raisi a moniker, the Butcher of Tehran. That's what he was called. He was heavily sanctioned by Western governments. But his loyalty to the religious leaders in Iran never wavered. And that was a feature of his life. Raisi lived and breathed the Iranian Revolution. And that is why Khamenei liked him. In 2017, Ibrahim Raisi contested the presidential election. He was backed by Iran's clergy, yet he lost. In 2019, he was appointed as head of the judiciary. And in 2021, he ran for president again. This time, in 2021, he had more support of the regime. The whole contest was rigged in Raisi's favor. Many moderates were disqualified. Many hardliners dropped out. So Raisi became the only prominent face. As president, his rule had three pillars: cracking down at home, challenging the West, and closer ties with Russia and China. We start with the crackdown. We saw that during the anti-hijab protests. President Raisi refused to back down. Instead, he pushed on with moral policing and tried to crush the protests with force. Number two, resisting the West. Raisi was in no hurry to negotiate a nuclear deal. He refused to budge from his positions. Under him, Iran also enriched more uranium. Their reserves are at 60% enrichment. Around 90% is weapons grade. Finally, pillar number three, closer ties with China and Russia. Raisi traveled to Beijing last year. It was the first trip by an Iranian president in 20 years. He also took Iran into two multilateral groups, BRICS and SCO, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. Both are groups with China and Russia. There are also reports of Iranian drones being used against Ukraine, and all of these suggest close ties. It also suggests why the supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, picked him. Both men were on the same page, same ideology, same politics, same approach, which is why Raisi's death is very consequential. It raises questions about the future of Iran. The biggest question is that of succession. Iran's constitution is quite clear about it. If a president dies, the first vice president takes over. In this case, that's Mohammad Mokhber. He's very close to the supreme leader, even managed an investment fund linked to Khamenei. So like Raisi, he's a loyalist. But Mokhber is only a caretaker. He must hold presidential elections within 50 days. Then a new president will be elected. And who will that be? Who will the new president be? There are no indications yet. Iran's presidential candidates are vetted by a special body. The whole process is overseen by Ayatollah Khamenei. So it all comes down to him. In 2021, Khamenei used the presidency to groom Raisi, to give him some ruling experience. Will he do the same again? Or will he opt for a rubber stamp leader? I ask because the choice goes beyond the presidency. Khamenei, remember, is 85 years old. So his succession is also in play. And one name doing the rounds is Mojtaba Khamenei, the supreme leader's son. But it's not a done deal yet. The regime is not a fan of hereditary succession. They think it's a bit like the monarchy. So as of now, there is no clear frontrunner, either for president or for supreme leader. And that's a huge worry for Iran. We are talking about a theocracy here, a country where democracy is managed by the regime. So leadership and succession are existential issues. A clean succession will consolidate the regime's grip. A messy one will weaken it. And Khamenei knows this. His messaging is all about stability. He says the government will operate without disruption. In other words, do not worry, we have it all under control. But such assurances may not be enough because the regime is already facing many challenges, like a weak economy and brewing social discontent. Which brings us back to my first point. Iran will be forced back to the drawing board. The regime has two priorities as of now. One is to pick a successor, both for the presidency and the supreme leader. And second is consolidation, to tighten its grip on the country. Now the question is, what will that look like? A foreign policy gamble, more crackdowns at home, or a daring regional campaign? These are nervous times for Iran and West Asia. It's also a good time to look at Iran, not the regime, but the country. How is life after the Islamic Revolution? Do people in Iran support Ayatollah Khamenei, or is there scope for a revolt? We'll be focusing on three aspects: the economy, the civil society, and security. The economy is not in good shape. Years of Western sanctions can do that to any country. Inflation in Iran was under 10% in 2016. This was under the moderates in 2016. Now in 2024, it is more than 40%. Poverty is also rampant. Some reports say 50% of the country, half the country, is living in poverty. And honestly, it's a waste of potential because Iran has a lot of resources. It has the second largest gas reserves in the world, the fourth largest crude reserves, and also deposits of coal, copper, and iron ore, yet their economy is struggling, all because of sanctions. Iran cannot buy cutting-edge technology from the global market, nor can they sell their oil freely. And both these curbs have handicapped their economy. Now we come to the second aspect, civil society. Iran once used to be a liberal country, a hub of art and music. But that's not the case anymore. The regime strictly controls what people do, especially what women do. Look at some of the things that women in Iran cannot do. They cannot go out without a hijab, cannot ride a bicycle, cannot dance or sing solo in public, cannot attend sporting events, cannot become judges or politicians, and cannot travel without a guardian's permission. In simpler words, Iranian women are second-class citizens. And what happens if you resist these rules? A young woman did try in 2022. Her name was Masha Amini. She was apparently wearing her hijab wrong. You may remember what happened to her. She was arrested by the moral police. She later died in their custody. Same with other civil liberties. Right to expression is limited. Right to protest does not exist. And right to assemble is met with crackdowns. And behind all this is the judiciary, a system that rules based on the Islamic law or Sharia. Even minor offences have major consequences. In fact, executions are quite common in Iran. Last year, Iran executed more than 800 people. This year, they have executed more than 200 so far. One of them was on Saturday. A 53-year-old woman was hanged to death. What was her crime? Some drug-related offense. So the overall picture is quite clear. Life in Iran can be precarious. If you follow the regime's draconian rules, you're fine. If not, you're in trouble. Which brings us to the third aspect, security. Iran's internal security is managed by the IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. They are fully loyal to the Ayatollah Khamenei. And their favorite language is crackdown. Crime rates are generally low in Iran. Even threats like terrorism are largely contained. We did see an attack this year, though. The Islamic State targeted a mosque in Kerman. They killed around 100 people, but the consensus is that this was a rare attack. So let's recap now. Iran's economy is like a never-ending bitter pill. Civil liberties do not exist, but security is top-notch. It's almost like a theocratic police state. But these internal issues are not Iran's top priority. That would be the external challenges. You see, Iran lives in a tough neighborhood. It has very few friends in West Asia. The Arab states see Iran as a rival, and Israel sees them as a threat. This dynamic has shaped post-revolution Iran, their foreign policy, their nuclear policy, their economic policy. All of it is designed based on this dynamic. And this year, things got a lot more dangerous. Israel and Iran exchanged direct fire. It's never happened before. Iran launched hundreds of drones and missiles at Israel, and Israel responded with a limited strike. That exchange really shook things up. It has forced Iran to rethink important questions. For starters, is an Arab reset reliable? Last year they thought yes. Iran normalized relations with Saudi Arabia, but things have not pushed on from there. Many reports say that Arab states gave intelligence to Western powers. They indirectly helped to shoot down Iranian drones. So can the reset ever become permanent? And secondly, should Iran seek nuclear weapons? Supreme Leader Khamenei's advisor says yes, they should. He was speaking at after Israel's military response, and he said Iran would make nukes if their nuclear sites were targeted. You know what that means? More Western condemnation, more sanctions, and more hardships. So Iran is going through a very complicated period, a period of churn and hardships. The revolution of 1979 destroyed Western control over Iran. It freed a great civilization from Western grasp. I guess that counts as a win. But that win has come at a great cost of freedoms, prosperity, and progress. Our next story is about the ICC, the International Criminal Court, based in The Hague in the Netherlands. The ICC made an announcement today, one that was long suspected, but still shocking. The ICC is seeking an arrest warrant for Benjamin Netanyahu, Israel's Prime Minister. He may soon become a wanted man. What for? His actions in Gaza, he's been accused of war crimes, and Netanyahu is not the only one. Israel's defense minister, Yoav Gallant, is also in the dock.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Minister of Defense Yoav Gallant bear criminal responsibility for the following international crimes committed on the territory of the State of Palestine from at least the 8th of October 2023. The crimes include starvation of civilians as a method of warfare, willfully causing great suffering, serious injury to body or health or cruel treatment, willful killing or murder, and intentionally directing attacks against a civilian population, as well as crimes against humanity of extermination and or murder, persecution, and allegations of crimes of committing other inhumane acts.
That's an extensive list. Starving civilians, intentionally attacking civilians, extermination. Netanyahu is being charged with all of this and more. If you go through the ICC statement on their website, it gets worse. Arbitrarily restricting food and medicines, shutting off Gaza's water, hindering electricity to the enclave. You had the aid delivery massacre on the 29th of February when more than 100 Palestinians were killed. On the 1st of April, there was an attack on 7 aid workers from World Central Kitchen. All of this is mentioned in the ICC prosecutor's statement. This is why he wants a warrant for Netanyahu.
My office charges Netanyahu and Gallant as co-perpetrators and as superiors in the commission of these alleged crimes. Israel, like all states, has the right to defend its population. It has every right to ensure the return of hostages that have been criminally and callously taken. Those rights, however, do not absolve Israel of its obligations to comply with international humanitarian law.
He mentions Israel's right to defend itself, the right to ensure the return of hostages. But what about those who took the hostages in the first place? What does the ICC have to say about Hamas? Well, they're seeking warrants against 3 Hamas leaders, Yahya Sinwar, Mohammed Dief, and Ismail Haniyeh. Sinwar is the head of Hamas in the Gaza Strip. Dief is the commander-in-chief of their military wing, the Al-Qassam Brigades, and Haniyeh is head of the Hamas Political Bureau. All 3 are also being held liable for numerous crimes like murder, taking hostages, rape, torture, and inhumane treatment. So the ICC prosecutor wants to arrest the 3 Hamas leaders as well. But what message does this convey? Netanyahu is being treated the same way as Hamas. An elected prime minister in a democracy is being clubbed together with the leaders of Hamas, a group that Israel and its Western allies have designated terrorists. It's clearly a slap in the face for Benjamin Netanyahu.
Those who do not comply with the law should not complain later when my office takes action based upon solid evidence. That day has come. Today, we underline in the clearest possible fashion that international law and the laws of armed conflict apply to everyone. No foot soldier, no commander, no civilian leader, no one can act with impunity.
He says no one can act with impunity, but that is only partially true. There are a number of reasons why that statement is more bravado than fact. First of all, the ICC is seeking a warrant. It hasn't issued one. The prosecutor has approached judges in the ICC. They will decide if the charges hold merit. A warrant will be issued only if they agree. That could take weeks, even months. So Netanyahu is free to do as he pleases until then. And even if a warrant does get issued, that does not mean that Netanyahu will be arrested on the spot. Israel does not recognize the International Criminal Court's authority. It has no reason to comply with any ICC warrant. So Netanyahu will be free in Israel and in other countries that do not recognize ICC warrants. Countries like the US, India, Russia, and China. But there are 124 countries that do abide by the ICC's ruling. So Netanyahu won't be able to travel to those nations. Another leader is facing the same issue, and that's Russian President Vladimir Putin. The ICC put out a warrant for Putin last year. So he's been careful about where he travels. But Putin remains free. And Netanyahu probably will too. But despite the obvious negatives, the ICC warrant may have had some unexpected benefits as well. It seems to have united Israeli leaders. Benny Gantz, for instance, is a member of Netanyahu's war cabinet. He had threatened to resign yesterday, but today he's defending the prime minister. He said equating Netanyahu with Hamas is, quote-unquote, a moral blindness. And if the ICC issues a warrant, it will be, and I'm quoting again, a crime of historic proportions. Israel's leader of the opposition, former Prime Minister Yair Lapid, also condemned the ICC announcement. He asked the US to intervene. So the ICC's move may actually help Netanyahu at home. It may keep political opponents at bay. But if an arrest warrant does get issued, it will be a net loss. It will put the Israeli Prime Minister at the same level as the Hamas leaders, the people behind the October 7th attack. That would be a permanent mark on Netanyahu's legacy. Now let's talk about Taiwan, another geopolitical flashpoint that saw a power transition today. A new president has taken charge of this island. His name is Lai Ching-te. He won the presidential election in January this year. He's taken oath today, but in the past few months, he's got a fair idea of what's in store for him. Because China has been on his case, ramping up pressure, calling him a dangerous separatist, and sending warships and warplanes to flex its military muscle. Today, President Lai issued a response. Our next report has the details.
31 times. That's how often Taiwan's new president, Lai Ching-te, used the phrase democracy in his inauguration speech. Clearly, in the face of constant threats from China, Lai Ching-te wants to make democracy Taiwan's biggest strength. He wants Beijing to accept this reality.
I hope that China will face the reality of the Republic of China's existence, respect the choices of the people of Taiwan.
Lai swearing in reaffirmed the strength of Taiwan's democratic institutions. They have withstood Beijing's relentless efforts to interfere, influence, and isolate the island. But the greatest challenge to Taiwan comes from China's military. Taiwan's new president decided to confront the PLA today by issuing a warning.
I also want to call on China to stop threatening Taiwan politically and militarily, take on global responsibility of maintaining peace and stability, to ensure the world is free from the fear of war.
Lai wants China to end the intimidation of the island. But Beijing is paying no heed to Lai's messages. Before he took the oath of office, China had declared Lai a separatist and dismissed any prospect of dialogue. This morning, China decided to double down.
What I want to emphasize is this: Taiwan independence is a dead end. No matter under what guise or what banner, pursuing Taiwan independence and secession is doomed to fail.
These pictures would embolden Beijing further. A day before the inauguration, thousands of protesters assembled outside the ruling DPP's offices. These people are supporters of the TPP, the Taiwan People's Party, which sits in the opposition. They are unhappy with the ruling party.
I think everyone already has developed a feeling of mistrust towards the government.
During the 8 years of Tsai Ing-wen in power, there has been good and bad, which we have seen reflected in the vote in this past election.
Lai needs to regain the trust of these voters. It won't be easy. Unemployment and the rising cost of living have disillusioned the voters. If Lai wants to push any significant reforms, he may face roadblocks in parliament. The DPP lacks a majority and would need support from political rivals. This will be a tough task. Last week, the differences became evident when lawmakers traded blows inside parliament. These differences will also hinder Taiwan's military. Lai wants to increase the defense budget to strengthen Taiwan's defenses against China. However, a split parliament may obstruct this plan. When leaders take high office, they often get a honeymoon period to ease into the job. But Lai may not receive that courtesy because he needs to hit the ground running right away.
Britain has a strange political tradition. Every week, the Prime Minister must meet the monarch, sort of like a weekly audience. The whole thing is purely symbolic. The Prime Minister usually travels to Buckingham Palace, briefs the monarch, probably has some tea, and then leaves. It's a meeting of Britain's two most important people, the powerful Prime Minister and a wealthy but ceremonial monarch. But now there's a twist. King Charles is still rich and ceremonial, but the Prime Minister is richer. That's right. A list of Britain's richest people is out. King Charles is ranked 258th. His net worth is around $770 million. Now look at his Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak. He and his wife ranked 245th. They're worth $820 million. Talk about life coming a full circle. All those years of plunder, all those decades of colonialism. And for what? An Indian origin Prime Minister to be richer than the British King. Looks like Charles and Sunak have their own little competition because last year the King was ahead on the list. But 2024 has not gone too well. His net worth has increased by around $12 million. But the Sunaks are on a roll. Their net worth rose by $150 million. So they've overtaken the King. Now, Rishi Sunak used to work as a hedge fund manager. He also has big ticket investments, but that's not the source of his family's wealth. That would be his wife's assets. Akshata Murthy, she's the daughter of Narayan Murthy, the co-founder of Infosys. She owns around 0.9% stake in the company, and that's the source of her wealth. Her shares in Infosys are worth around $740 million. Now, for the record, calculating the king's assets is quite hard. Yes, he has his own personal properties, but the crown owns a lot more. If you add all of that, the king's net worth increases dramatically. To how much? Almost $28 billion. That would make him the third richest person in Britain. But forget all that. Do you know who's the real winner here? The ordinary people of Britain. They have the privilege of being governed by these two men, both multimillionaires, both sitting on wealth they did not earn, and both technically unelected. So the British voter is the real winner. But jokes aside, this is not a good look on Sunak. Charles has no elections to contest. Plus, the people are used to their king being rich. If he isn't rich, then it's a problem, which is not the case for Rishi Sunak. Being rich in politics is not really good optics, especially during a cost of living crisis. Voters see you as distant. They see you as incapable of understanding their pain. And don't get me wrong, this does not mean that British politicians are not doing well. Most of them are pretty well loaded. Boris Johnson, for instance, was worth $2 million. David Cameron was worth $14 million. And Labour leader Keir Starmer is worth more than $9 million. But Rishi Sunak is in a completely different range. His family is worth more than $820 million. The question is, will his wealth hurt his election chances? A new nationwide poll is out. It gives the Labour Party 41% of the votes. Sunak's Conservatives are at 20%. So he's already doing badly. Chances are this news won't help, which is why Downing Street is trying to change the narrative. They say do not judge Sunak based on his wealth. Judge him based on his actions. Well, that's tougher. In the winter of 2022, Rishi Sunak decided to visit a homeless shelter. Here's how that played out.
What do you have? Do you work in a business? Do you want some fruit?
I'm homeless, and I'm actually a homeless person at the minute, but I'm interested in business.
Is that something you'd like to get into?
I wouldn't mind, but I don't know. I'd like to get through Christmas first.
It's painful to watch, almost as painful as seeing King Charles's portrait. The point here is simple. Being rich can be a handicap in politics, but your policies and attitudes also matter, maybe more than your wealth. And that's what Rishi Sunak needs to focus on. Last month, Elon Musk was trending in India. He was supposed to visit the country to discuss future investments, but that visit never happened. Musk cancelled at the last moment, citing Tesla obligations. But those obligations have not kept him from touring other countries in this part of the world. He was in China last month and now he is in Indonesia to launch Starlink, his internet service. Sri Lanka too is eyeing it. So what exactly is Starlink? Why is it so popular among countries? And should one man control the world's internet? Our next report tells you.
On April 10th, Elon Musk put up a post on X. He said, looking forward to meeting Prime Minister Modi in India. Musk was supposed to visit the country, but days later, Musk cancelled his trip. He said it was because of Tesla obligations. Of course, the cancellation made a lot of headlines here in India, because just a week later, Musk was in China. And now he's in Indonesia. What for? To launch Starlink in the country. Indonesia is a vast archipelago of islands, over 17,000 of them, but there's a wide rural-urban divide. Most of the rural areas have little to no internet connectivity. That's where Starlink comes in. It will help Indonesia widen its internet access.
I hope that Starlink can synergize with internet providers in Indonesia to provide affordable internet access, prioritizing consumer protection, providing a lower price for public service use, including at public health centers, shipping fleet, and remote schools in Indonesia.
Looks like Indonesia's efforts paid off. President Joko Widodo has long been trying to woo Musk. In 2022, he even paid the Tesla CEO a visit in Texas. Indonesia wants Tesla to invest in its EV sector. Musk was asked about this, and while he said he wants to focus on Starlink first, he didn't rule out more investments.
And as I mentioned yesterday in the media discussion, I'm confident that my other companies will invest in Indonesia long term. So thank you.
But Indonesia is not the only country getting a Starlink boost. Sri Lanka too is eyeing it. On Sunday, Musk met with the Sri Lankan president. They discussed the implementation of Starlink in the island nation. Ranil Wickremesinghe even said that he was committed to fast-tracking the application process. So what exactly is Starlink? It's a satellite internet constellation, basically a system of over thousands of satellites. The company is a subsidiary of Elon Musk's SpaceX. SpaceX began launching Starlink satellites in 2019, and right now there are nearly 6,000 of them. So how is Starlink different from normal satellites? Starlink satellites are low orbit. Most satellites are located around 1,000 kilometers from the Earth, but Starlink satellites are much closer. They are located around 550 kilometers from the Earth. That means it can provide faster internet, but the catch is more satellites are needed to ensure proper coverage. And Starlink doesn't come cheap. It's quite costly when compared to normal internet providers. In the United States, it's around $120 a month, and this doesn't include the equipment that starts at around $500. So why then are countries lining up for it? It's because of accessibility. Starlink can provide internet to the most remote areas, whether it's the middle of a desert or on top of a mountain. It can connect remote government facilities too. Plus, it can help you in war. During Russia's invasion of Ukraine, internet services shut down. Elon Musk immediately made Starlink available. About 15,000 Starlink routers were shipped to the country. It kept services running. It helped Ukraine in the battlefield. But many people have raised concerns with this. Starlink is owned by Elon Musk, and if there's anything the billionaire is known for, it's his mercurial mood. On April 30th, SpaceX said it would stop operating in Sudan. That left millions of people in the war-torn nation without internet. The company says it's only allowed to operate in authorized countries. But in the middle of a war, it has cut off thousands from the world. Sounds like a lot of unchecked power for just one man.
Now we turn to South Africa. The country's apex court made a ruling today. It has disqualified Jacob Zuma, South Africa's former president. He cannot stand in next week's election. This is because of a prior prison sentence. In 2021, Zuma was sentenced to 15 months in prison. Anyone who's sentenced to more than 12 months cannot contest in South Africa's election. That is the law. After months of back and forth, the courts have upheld this law. So Zuma is disqualified. It's a blow to his new MK party. And it looks like a boon for the ruling party, that is the ANC, the African National Congress. So how did this happen? And what does this mean for Zuma in the upcoming election? We'll go through these points one by one. First, the how. Jacob Zuma is a former president. He was in charge of South Africa from May 2009 to February 2018. That was when he was in the ANC. But in 2018, Zuma was forced to step down. Corruption was rife in South Africa and Zuma was associated with a notorious family, the Indian origin Guptas. The Guptas were accused of state capture, of running South Africa like their own feudal fiefdom. And Zuma was said to be closely tied to this family. In fact, he was often mocked and called Zupta back then, to show how close he was to the Guptas. So Zuma was under pressure. He stepped down in 2018. He was probed for corruption for years. Zuma got summons after summons until finally in 2021, he refused to cooperate any further. He chose to defy the courts. And for this non-cooperation, for his contempt of court, Zuma was sentenced to 15 months in prison. But he served less than 3 months. He was released on medical grounds and the rest of his sentence was eventually pardoned. But the fact remains that Jacob Zuma was sentenced to 15 months in jail, and on that basis, South Africa's top court chose to disqualify him. Let me quote from this verdict. It is declared that Mr. Zuma was convicted of an offence and sentenced to more than 12 months' imprisonment and is accordingly not eligible to be a member of and not qualified to stand for election to the National Assembly. So Zuma cannot contest, which means he cannot become president again, because in South Africa, the president is chosen from among members of parliament, like the Prime Minister in India, or the UK, or other countries. But to get the top job, you need to be an MP. Now that Zuma is disqualified, he cannot become president. What does this mean for the upcoming election? Well, not very much. Zuma's win was anyway a long shot. His new MK party was polling at about 8% last month, hardly enough to win the election with or without Zuma as a candidate. Today's disqualification might energize some of his supporters. It may get his party some sympathy votes, but that will not turn an 8% into a 50%. So the MK party's fortunes won't change very much. And Zuma will continue to be the party's face.
The results have been announced on the court, where they said that President Jacob Zuma must not be on the list going to parliament. But Jacob Zuma is still, I'm emphasizing, Jacob Zuma is still a party leader.
But this could affect the ANC, the ruling party of South Africa. They face a challenge this year. The ANC is the party of Nelson Mandela. They brought an end to apartheid in South Africa, an end to institutional racism and segregation. And since then, the ANC has won every election in this country. They've ruled continuously since 1994. But 30 years on, they face voter discontent. Corruption is still rife. Unemployment is high, especially among the youth. Crimes, including murders, are on the rise. Many South Africans are clamoring for change. So the ANC might not win more than 50% of the vote this year. Polls say they will still end up the largest party, with about 40% of the vote, which means the ANC will be vulnerable. If all the opposition parties band together, they could oust the ANC. So Zuma's disqualification could go either way for them. It may galvanize his supporters. It could also demoralize them. South Africa goes to polls next week on the 29th of May. That's when we'll find out the impact of Jacob Zuma's disqualification. Have you heard of cold lava? Sounds like an oxymoron. How can lava be cold? But cold lava is when ash mixes with heavy rains and flows down the slope of a volcano. It destroys everything in its path, including people and homes. Indonesia is no stranger to this, because it has seen way too many volcanic eruptions. Indonesia sits on the Pacific Ring of Fire. It has more than 127 active volcanoes. One of them erupted this weekend. It's called Mount Ibu. It spewed ash 4 kilometers into the sky and forced nearby villages to evacuate. Our next report has more.
When a volcano erupts, a column of hot ash is sent up in the air. This causes friction. It charges particles with electricity. When these charged particles meet the less dense atmosphere above the volcano, It leads to this. That was Mount Ibu, Indonesia's second most active volcano. On Saturday, Mount Ibu erupted, sending ash for kilometers into the sky. Purple lightning flashed around its crater. It looked apocalyptic. And for the people living nearby, it was a sign to evacuate. Rescue teams were dispatched. People were put in pickup trucks. They were moved to emergency shelters. No one knows how many people were evacuated. But a huge radius near the volcano was cleared. Indonesia is bracing for more eruptions. Mount Ibu erupted around 21,000 times last year. So it is very active. And Indonesia is not new to destruction from volcanic eruptions. Around 41 people were killed in Sumatra. This after flash floods and cold lava flowed into the homes of people.
At that time I was checking my mobile phone, and there was a text from my sister who said she couldn't come home because it was raining heavily. After that I heard a very loud thunderous sound, then I turned off my mobile phone. Suddenly the lights went out and the water rushed in. I didn't have time to stand up, and I no longer had time to run and was just washed away by the flood.
Cold lava is often like a slurry of wet concrete. It's a mixture of rock and volcanic material. When it rains, it rapidly flows down the slope of the volcano. This lava can flow at hundreds of kilometers per hour. It can go as much as 60 kilometers away from the volcano. Anything that stands in its path is at risk. When Mount Merapi exploded, the same thing happened. Heavy rain swept ash and rocks down the volcano's slope. Homes were destroyed. People died. And 2 whole districts were inundated. Indonesia is no stranger to volcanoes or volcanic eruptions. It sits on the Pacific Ring of Fire. That is a string of volcanoes and sites of seismic activity around the edge of the Pacific Ocean. Indonesia itself has 127 active volcanoes. And one or the other is always erupting.
We didn't get the alert as we evacuated to other places far from here, but we saw posts on social media from our friends and relatives about the eruption, with all the fire blazing high, rocks, ash, heavy rain happening at the same time. So we ran even further. This time it was worse.
Which means Indonesia must boost its preparedness for a disaster like this. With every eruption, millions of Indonesians are left with a constant fear. Whether to evacuate or not. With scientific modeling, up-to-date volcano cultures, and more hazard assessment programs, Indonesia can prevent disasters like this.
Our planet is 70% water. You know that already. But did you know that 80% of the ocean remains unexplored? It has never been mapped. It has never been seen by humans. In fact, we know more about Mars than we know about our own ocean floor. So it is ironic that a project for NASA's expedition to Mars made a groundbreaking discovery about our seas. Here's what it found. Living underwater can reverse aging. I know it sounds unbelievable, so let me show you. This is Joseph Dituri. He's a retired naval officer. He lived underwater for 100 days inside a compact pod, a bunker of sorts, in the depths of the Atlantic Ocean. Now, the deeper you go underwater, the higher the pressure, and Dituri was 30 feet below the surface. So he was living in a highly pressurized environment. He was testing the pod for NASA's next mission to Mars, where spacefaring humans will face a similar environment. But that's not all that he managed to do here. He shattered a world record for time spent underwater. And with that, he managed to reverse the clock. After being submerged for 100 days, Dituri came out 10 years younger. Before the mission, he was 55 years old. That's his chronological age. And his biological age was 44, meaning that's how old his body really is. He has the body of a 44-year-old. But when he got out of the water, his biological age was 34. So he had de-aged by a decade. It may sound like aquatic voodoo, but it's just science. Diamonds are made under pressure. But that's not all. That's not all that pressure can do. It can also reverse the body's age down to the cellular level. Let me tell you how. These are telomeres. These are structures that are found on the ends of our chromosomes, kind of like the plastic tips at the end of shoelaces. As you age, as you grow, cells divide, so telomeres get shorter. Once they're gone, chromosomes lose their protection and cells die. So the idea is, the longer telomeres exist, the longer cells will live and the slower you will age. And that's exactly what happens underwater. When Dituri emerged on dry land, his telomeres were longer, about 20% longer than before the dive. And this has made him fitter. He had 17 times the number of stem cells. His inflammation was down by half. His cholesterol levels also plummeted. His sleep had improved dramatically. In short, his health underwent remarkable transformation and his aging reversed. But before you dive into the ocean, here's a disclaimer. Dituri is a professional diver. He has world-class equipment to survive underwater. He has both skills and resources at his disposal, which does not really apply to everyone. But longevity is not a gate-kept secret. We are living in exciting times. Humans are increasingly discovering how to reverse aging thanks to what they call biohacking. This is a means to enhance the body's functions and by proxy, slow down the aging process through tools, pills, and replacement surgeries. For instance, one man swapped his blood with that of a teenager. This man is 46 years old, but his biological age is 18. It's a bit extreme. But there are other techniques as well, like the use of hyperbaric chambers. These chambers usually contain pure oxygen. They increase the pressure of air, similar to what happens to the body underwater. This can improve brain health and boost healing, which slows down aging. But if all of this sounds too complicated or expensive, science has a simple suggestion for you. Reduce the damage to your body, which applies to your eating habits, environmental factors, and lifestyle patterns. According to a study, your lifestyle choices can influence your genes. They can offset the impact of genes by 62% and add 5 years to your life. If you have a healthy lifestyle, you will have healthy cells, meaning a younger body. So before you build the next Atlantis city, know that you don't have to turn your back on basics to turn back the clock. And now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. In Portugal, a comet fragment lights up the night skies before burning up over the Atlantic. In South Korea, a sleeping competition aims to help citizens snooze more often. And in Spain, dogs take on the waves with their human companions in a surfing contest. Finally, we are taking you back in history. On this day in 1498, Portuguese sailor Vasco da Gama landed in India's southern coast. He discovered a direct sea route from Europe to India. While his goal was to buy Indian spices, his voyage triggered a chain of events, one that led to centuries of colonialism in India. We're leaving you on that note. Thanks for watching. We will see you tomorrow.
From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
We're beating Biden.
How dare he say that? If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill, we know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America. We begin in the Middle East, where Iranian President Ibrahim Raisi has been killed in a crash after his helicopter went missing on the 19th of May. The incident happened when the 63-year-old Raisi was returning from inaugurating a dam project along with Azerbaijan's president. Raisi was visiting his country's northwest region, which borders Azerbaijan. The helicopter carrying Iran's president, his foreign minister, and 7 others disappeared over a mountainous region in the East Azerbaijan province. Search operations lasted nearly 16 hours after neighboring nations offered drones and manpower to locate the lost helicopter. The wreckage was found this morning, and all 9 people on board were declared dead in the crash. Authorities have attributed the crash to a lack of visibility due to thick fog and rain. Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has declared 5 days of mourning and has assured Iranians that there will be no disruption to the country's work. Under the Iranian constitution, the first vice president will temporarily replace Raisi until snap elections are held within 50 days. And as news of President Raisi's death spread, many Iranians expressed their sorrow.
It was really unfortunate news, not only for me, but for many people in this country. After all, he is the elected president of the nation. The deceased was very active. They tried to follow up on things every day, and this saddened us more.
When this happened yesterday and now this morning when the news was confirmed, we really felt as if we had lost an important support and weight.
Now, condolences have also poured in from across the world. India, Russia, China, and nations from Africa and the Middle East have all expressed their grief over Raisi's death. So far, the United States and Israel have not commented on the Iranian president's demise. Now, in Iranian social media, conspiracy theories floated that the helicopter crashed as an act of sabotage. But a majority of Iranians dismissed the unfounded rumors.
I don't think that at this point in time, the foreign threat can create a problem for us. And again, as soon as the Israeli authorities heard the news of the helicopter crash yesterday, they announced that they had no role and quickly announced their position, and now several European countries also expressed their condolences, or expressed concern. I don't think that foreign threats threaten us.
Now, while President Raisi's death comes as a shock to many, the ultra-conservative leader was seen as a deeply polarizing figure. In fact, throughout his presidency, Iran saw a wave of protests over the repression of women's rights and police brutality against women for flouting Islamic dress codes. Raisi was also nicknamed the Butcher of Tehran for ordering mass executions of political opponents in Iran's capital city back in 1988. And staying with Iran and the Middle East, President Ibrahim Raisi's death is expected to create a power vacuum in Tehran. Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Khamenei has lost a longtime loyalist who could have been a possible successor. Now the country's first vice president, Mohammad Mokber, will replace Raisi temporarily. However, it remains to be seen who the supreme leader will actually anoint as the future president. Given the internal and external turmoil that Iran faces, the most likely appointee could be another hardline leader. The Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps will likely play a vital role as well. Raisi had moved Iran's politics in a more conservative direction, and it also sped up the country's uranium enrichment despite sanctions from the United States. Iran under Raisi also supported Russia in its war against Ukraine, supplying kamikaze drones, ammunition, and short-range ballistic missiles to Moscow. It was also during Raizi's leadership that Iran launched strikes into neighboring Pakistan for supporting anti-Iran activities in February. Also during Raizi's presidency, Tehran increased its support to regional proxies including Hamas in Gaza, Hezbollah in Lebanon, and the Houthis in Yemen. And just a month before Raizi's death, Iran, for the first time ever, launched a direct attack against Israel using drones and missiles in retaliation to Israeli strikes on an Iranian consulate in Syria. Now, although Raizi was not directly involved in foreign policy, he was a loyal supporter of the Iranian regime, with Tehran playing a major role in the Middle East and beyond. Now, after Raizi's death, Turkey, Pakistan, and other Islamic nations which have had problems with Iran have come together to extend their condolences.
I would like to touch upon the issue and the news that we heard from Iran. Unfortunately, the news of the esteemed President and Minister of Foreign Affairs passing away has saddened us deeply. We do share the saddened feelings of the Irani people and extend our condolences to them.
I just want to say that it is a very sad day for the Islamic Ummah. We are all very sad, and so are the Muslims in the in the great country of Turkey, Pakistan, and Islamic Ummah on the sad demise of His Excellency the President of Iran and His Excellency and our common brother, the Foreign Minister.
In fact, Tehran-backed Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis have also put out statements expressing grief over the Iranian president's death. Iran now possibly stares at a game of musical chairs as Ayatollah Khamenei sets the stage and the tone for the post-Raizi era. Now here in the United States, President Joe Biden ratchets up the attacks going after his rival Donald Trump. Steering away from domestic and global issues, President Biden called Donald Trump a loser and a threat to American democracy. And based on statements and policy pronouncements from the Trump campaign, President Biden could be onto something. In fact, over the weekend at a rally where Donald Trump accepted the endorsement from the National Rifle Association, he floated the idea of a 3-term presidency, which is in direct violation of the U.S. Constitution. Our next report explores some of the authoritarian ideas emanating from the Trump campaign.
Let's welcome the 46th President of the United States of America, the Honorable Joseph Robinette Biden. Let's welcome him.
It was a politically charged weekend in the United States. President Joe Biden and his political rival Donald Trump made direct verbal attacks against each other. Addressing black American voters in the state of Michigan, Biden called Trump a loser. The current US president also said that Trump was a threat to the nation's democracy.
Folks, the threat that Trump poses is greater in his second term than the first. It's clear that when he lost in 2020, and I mean this sincerely, something snapped in Trump. He just can't accept he lost, and he lost it. That's why on January 6th, what happened? Every legal avenue Trump tried to challenge the election failed. So it unleashed an insurrection. And now he's running again. He's not only obsessed about losing 2020, he's clearly unhinged. Just listen to him. He calls the insurrectionists who stormed Capitol Hill patriots. He says if reelected, he wants, quote, every one of them pardoned.
The US president also campaigned in the battleground state of Georgia. He delivered the main commencement speech at Morehouse College. From racial inequalities at home to the humanitarian crisis in Gaza, Biden spoke to graduating students about a range of issues. However, things didn't go as smoothly as Biden had hoped. Biden faced a silent protest from some students as they turned their backs away from the president's podium as he delivered his speech. But Biden was quick to move on and didn't let the silent protests bother him too much. At another event, he steered away from domestic and international issues and made his session solely about attacking his Republican opponent, Donald Trump.
The fact is that this election has lots at stake. Lots at stake. It's not about me, it's about the alternative.
as well. You know, I think it's fair to say, I won't use the exact phrase I'd use, I was still playing ball, but my opponent's not a good loser. But he is a loser. and oh, I don't want to get started. I'm going to get in trouble. But the thing is, he's laid out, and the Republicans in the House, he can tell you, my colleagues can tell you, are laying out exactly what they're going to do if they win. Everything you let me do, everything you help me do, everything we've done, they want to undo.
As Biden took potshots at Donald Trump, the Republican Party's presumptive nominee scored big in Texas. Trump secured the support of the politically and financially powerful National Rifle Association. In Texas, Trump even floated the idea of being president for 3 terms, which would be a clear violation of the U.S. Constitution. The 22nd Amendment limits the presidency to just 2 terms and was enacted after Franklin Delano Roosevelt served as the U.S. president for 4 terms. Trump even reached out to gun owners and urged them to vote against President Biden and the Democratic Party.
If the Biden regime gets 4 more years, they are coming for your guns, 100% certain. Crooked Joe has a 40-year record of trying to rip firearms out of the hands of law-abiding citizens.
Trump also claimed that Joe Biden wanted to take away the gun ownership rights of Americans.
But under Crooked Joe Biden, everything you stand for is under threat like never before. Our Second Amendment, which is largely why you're here, I mean, that's the biggest statement for you. You know, when I go and make speeches at different places, it's always important. But today, this is the big statement. It's under siege. Second Amendment is under siege.
The former president, who reportedly kept the crowd waiting for 2 hours before arriving at the venue, appeared to freeze for over 30 seconds after the teleprompter malfunctioned. Trump also urged the gun owners community to quote-unquote swamp Joe Biden.
But one thing I'll say, and I say it as friends, we've got to get gun owners to vote. Because you know what? I don't know what it is. Perhaps it's a form of rebellion, because you're rebellious people, aren't you? But gun owners don't vote. What is that all about? I've heard that. I heard it a few weeks ago. If the gun owners voted, we would swamp them at levels that nobody's ever seen before. So I think you're a rebellious bunch. But let's be rebellious and vote this time, okay?
Donald Trump continues to lead Joe Biden in polls. But with the ongoing hush money trial, Trump's rise in popularity has faced a speed bump. With Biden and Trump preparing to face each other in June for their first presidential debate, the rematch of 2020 is building up to be one of America's most awaited political showdowns.
And moving to East Asia, Lai Ching-te, also known as William Lai, has been sworn in as the new president of Taiwan. The 64-year-old doctor turned politician has succeeded Tsai Ing-wen, who served as Taiwan's president for 8 years. Now, in his first speech as president, Lai called on China to stop threatening Taiwan and accept the existence of its democracy.
The future of Taiwan Strait plays a decisive role to the future of the world and as the people who take over the democratic progress of Taiwan. The new government will steer peace and maintain status quo, being neither overbearing nor self-effacing. I also want to call on China to stop threatening Taiwan politically and militarily, take on global responsibility of maintaining peace and stability to ensure the world is free from the fear of war.
President Lai also added that Beijing should hold talks with his government, while also acknowledging that China was unlikely to give up its bid to annex the island.
I hope that China will face the reality of the Republic of China's existence, respect the choices of the people of Taiwan, and in good faith, choose dialogue over confrontation, exchange over containment, and under the principles of parity and dignity, engage in cooperation with the legal government chosen by Taiwan's people. This can start from the resumption of tourism on a reciprocal basis and enrollment of degree students in Taiwanese institutions. Let us together pursue peace and mutual prosperity. We have the ideal to pursue peace. but we must not have illusions. Before China giving up using force to invade Taiwan, citizens must understand this. Even if we accept all of China's claims and give up our sovereignty, China's ambition to annex Taiwan will not disappear.
Now, according to the Taiwanese Foreign Ministry, more than 500 foreign guests from 51 delegations attended the swearing-in ceremony. The list was made up of lawmakers from countries including Germany, Canada, Japan, and the United States. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken also congratulated President Lai, saying he looked forward to deepening ties with Taipei and maintaining peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait. Now, the move was certain to upset China, which has announced sanctions against 3 U.S. defense companies, including Boeing, for selling weapons to Taiwan. The sanctions are being seen as largely symbolic, as they came on the same day of Taiwan's presidential inauguration. Taiwan's new president has vowed to strengthen the island's security through imports of advanced fighter jets and other technologies. And despite an absence of formal relations with Taiwan, the United States stands as the island's strongest ally. In fact, in January, shortly after Lai won the presidential election, President Biden sent an unofficial delegation to Taipei to meet Lai, drawing protests from China. Now, Beijing has repeatedly warned Washington not to meddle in Taiwan's affairs, citing sovereignty and territorial integrity. China has also called the new Taiwanese president a dangerous separatist. As he takes charge, President William Lai has a monumental task before him, staring down and keeping a belligerent Beijing at bay. And finally, American hip-hop impresario Sean Diddy Combs is in trouble once again. A disturbing surveillance video was recently made public, and it shows him punching, kicking, and dragging his former girlfriend, Cassie Ventura. The CCTV footage is from 2016 and looks to corroborate what Ventura said in November of last year in a now settled lawsuit. Now facing massive backlash, Combs says he is truly sorry for his actions and that his behavior in the video was inexcusable. But is an apology enough for the brutal assault? And should more be done considering the growing allegations of violence and sexual abuse facing Combs? Our final report shares details of the music mogul's checkered past.
American rapper Sean Diddy Combs has come under public scrutiny yet again. The music mogul is already facing multiple charges of sexual harassment and assault. And now, a surveillance video has landed him in deeper trouble. The bombshell video circulated on social media last week. It shows Combs brutally attacking his former girlfriend Cassie Ventura. He's seen grabbing, shoving, dragging and kicking Ventura during an altercation in a hotel hallway. The CCTV footage is reportedly from 2016, when the pair was still dating. Now Combs has issued an apology for physically assaulting his then-girlfriend. In an Instagram post, he said he takes full responsibility for his inexcusable action and that he sought professional help after the fight with Ventura.
It's so difficult to reflect on the darkest times in your life. But sometimes you gotta do that. I hit rock bottom, but I make no excuses. My behavior on that video is inexcusable. I take full responsibility for my actions in that video. I was disgusted then when I did it, I'm disgusted now. I went and I sought out professional help. I had to go into therapy, and go into rehab. Had to ask God for his mercy and grace. I'm so sorry, but I'm committed to be a better man each and every day. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I'm truly sorry.
The video matches allegations of a now settled federal lawsuit filed by Ventura in November last year. The singer said Combs was extremely intoxicated when he punched her in her face, and when she tried to leave the hotel room, Combs followed her into the hallway and beat her up again. She then ran to the elevator to escape, went home but returned to the hotel fearing her boyfriend would be angrier with her. Combs allegedly paid the hotel around $50,000 to obtain the assault video. Ventura's lawsuit also accused him of rape and abuse and forcing her to engage in various sexual activities with other men during their relationship. According to the complaint, Ventura and Combs met when they were 19 and 37. That is when she was formally signed to Combs' label and they soon began a romantic relationship. They dated on and off from 2007 to 2018 and their business relationship lasted until 2019. Lawyers for Ventura say Combs' apology is more about himself than the many people he has hurt. They said the rapper was only compelled to apologize once his repeated denials were proven false. Notably, Combs had always denied the allegations of assault even while settling the lawsuit. Now, Ventura is not the only woman to accuse Combs of sexual assault among other horrific things. Since last November, he has faced 5 other civil lawsuits. The self-proclaimed bad boy for life is accused of sexual harassment, sex trafficking and rape. In March, 2 of Combs' properties were raided by the US Homeland Security, what the rapper's lawyers called a witch hunt on meritless accusations.
That's our show for today. We certainly thank you so much for tuning in. We hope to see you again right back here tomorrow. Thanks again for watching.
Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison LaGrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. South Africa goes to the polls on the 29th of May. I will track the election and bring you ground reports. Is it the end of the road for the African National Congress? And will former President Jacob Zuma stage a dramatic comeback? From elections to climate change to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global south. Join me every weekday live on Firstpost. Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison LaGrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. South Africa goes to the polls on the 29th of May. I will track the election and bring you ground reports. Is it the end of the road for the African National Congress? And will former President Jacob Zuma stage a dramatic comeback? From elections to climate change to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global south. Join me every weekday live on Firstpost. Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison LaGrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. South Africa goes to the polls on the 29th of May. I will track the election and bring you ground reports. Is it the end of the road for the African National Congress? And will former President Jacob Zuma stage a dramatic comeback? From elections to climate change to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global south. Join me every weekday live on Firstpost. Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. Another day, another coup attempt in Africa. The crisis is worsening across the continent. This time it is the Democratic Republic of Congo, which says it has thwarted an attempted coup at the presidential palace in Kinshasa. Now, the Democratic Republic of Congo says armed men, including foreign fighters, attacked President Felix Tshisekedi's office and the residence of the Economy Minister, Vital Kamerhe, who is tipped to be the next Parliament Speaker. The DRC military says the attack involved foreigners and Congolese. Shots were also heard outside the presidential palace at the time of the coup bid.
The armed forces of the Democratic Republic of Congo inform our citizens and the international community that an attempted coup d'etat has been nipped in the bud by the defense and security forces. The attempt involved foreigners and Congolese. These foreigners and Congolese were put out of action, including their leaders. The defense and security forces are in full control of the situation. We'll come back to this in great detail with pictures to back it up.
The army says the coup plot was led by Christian Malanga, a US-based Congolese politician. He was killed when his forces attacked the presidential palace. Now, the Congolese army says several Americans and a British man were a part of the operation. Around 50 people, including 3 American citizens, have been arrested, including Malanga's son. Videos have also emerged showing the leader of the attempted coup, Christian Malanga, broadcasting live on Facebook from inside the presidential palace shortly before he was killed. In the video, Christian Malanga had declared that the militants cannot carry on with President Tshisekedi, and the fighters were seen brandishing flags of Zaire, the name of the DRC under the dictator Mobutu Sese Seko, who was overthrown in 1997. The army says Malanga also attempted an aborted coup in 2017.
We, the military, are tired. We can't put up with Tshisekedi and Khmer any longer. They've messed up this country too much. We've lived abroad, and when we see the social situation of the soldiers' children, it's unacceptable. Felix must go. Felix, you're out.
The Congolese army says the group planned to attack the home of new Prime Minister Judith Suminawa and the residence of the Defense Minister, but they couldn't identify the residences. Now, the African Union has strongly condemned and expressed concern over the attempted coup in the DRC. France's ambassador has urged French nationals to avoid the area near the presidential palace. The Congolese army says that the situation in Kinshasa has been brought under control. Streets near the presidential palace remain closed.
We saw on social media, on TikTok, soldiers dressed in military uniforms with the insignia of the Zaire flag, shouting New Zaire, New Zaire. What surprises us is that the palace of the nation has a lot of presidential guards, but these people accessed it easily and were well armed. However, until now, we don't know exactly what happened. We are waiting for official information on national television.
We are already in mourning because of what is happening in the east, but now people are dying as easily as chickens in the capital. We don't even know who these people are. What is happening in the country is not right. The palace of the nation has always been very secure. How did they get there?
President Felix Tshisekedi was re-elected for a second term in December with over 70% of the votes. The parties backing him won around 90% of the seats in the parliamentary elections. But Tshisekedi is yet to form a government some 5 months after the elections. Now, for more details, we have with us David Otto, the Director for Geneva Center for Africa Security and Strategic Studies, who is joining us live from Abuja, Nigeria. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Now, let's jump right in. Absolutely. Let's jump right in. Will this attempted coup amid a political crisis and unrest in the east due to the M23 rebels throw the DRC further into crisis? What happens now?
Well, I think you're very correct. This is more of a demonstration of the coup pandemic that Africa has been experiencing, the Sahel, DRC Congo itself. This is the eighth attempt, in terms of a military coup d'etat, 2 successful coup d'etats in the 1960s. So it is a very worrying situation, especially as you mentioned, that DRC is still bedeviled by the crisis in the eastern part of DRC. The conflict that they have with Rwanda. Of course, this is not a conventional conflict, but some kind of a Cold War. With DRC at some point threatening to invade Rwanda. So the coup attempt comes at a very critical time. What is more worrying is the fact that, these armed men who are linked to foreigners, with US citizenship and Canadian nationalities, they managed to penetrate the presidential defense, and then found themselves within the presidential palace, as they call it, or the presidential residence.
Yes.
It shows, that there was some level of violence, that may have been used. Otherwise, perhaps some level of compromise within the presidential guards. So it's still very early to tell, but it does demonstrate a very weak point in terms of, the renewed presidency of President Tshisekedi, who has just won his new term of office and is even yet to name his ministers.
Yes.
Again, one thing which is quite critical is to note that these armed men were going after the critical personalities, the presidential residence which houses the president, the home of the person who is who has been nominated to be the Speaker of the Assembly, and some perhaps the Ministry of Defense. It tells you that there has been some level of planning and preparation with it. It's a big concern for DRC Congo and the region.
Yeah. David, on that, what can you tell us about the foreign hand? There are reports that 3 Americans were among the perpetrators, including the son of Malanga, and arrests of a British and American nationals having been made.
I think it's very important to, this is a very critical point, but one needs to understand that the circumstances are quite unique in the sense that, there is perhaps a reference to Congolese Americans. These are dual nationals, perhaps individuals who claim to be Congolese, but perhaps have American passport or Canadian passport. So we haven't seen any, so-called white Americans or people who are purely from American background without any African background. So it will be a very big concern to the American embassy and the Canadian embassy or any other embassy that, may have their citizens as involved in this attempted coup. Whether it demonstrates, some level of, an American, tacit support is something that one cannot yet establish. But I think what has happened here, especially in the case of Christian Malanga, is somebody who has, who attempted a coup d'etat again, as you mentioned, in 2017. And then, went to America. Now he has found himself in DRC Congo and organized, armed men to launch an attack. So the American government is going to be concerned. But we have to note that these are perhaps dual nationals, people with Congolese, background, rather than Congolese military men, in direct engagement.
Yeah. Now, David, this is the latest among a slew of coups in Africa, as you mentioned. What are your comments on the coup epidemic that seems to be gripping the continent?
I think it's quite simple. It does demonstrate that, democracy is being threatened. And I think, one of the reasons has been that governance, in terms of what political parties or politicians do promise in the cases of Africa, is not necessarily what they're delivering. And this is leaving a lot of people, discontent to the level where they believe that, they can organize themselves in small armed groups and take power by force. It demonstrates that democracy itself has a huge weakness. Of course, we're not just talking about scenarios where, men with guns are taking power, but we're also talking about scenarios where the constitution is being changed to suit those who are in power. We're talking about scenarios where elections are being forged to allow for politicians to remain in power. So it's a whole combination of constitutional and military coups flying around the continent. And again, it tells just one message, that, the independence of the legislature, the executive and the judiciary, which forms the bedrock of democracy, it's no longer respected. And for that reason, and this is not an excuse at all, for that reason, many people see themselves or find themselves in a position where they think that because these democratic governments are in power and are being protected by the military, either the military takes power or some military factions, take power themselves. So it's a very critical situation and a huge pandemic.
Yeah, absolutely. David Otto, thank you very much for being with us on Firstpost Africa. Thank you for your time. From the Democratic Republic of Congo, we shift focus to the Comoros. The volcanic archipelago in the Indian Ocean is the latest African nation to expand ties with Russia. Now, Russia and the Comoros have disclosed their shared interests and have agreed to partner on what the Kremlin calls an important issue. Leaders from Russia and Comoros held talks on the sidelines of the 33rd summit of the League of Arab States, which was held in Bahrain last week. The president of the Comoros, Azali Assoumani, met a Russian special representative for the Middle East and Africa and emphasized priority on coordinating stance at the United Nations, particularly on conflict resolution in Africa. Both countries spoke at length on development of amicable Russian-Comoran ties. Now, with a focus on trade and economy, including fisheries, maritime, transport, agriculture and energy. The two countries also discussed personnel training. Bilateral ties between Russia and the Comoros witnessed a significant uptick after last year's Russia-Africa summit in St. Petersburg. President Assoumani, the African Union chairman at the time, attended the summit and said several African nations, including Comoros, had plans to host the upcoming Russia-Africa summit. Diplomatic relations between Russia and the Comoros goes back to 1975, when the archipelago gained independence from France. Moscow and Moroni have decided to focus on conflict resolution and modern challenges in Africa. Moscow has maintained that it firmly supports the principle formulated by African countries, and that is African solutions to African problems. Comoros is one of the world's poorest and smallest economies. The islands are hampered by inadequate transportation links. It has a rapidly increasing population and few natural resources. The low level of education among the labor force contributes to a subsistence level of economic activity and heavy dependence on foreign grants and assistance. Though France, India, Tanzania and Turkey remain key trading partners for the Comoros, experts say that Russia's economic engagement could really help the country to maintain stability. In recent years, Russia has been shoring up ties with countries across Africa. At the center of Moscow's rapidly increasing partnership in Africa is the geopolitical face-off between the Kremlin and the White House, which has further intensified after Russia's invasion of Ukraine in 2022. Russian President Vladimir Putin's strategy has focused on working with African elites and on expansion of defense ties. This not just includes supplying arms to African countries, but also deploying Russian mercenary forces in multiple coup-hit states, including Mali and Burkina Faso. Now, diplomatically, what Russia is scheming out is a sort of barter at the United Nations and other global forums. When Russia says it will back a coordinating stance at the UN on conflict resolution in Africa, it is also getting something in return. Russia is seeking more and more African votes in support of its position at the UN. It is interesting to note that many African countries abstained from voting or even voted against the UNGA resolution to condemn Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The West says Russia is undermining democratic stability in Africa. It also says Moscow's actions and strategies are further driving conflicts in the region. In response, Russia says the shift in Africa reflects increasing frustration with the failures of the West. And finally, to our special segment, Resurgent Africa. Amid the coups and the crises, there are many positive stories from Africa that often get overlooked, but not on this show. Today, we bring you a story from Kenya's capital city of Nairobi. This is the story of a 17-year-old ballerina who is deaf. But that hasn't stopped Goreti Akinyi from pursuing her passion, ballet. For most, dancing without music might seem impossible, but Akinyi's journey shows that the rhythm of dance can be felt in the heart, even when the ears cannot hear it. Here's our report.
Dance is one of the most versatile art forms in the world. It embraces everyone who wants to be a part of it. Whether you're enjoying a slow dance on a date or feeling the adrenaline in a fast dance setting, there's something for everyone. Everything revolves around the music. The rhythm guides the performance, and the beats act as cues. But what would it be like to dance without music? Some might say it loses its essence, while others believe it's impossible. However, Kenya's 17-year-old Goreti Akinyi feels otherwise. Goreti Akinyi lives in Kenya's capital, Nairobi. She's a deaf teenager excelling in her community ballet classes, despite not being able to hear the music. Her undeterred zeal makes her the top of her class. Akinyi grew up deaf, but that didn't stop her. She navigated her life's challenges with determination. Back in 2020, when the COVID-19 pandemic began, she enrolled in a ballet class with other children.
Back in 2020 during the COVID-19 pandemic, that is when I joined Project Elamu. I was the only deaf girl, but Michael Wamaya, founder Project Elamu, was so willing to help me, and I remember them wondering how I would do it now because I am deaf and it is about dancing. So I had to copy what the hearing are doing, as I can't hear and speak as well.
Her typical day starts by helping her mother with their business. Her family runs a grocery shop. So she helps her mother cut vegetables and with other household chores in the morning. After this, she heads to her dance class to master her moves. Her peers were in disbelief when they saw her in their class. There were times when Akinyi herself felt low on confidence. Naturally, because she didn't know what people were talking about. Yet, she kept mimicking her classmates' graceful movements, ultimately bringing rhythm into the dance with each step.
I copy the dance movement from others because I can't hear or lip read. I just want to ask if ballet can have a rule where they count 1 to 4. And then they change the body movement and act.
Deafness is no obstacle to Akinyi's passion for dance. She has now taught her friends sign language so that they can freely converse with her. The 17-year-old has no plans to stop. She wishes to continue doing ballet even after she finishes high school. The dance class is run by a community-driven non-profit organization. The founder of the organization says they offer a space for children in Kibera. Everyone is welcome there.
We don't discriminate in this place. Whichever capability you have, you're welcome in this place. And that's why we've realized even the special kids, you cannot even notice a certain kid is special in a certain way, especially when they are dancing, because they've learned to be together, to dance as a team. They've learned to respect each other, to love each other, to share whatever we have.
Down, 2, 2, 3, down, 1.
Akinyi's mother also feels that joining the ballet classes has changed her daughter's life. She says it's a joy to see her dance.
Ever since she joined ballet, I have seen a great improvement. Even in terms of the way she dances, you would assume she can hear, but she doesn't hear. It's by God's grace that she has come this far. She is a person that you would not imagine could get to the same level of dancing and playing with those who can hear.
Goretti Akinyi's story shows the power of determination. Her journey is a reminder that passion and perseverance can overcome any obstacle, and that art has the incredible ability to unite and inspire people from all walks of life.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching. Stay tuned to First Post.
Hello, Namaskar. This is First Post and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma.
یادت میاد تو تشریف چقدر دلتنگ بودی؟
امیدواریم خداوند متعال
زین واژگو سلام الله gedim balalarını.
The streets of Iran were filled with people today. Thousands of them showed up to pay their respects to President Ibrahim Raisi and his aides. They died in a helicopter crash on Sunday. The regime is calling them martyrs. They've declared 5 days of mourning. There's a show of unity and solidarity in the honor of the departed. But behind the scenes, a succession battle is brewing. Iran has entered a period of more uncertainty. We'll discuss that tonight, starting with a recap of today's events. It was the day of funerals. The first ceremony took place in Tabriz, the region where Raisi's chopper crashed on Sunday. This is going to be a 3-day-long funeral. The procession will travel to 5 different cities. The final stop will be in Mashhad in northeast Iran. This is the president's birthplace, President Raisi's birthplace. This is where his remains will be laid to rest on Thursday. Iranian state TV released these pictures today. A crowd surrounded the vehicle carrying the coffins of President Ibrahim Raisi, Foreign Minister Hossein Amir Abdullahian, and 8 other aides who were with them. The coffins were draped in the Iranian flag. The mourners were clearly supporters of the regime.
We were very saddened by the crash of the plane of our president and foreign minister. He worked hard for the country, and this news was really unfortunate.
As an Iranian, I am very upset and sad that the president was martyred. He worked hard for the country, and now he is no longer among us.
That's the sentiment shared by many Iranians, but certainly not all of them, because in some parts of the country there were celebrations. These are pictures from inside Iran. They show people celebrating on the streets, distributing sweets and setting off fireworks. A few even mocked Raisi on social media. They started a hashtag, Fall of the Butcher. That's a reference to Raisi, who was also called the Butcher of Tehran. He earned this nickname in the 1980s. That's when he served as a prosecutor in Tehran. He was part of a judicial commission. He had ordered the execution of thousands of critics, hence the name, the Butcher of Tehran. In 2021, when he became president, Raisi doubled down on these hardline policies. He tightened the morality laws of Iran. In 2022, he faced one of the largest protests in the history of the country. The death of 22-year-old Masha Amini sparked a mass uprising. She was killed in the custody of Iran's morality police for not wearing her hijab properly. The death sparked anger and outrage. President Raisi's response was a bloody crackdown. It led to the death of more than 500 protesters. Throughout this crisis, the president proved to be a trusted hand of the regime. He was personally mentored by Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Now, Khamenei is 85 years old, so it was believed that Raisi would succeed him, that he would become Iran's next supreme leader. He had all the right credentials according to the religious regime, but his death has upended all those plans. With him gone, it's not clear who will succeed Ayatollah Khamenei. The next few weeks would be crucial. The decisions taken now will shape the future of Iran as well as that of the regime. As per the rules, fresh elections have been called. Raisi's successor will be picked on the 28th of June. Nominations will be filed between the 30th of May and the 3rd of June. And this will be a crucial election for Iran, because the next president may also become the next supreme leader. And who would that person be? Many observers are putting their money on this man, Mojtaba Khamenei, the son of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, the current supreme leader of Iran. Mojtaba is a mid-level cleric, and he is being widely viewed as a potential successor. We told you about this yesterday, but in the last 24 hours, more names have emerged, like Saeed Jalili. He's a well-known hardliner and the chief nuclear negotiator for Iran since the year 2007. Jalili was part of President Raisi's inner circle, so the hardliners could decide to rally around him. Then we have someone called Mehrdad Bazarpash. His name is also doing the rounds. He is the current Minister of Roads and Urban Development. Why is he a contender? Bazarpash is believed to have the backing of powerful and wealthy lawmakers, so he could emerge as a serious candidate for this top job. But these men and others can only try. Eventually, there is only one deciding factor. Whoever gets the blessing of Iran's supreme leader wins this contest. Elections in this country are not decided by the ballot box. They're often sealed behind closed doors by the powerful Guardian Council. It's a 12-member panel, the Guardian Council. It oversees the entire election process. More importantly, it approves which candidate can run. And the members of this council are approved by the supreme leader. So whichever way you look at it, the ultimate power rests with him. Without his endorsement, winning an election in Iran is almost impossible. Now the world is waiting to see which man he picks. A mysterious chopper crash, an hours-long search, and a dead president. It's what conspiracy theorists live for. You can spin it any way you want. Some are blaming Israel, some are blaming the US, and some are even blaming space lasers. It's all very absurd and baseless, but right now it could also be dangerous. We are talking about a nervous regime here. a regime with many enemies around the world. So the goal should be clarity, not conspiracies. At the same time, it's important to keep track of what's being said, even though some of these claims are absolutely wild. Let's show you theory number 1, a Mossad hit job. Mossad is Israel's spy agency. They're famous for James Bond style operations. So many social media accounts say Mossad did it. And Mossad have taken out Iranian officials in the past, including nuclear scientists. But taking out a president is high risk. It's an open act of war. Hamas accounts say the chopper's pilot was Israeli, a Mossad agent. Wait for it, a Mossad agent named Eli Copter. A few news channels, in fact, fell for it. But frankly, it's a stretch. Israel gains nothing by killing Raisi in the middle of a war. It would actually be counterproductive. Nonetheless, Israel is worried about these reports. One of their officials has even reacted. He had just one thing to say: it wasn't us. And it's important to set the record straight because conspiracy theories get a life of their own. Which brings us to the second theory, a US hand. Again, there is precedent here. The Americans have a history of hit jobs overseas, which is why Washington is in damage control.
The United States had no part to play in that crash, and that's a fact, plain and simple. It could be a number of things: mechanical failure, pilot error, you name it. So.
How about that? Iran has not blamed the US for the crash, yet Washington says it wasn't us. Again, chances are they're right. Joe Biden is struggling to contain one war in West Asia. It's unlikely he would start a second one. Having said that, the US does have an indirect role in this. Raisi was flying an old American helicopter, a Bell 212 model from the 1960s. Now, aircraft require regular maintenance and repairs, but Iran couldn't do that. Why? Because of Western sanctions. So some Iranians do hold the US responsible for their president's death. Like former Foreign Minister Javad Zarif, listen to what he said. One of the culprits behind yesterday's tragedy is the United States, because of its sanctions that bar Iran from procuring essential aviation parts. Well, on paper he's right, but the sanctions did not come from thin air. It was the result of Iran's nuclear program, so blaming the US does not really help, and you had decades to look for alternatives or build your own. Now let's look at theory number 3. An internal power struggle. Raisi was expected to succeed Ayatollah Khamenei as Iran's supreme leader, but now they need a replacement. A lot of pundits are betting on this man, like we told you, Mojtaba Khamenei, the son of Iran's current supreme leader. The question is, did his supporters sabotage Raisi's chopper? Well, he certainly had the motive. Look at what a former US advisor on Iran has said. I'm quoting again. Internal pundits had believed the competition to succeed Khamenei as supreme leader was down to Mojtaba and Raisi. If Raisi is dead, Mojtaba becomes heir apparent. I know, very Game of Thrones. But motive alone is not enough. You need the means to pull something off. Khamenei handpicked Raisi to become Iran's president, to possibly even succeed him. Would his son dare to kill that protege? Again, highly unlikely. Mojtaba's claim is already a bit weak. Most regime loyalists do not like the idea of hereditary succession. So even Raisi's death does not assure his elevation. Which brings us to the last theory, theory number 4, and probably the weirdest of them all. Space lasers. A lot of social media accounts are posting this. They claim that Raisi's chopper was shot down using lasers. Needless to say, it's fake. But why space lasers? Because it's a popular anti-Semitic trope. Let me take you back to 2018. The US state of California was hit by wildfires. Most experts said climate change made it worse, but one politician had a different take. Her name was Marjorie Taylor Greene. She's a far-right Republican. And she said that Jewish space lasers caused these wildfires. And since then, others have picked it up. It has become a popular anti-Semitic trope. Like I said, all this sounds absurd, even borderline funny. But we should not let these theories fester. What if they rally public opinion in Iran? What if the regime buys into them? These are all very risky scenarios, which is why Israel and the US were quick to set the record straight. They did not wait for Iran to blame them. They preemptively rejected all of it. The question is, how can we stop these theories from blowing up? Well, that depends on Iran. They're investigating the helicopter crash. Let's hope they find the actual cause. It was most likely a technical issue or bad weather. Once Iran confirms it officially, we can breathe a sigh of relief. Until then, it's conspiracy theory central. Staying with West Asia, let's turn to Iran's sworn enemy, Israel. Their prime minister is facing an arrest warrant. From whom? The ICC, the International Criminal Court. Its chief prosecutor has asked for an arrest warrant. If the judges agree, it will be issued. But what does an ICC warrant mean? Technically, it's like any arrest warrant. You see him, you arrest him. But not every country accepts the ICC's jurisdiction. The likes of Russia, the US and India do not accept it, but 124 nations do. And this includes Israel's allies like France, Austria, Germany and Italy. Those countries will have to arrest Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on their soil. It could limit his ability to travel, which is why Netanyahu is furious. He's launching personal attacks at the ICC prosecutor.
Through this incendiary decision, Mr. Khan takes his place among the great anti-Semites in modern times. He now stands alongside those infamous German judges who donned their robes and upheld laws that denied the Jewish people their most basic rights and enabled the Nazis to perpetrate the worst crime in history.
Very sharp words there, but Netanyahu only has himself to blame. He had many opportunities to end this war. His allies asked him to stop. His friends and partners urged caution, yet Netanyahu pushed on. So there is no point blaming the ICC prosecutor now. The same ICC also issued an arrest warrant for Vladimir Putin. Now I know every war is devastating, but Israel's war is much deadlier than Russia's. More children have died in Gaza than across conflict zones in the last 4 years. So simply put, Netanyahu had it coming. But this story goes beyond the arrest warrant. It also extends to the reactions, to the so-called guardians of the world order. When it suits them, they talk about rules and fairness. When it doesn't, they reject them. I'm talking about the United States of America. President Joe Biden is fuming at the ICC. He says Israel is actually protecting Gazan civilians.
Let me be clear. We reject the ICC's application for arrest warrants against Israeli leaders. Whatever these warrants may imply, there is no equivalence between Israel and Hamas. And it's clear Israel wants to do all it can to ensure civilian protection.
That's news for us. Until recently, Joe Biden said Israel was not protecting civilians. Now he says they are protecting civilians. So which one is it? And Biden's hypocrisy does not end there. Let me take you back to March 2023. The ICC had issued an arrest warrant for Vladimir Putin. Listen to Joe Biden's reaction then.
Could you give us your reaction to the International Criminal Court issuing an arrest warrant for Vladimir Putin?
Well, I think it's justified, but the question is, it's not recognized internationally by us either. But I think it makes a very strong point.
How about that? When the warrant is for Vladimir Putin, it is justified. It makes a strong point. But when it's for Netanyahu, it's outrageous. And honestly, this does not surprise us. The US always picks and chooses which rules to follow. They do not accept the ICC's jurisdiction, yet they're helping the ICC's probe against Putin. Why? Because it suits them. And forget the politics for a moment. Think about the optics. Many countries trust the ICC to make unbiased decisions. It's like a last resort for them. They cannot stand up to big powers and bullies, so they trust the International Criminal Court. And what does the US do? They make a mockery of it in public. So next time Biden talks about a rules-based order, remember this. Always ask yourself, whose rules? Internationally agreed rules or America's own rules? Of course, this whole debate is pinned on one question. Will the judges issue a warrant for Netanyahu? Well, the evidence is there. Most UN agencies have criticized Israel's war. They've also documented major crimes like collective punishment, attack on aid workers, and the targeting of hospitals. If they issued a warrant for Putin, then they're likely to issue one for Netanyahu. You heard his reaction to the whole thing. It was very aggressive and personal, and there's a reason for that. Many Western allies are wary of disobeying the ICC.
If charges were brought against someone, we're not in the habit of having political discussions about how we think it should end. We stand up for the rules. We want to live in a rules-based world.
But of course, the court is the court, and Sweden always upholds the multilateral system, and that also needs to be said very clearly.
Where the member states have said very much that the European Union supports the ICC for its central role in bringing justice to victims in all situations under its jurisdiction.
This warrant is a double-edged sword. On the one hand, it has united Israel's coalition. The opposition is now backing Prime Minister Netanyahu again, so is the United States. But the question is, for how long? The warrants may not end with Netanyahu. As the case drags on, more Israeli officials could get pulled up, like war cabinet members or military leaders or intelligence officials. And all this pressure will find its way to Netanyahu. His biggest weapon has been the ideological difference between Israel and Hamas. Hamas, a terror group, Israel, a democracy. He used that distinction to deflect blame. But these warrants are shattering that difference. It's something Israel cannot afford. Our next story is from Africa, from Zimbabwe in the south. The country is planning a railway overhaul, and it has decided to go to China for help. Zimbabwe has signed a deal with the Trans-Tech Engineering Corporation. It's a subsidiary of the China Railway Group. The deal is worth $533 million. The hope is that it will breathe new life into Zimbabwe's ailing railways. So first, let's look at the present situation. This is Zimbabwe, a landlocked country in southern Africa. The country has massive mineral reserves. From high-value minerals like lithium and chrome to basics like coal, Zimbabwe has it all. But it's one thing to have mineral wealth and another to be able to profit from it. Zimbabwe has been struggling with that second part. Because even if it extracts the minerals, without transportation, they're gathering dust or going up in smoke, literally. Take this report from last month. It talks about Zimbabwe's coal industry and how it suffers due to poor railway infrastructure. Coal companies are sitting on large stockpiles and they cannot move them. These stockpiles actually spontaneously combust while waiting for transportation. It highlights the problem. Abundant supplies, but no way to address them. That is why Zimbabwe wants to refurbish its railways. Back in the 1990s, when Zimbabwe's rail network was still mostly functional, it transported 18 million tons of freight annually. In 2023, it transported just 2.2 million tons. That's less than 15% of its prime capacity. So what happened here? The simple answer is neglect. Zimbabwe's railway system is over a century old. It was built by the British, just like they built the railways in India and other former colonies. This wasn't charity, though. It was to better exploit the colonies. And once the British got the boot in 1980, Zimbabwe was on its own. That's when they got independence, 1980. And it managed fine for a few years. Then the rail system's age began to show, and the country did not invest in modernization. Over time, the system has fallen to near ruin. Now, Zimbabwe is seeking to revive it. And look at how they plan to do it. With the help of the Chinese. These two countries have a long history of working together. Unfortunately, Zimbabwe has not learned from that history. After it became independent, it was sanctioned by the West. Its government was accused of unfairly treating the white minority population. So Zimbabwe turned to China for help. It knew that Beijing would not give it lectures. This new railway deal is an extension of that old relationship, even if it comes with obvious risks, like the Chinese terms and conditions. You see, Zimbabwe is not the only country where China wants to improve railroads. In nearby Zambia and Tanzania, China is planning to spend $1 billion. This was announced in February. China will revamp a rail line linking Zambian mines to the Indian Ocean. This is to secure access to minerals, the same as with Zimbabwe. But China is not satisfied with just the minerals of Zambia. It also wants to take over the railways of Zambia. under a system called Rehabilitate, Operate and Transfer. China will revamp the railway line, and in exchange, it will control the railways for 20 to 25 years. Will Zimbabwe be fine with a similar deal? Is it willing to hand over its rail system to China? Have they done it already? Zimbabwe has been dealing with the Chinese for years. It has not brought great prosperity to the country, despite numerous deals. Why is that? Because when it comes to Beijing, the devil is in the details. There won't be any judgment or lecture, but there's always a price to pay. So the people of Zimbabwe should be wary of what they've signed up for. Now let's shift our attention to Russia. With the election out of the way, Vladimir Putin has found a new project, making the Russian military stronger. The focus is on the Russian Navy. The force has suffered during the war with Ukraine. Moscow is now planning some big upgrades, big naval upgrades. This year, Russia plans to launch 12 new surface warships and 4 new submarines. Now, the West is already struggling to supply Ukraine with weapons. Russia's expanded navy could become a new headache for them. Our next report tells you why.
This is a Ukrainian naval drone, and they have been troubling the Russian Navy on the battlefield. They openly hunt the Russian Navy so far. They have proven to be effective by March this year. These drones had sunk 5 Russian vessels and caused serious damage to others. Moscow is planning some reinforcements. This year, the Russian Navy will receive some new toys: 12 surface warships and 4 submarines. These deliveries will be a major boost. Russian officials say these vessels will be 100% made in Russia. Western sanctions cut off Russia's access to the international markets. Ship makers have found it hard to procure the parts they need. But the sanctions accelerated Russia's push towards self-sufficiency. Russian officials say they have achieved total self-reliance. This has been a priority for the Russian president since last year. He has been pushing to build up the strength of the Russian Navy. In December alone, he had traveled to Russia's far north and unveiled 2 new nuclear submarines. He had promised to add more such weapons to Russia's arsenal. These formidable missile carriers, unparalleled in their class, begin their service in our Navy. We are consistently equipping the Navy with the most modern equipment and weapons, and, let me emphasize, we are increasing serial production. So far, Russia appears to be on track. The Russian Navy could be well on its way towards restoring its might on the high seas. For the Western powers, that's a problem. In the short term, Russia's new naval assets could be deployed in the Black Sea region, where Ukraine has managed to keep the Russian forces at bay. This has enabled Ukraine to continue with its exports without any major disruption. A surge in Russian deployments may complicate the situation. Ukrainian forces may find themselves fighting on a new front. Already, they are stretched. Ukraine's weapon supplies have been shrinking, and fresh supplies from the West are yet to reach the front lines. Zelensky has been pressuring his Western allies to speed up the deliveries.
Every decision to which we all together eventually arrive at comes about 1 year late. This is my view. This is how things are.
However, for the West, Russia's growing naval fleet presents a bigger challenge. Moscow could use the new naval resources to strengthen its presence in regions like the Arctic. Leading nations, from the United States to China, are vying to build their influence there. Thanks to the Arctic's rich reserves of natural resources, they could be worth over $1 trillion. Experts often point out that the high seas could be the next battleground. And Russia seems to be preparing for that possibility.
It was a big day for Indian markets. The indices closed flat, but not before setting a new record. The Indian stock market has hit $5 trillion. It's a very important feat. Only 4 stock markets have reached this figure: Hong Kong, China, the US and Japan. So India is the 5th to reach here. But what does this $5 trillion stand for? Its market capitalization, basically the value of all stocks listed in India, $5 trillion. Today, that value reached $5 trillion. It's certainly a moment to celebrate, but it's also a moment to introspect. There's a lot of interest in the Indian markets. And I don't mean foreign investors. They are expert traders. They know how to navigate tricky situations. I'm talking about ordinary Indian investors, people who are putting their savings in the market. It's a new phenomenon in India. Traditionally, Indians have been wary of the stock market. They think it's too risky and volatile. Instead, they preferred safer options like a bank deposit or gold. But nowadays, that trend is changing. Just look at the number of demat accounts. A quick side note, a demat account is like a special purse. It holds all your shares and securities. If you want to invest in the stock market, you need a demat account. Around 32 million of these accounts, 32 million demat accounts were opened in the last financial year. It was a new record for India. Overall, there are 150 million demat accounts. So Indians are investing more than ever before. There are two reasons for that. One, young Indians are more enthusiastic. They're not happy with meager returns. They like quick money. And two, buying stocks is now easier than ever. There are so many mobile applications available. You can just download and invest. Now, I know what you're thinking. What's wrong with this? Isn't investing in the market a good thing? Well, yes, it is. Investing is good. But the markets offer a lot more than that. For example, derivatives. These are not shares. These are financial contracts, sort of like an agreement to buy or sell, and it doesn't have to be today. The contract can be for a future date or price. I know it sounds complicated, but just know this. Derivatives are a lot more risky than shares, especially if you're new to it. Indian regulators have done some studies and they found that 90% of the active traders lose their money in derivatives, so the government is spooked.
Any unchecked explosion in retail trading of futures and options can create future challenges, not just for the markets, for the investor sentiment, and also for household finances. Household finances have made a generational shift, which I just explained. We want to safeguard that.
If it's so risky, why are people doing it? Because the reward is equally big. India's derivatives trading is worth $6 trillion. That's a six-fold increase from 2022. So my point is quite simple. Investing in the markets is good, but don't jump into the deep end. Study the markets, understand how they work, gauge the risks, and get good advice. And that last one is very important, especially in the age of finfluencers. These are influencers who give financial advice. It's quite shady stuff. What if a company has paid an influencer to promote a stock? What if the influencers themselves have bought the stock? What if the advice is just baseless? These are all genuine risks. India's market regulator SEBI has cracked down on some of them. A few of them have been fined, others have been barred from the markets, but a lot more needs to be done. The law says only licensed people can give out advice. But here's the problem. Finfluencers or financial influencers do not have offices with boards saying financial advice. They work online. There are thousands of them in India, so finding and regulating them is hard. Nonetheless, SEBI is trying. Reports say they're preparing new rules for social media. The idea is to regulate finfluencers to make them register before giving advice. It will be a long and drawn-out process. Still, it must be done. More and more Indians are entering the market, so it's important to protect their money, to make sure they know the risks involved. I guess the focus must be on awareness, like creating more advertisements or integrating in school syllabus. If not, people may lose interest and trust in the markets, and amid a boom, that's the last thing you want. It's been a rough week for OpenAI. Resignations, safety issues, a shady non-disclosure agreement. The company has seen it all, and now it's embroiled in a legal battle with Scarlett Johansson. The actor says the new AI model sounds like her. Apparently, Sam Altman had contacted her to voice the new model. She refused, yet the new model sounded like her. OpenAI has denied these allegations, but it has also taken down that version. So is the ChatGPT maker lying? And can the world trust OpenAI to make safe artificial intelligence? Our next report tells you.
Sam Altman says his favorite movie is Her. It's a story about a man who falls in love with his AI assistant. No guesses why the OpenAI CEO likes it. Even when ChatGPT unveiled its AI assistant, Sam Altman had one thing to say: Her. In the movie, the AI assistant is voiced by Scarlett Johansson. So, last September, Sam Altman tried contacting her. He wanted to use her voice to train the new GPT-4o system. Johansson thought about it, but in the end, she said no. You would think it would have ended there, but the actor was surprised when she heard the new GPT-4o demo. Why? Because it sounded just like her.
Which months do you see the hottest temperatures, and roughly what temperatures do those correspond to?
The hottest temperatures occur around July and August.
So Johansson wrote to OpenAI. She wanted to know how this new voice came about. Of course, OpenAI denied it. They said it wasn't Johansson's voice. They mentioned the voice belonged to another actor. But not many people bought this explanation, including Johansson herself. So OpenAI did the next best thing. They took down that voice, and it will no longer be available. You would think that would be the end of OpenAI's problems this week, but it was only scratching the surface. Last week, OpenAI released GPT-4o, a personal AI assistant model. It can do it all, from solving math equations to flirting. The launch created a lot of buzz, but that's where the trouble started as well. First came two top exits, that of Jan Lecker and Ilya Sutskever. Ilya Sutskever was an OpenAI co-founder, also the chief scientist. Jan Lecker led the superalignment team. It seemed like standard resignations until Lecker put up a post on X. He believed OpenAI was shifting away from its goals. They were putting out shiny products over safety. More resignations came soon after. They were from the superalignment team, the same team that's meant to prevent AI from going rogue. All the resignations had one thing in common. They had lost hope in OpenAI's ability to develop safe artificial intelligence. This was not a good look on the company that had just released a new AI model. Now, while OpenAI's personal assistant may have the answers for it all, its employees don't have it so easy. Why? Because of a non-disclosure agreement. You see, OpenAI offers employees equity. It's often far more than the salary they earn. The bigger the company grows, the larger their equity. But this equity is tied to an NDA. All employees must sign the contract. If they don't receive equity. And if they do sign it, they can't criticize the company even when they stop working for it. Quite a catch-22 situation, and Sam Altman knew about it. He even mentioned the company was looking at amending the agreements. But that doesn't change the current situation. The fact is, OpenAI may be bigger than ever, but the cracks are showing. This is a company whose core mission was to help humanity, to build AI for greater good. But artificial intelligence is expensive, and right now there's a lot of money at stake. So OpenAI needs to decide if it wants to make the best AI model that's a moneymaker, or whether it wants to ensure that AI is safe for all. Well, that's a question that only OpenAI and Sam Altman can answer.
Our next story is from India. It's about a crime that has the nation outraged. Early on Sunday morning, an accident took place. A car crashed into a motorcycle. The car driver was allegedly drunk. The two people on the bike were killed on the spot. This accident took place in the city of Pune in the state of Maharashtra, and it has led to a storm. The accident in itself was not an anomaly. In India, about 1,500 people were killed in drunk driving incidents in 2022. 1,500 people, that's more than 4 people every day. Drunk driving accidents are literally a daily affair in this country. But the Pune case has captured India's attention because of the perpetrator, because of the circumstances that led to the crash, and because of the aftermath. Let's go one at a time. The car driver was 17 years old. He was celebrating the result of his class 12 board exams. He allegedly got drunk with some friends and ended up killing 2 innocent strangers. But this isn't what outraged India. It was who the boy is and what he was driving. The perpetrator is the son of a famous builder, a boy born into wealth. He was celebrating his exam success at a number of posh pubs where he allegedly spent 48,000 rupees on booze and food. That's more than a month's salary for most of India. The car he was driving was a Porsche, a luxury car that most people in India can only dream of owning. He drove this car while allegedly drunk. He was driving at 160 kilometers per hour. That is when he lost control and rammed into the two victims. Their names are Anish Avadia and Ashwani Koshta. Both were 24 years old, engineers working in Pune. They were on a bike. They died on the spot. The Porsche eventually hit a road divider. It came to a halt. The 17-year-old and some of his friends got out of the vehicle. They were apprehended by some locals. Videos show them being beaten up by the people on the streets. The 17-year-old driver was later handed over to the cops. Again, this is the norm. Nothing out of the ordinary in India. But that's where the normal ends. Once the police took custody, public anger erupted because of how this boy was treated. He was given bail in 15 hours. That's almost unheard of. He underwent a breath test. It came out clean. Even though videos have surfaced of him drinking, the police have been accused of trying to shield him by fudging his breath test. But more than this, it was the punishment that appalled the nation. The 17-year-old was given no detention for killing the two innocents. Instead, he was asked to write an essay, a 300-word essay that reflects on the accident. He will also have to work with the Pune police. For 15 days, he will have to help them with managing traffic. 15 days. Since he was allegedly drinking and driving, the perpetrator has been mandated to seek help to quit drinking. That's it. Effectively, a slap on the wrist. This is why India is outraged, because it seems to be a case of special treatment, a rich child literally getting away with murder. The backlash has been fierce, and it has spurred the authorities into action. The 17-year-old's father, the famous builder, has been arrested. He's not alone though. The owner and the manager of the bar where the boy was allegedly drinking is also under arrest. Pune is also cracking down on its pubs. They will now be shut by 1:30 a.m. And then there's the biggest reaction to the outrage. The police is asking to try this 17-year-old as an adult. And here's where it gets complicated. The age of adulthood in India is 18, but children between 16 and 18 may be tried as adults in extreme cases for certain heinous crimes like murder or rape. The 17-year-old Porsche driver killed two people, but legally speaking, it was not murder. It was negligence leading to deaths, which is also a crime, but it's not the same as murder. There is no proof that the boy intentionally killed the two riders, meaning there is no just cause to try him as an adult. So why is this idea being floated? Is he the first underage drunk driver to accidentally kill people? Or is it because he's the first to do it in a Porsche? This is where it stops being about justice. What if the same thing had happened, but the 17-year-old was driving a smaller car? The exact same crime, the exact same deaths. Would there still have been calls to try him as an adult? If you harbor any doubts, then there's something wrong. India's outrage today is because of selective justice. It's about the rich walking away with a slap on the wrist, while ordinary people do not have the privilege. That is unjust, no doubt about it, and it should be countered. But to try a child as an adult when he is not one would also be wrong. He may be just a few months shy of 18, but he is not 18. It might seem unfair, but we agreed to take 18 as our year of adulthood. What's truly unfair is changing the rules because of what car the perpetrator was driving. Because that isn't justice. That would be vengeance. For our next story, let's talk about a feather. It sold for more than $28,000 in New Zealand. That makes it even more valuable than gold. But what's so special about this feather? It belongs to the huio bird. It's a native to New Zealand. It is important to the Maori culture. It's almost like a national treasure. But the huyu went extinct in 1907, and that makes its remains a collector's item. People are willing to pay millions for items linked to extinct species. But is that good for science? Should they just become a showpiece in someone's house? Our next story explores.
This is the huya. It has vibrant orange wattles, shiny black feathers, and its tail feathers have a white tip. The bird has a special place in New Zealand's heart. It's significant in Maori culture. It was already a rare bird to begin with. But with the Europeans coming in, there was a craze for its feathers. They hunted down the birds, and it led to the extinction of the huya. The last one was sighted around 1907. But while the bird may be long gone, its tail feathers have become a collector's item, prized for their historical and cultural significance. This one recently sold for $28,000. That makes it the most expensive feather to ever be sold. It weighs around 9 grams. That's around 5,169 per gram. By that estimate, it's even more valuable than gold. But what makes it so special? Well, many things. First, this feather is in excellent condition. It has retained its colors. It wasn't damaged by insects. Plus, it was preserved well. That, mixed with the sentiment related to the huya, drove up the price. But the auction did have a condition. The feather can't leave New Zealand. Highly prized items related to extinct species often fetch a lot of money. Like this dodo skeleton. It fetched nearly $500,000. The dodo is a flightless bird that lived on the island of Mauritius. It became extinct in the late 17th century, and that makes it a valuable piece of natural history. Just like the saber-toothed tiger skeleton, it's 40 million years old, around 4 feet long. These cats lived in the Americas and went extinct around 10,000 years ago. Similar to this rare Tasmanian tiger pelt, it was worth $250,000. Then there are fossilized dinosaur eggs. Those fetch close to $100,000 at auctions. But it's not the money that these items fetch that raises questions. It's the way they are sold. These items are a crucial part of natural history. But the high price tag creates some unwitting problems. Because skeletons are being smuggled. They are being sold over the internet. That way, they can end up in auctions and fetch ridiculous amounts of money. But scientists warn that these are finite resources. They are crucial to science. With such sales and sky-high prices, they just end up as an ornament in someone's living room.
Food is a basic human need, yet figuring out what to eat can be a complicated task. You must play a game of rapid fire. What should you eat? Should you go out or cook for yourself? What can you afford? Do you have time to prepare food? Do you have the right groceries? What is healthy, and should you care? Welcome to adulthood. This is going to be your life forever, and if things weren't messy already, prepare yourself for a hawkish culinary culture where certain foods are worshipped while others are vilified, and restrictive diets are celebrated. This pressure can be unpalatable, but there is a saving grace: intuitive eating. This diet trend is all the rage now. There are books, over 1 billion mentions on TikTok, and celebrity recommendations. And before you scoff, know that this diet trend is the farthest thing from dieting. In fact, intuitive eating is an anti-diet movement. So what is it? What is intuitive eating? It's a dietary approach based on one simple idea. Your body already knows what it needs. So intuitive eating focuses on a person's internal hunger cues. There is no eating plan, no calorie counting, no list of acceptable foods. You get to decide what you want to eat. I know this sounds like a chapter in the anarchist cookbook or a 10-year-old mastermind's proposition. You may as well eat pizza till you pass out and tear down health initiatives for children. But intuitive eating is not an all-you-can-eat permission. At its core, this approach is about intuition, about relying on your body, knowing what kinds of food feel good and how much of it you should eat. And science proves that this intuition exists. Junk food activates reward systems in the brain. It feels good in the moment, but it is not satisfying for long. Overeating or eating only junk does not feel good physically. It doesn't feel good mentally either, because human bodies want nourishing food. So intuitive dieting or eating balances nutrition with desires, or so they say, and it can be healthy for you, both physically and mentally. Studies say this improves blood pressure, blood sugar, and cholesterol levels. But it may not help you lose weight if that's what you're looking for. Most of its benefits are psychological. According to studies, it improves body image, self-esteem, and well-being. It reduces the guilt and shame around diets and creates more brain space to actually eat healthy. Intuitive eaters are more likely to eat fruits and vegetables and less likely to engage in harmful behaviors like taking diet pills or binge eating. Now, this may sound like woke propaganda. After all, this trend is a hit among Gen Z, but it may also be the need of the hour. 1 in 5 young people show signs of disordered eating worldwide because diet culture is ingrained in the modern society, so much so that research says that girls as young as 5 restrict their diets. 62% of younger women worry about their weight regularly, as do 40% of younger men. Yet, there is no winning. Chronic dieting sets us up to fail. It comes with strict rules. If you break one rule, all bets are off, and chances are you end up overeating. This takes a huge psychological toll. It is linked to depression, anxiety, and poor physical health. So it's a vicious cycle. Diet, cheat, give up, repeat. Because society rarely teaches us how to have a healthy relationship with food. Eating without rules feels risky. And as with most things in life, limits are crucial. But you don't have to police food. Also, intuitive eating may not work for everyone, but it can teach us how to understand our own impulses and quieten them. So my point is quite simple. When it comes to eating, sticks don't work. It's time we turn to carrots instead. And now it's time for Vantage Shorts, images that tell the story. In France, railway workers go on strike ahead of the Olympics, calling for more bonuses. In Iceland, successive volcanic eruptions disrupt tourism in the country. And a spectacular butterfly boom lures nature's lovers to China's Yunnan. Finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 1991, former Indian Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi was assassinated. Gandhi was campaigning in Tamil Nadu for the elections when he was killed by a suicide bomber. The bomber was linked to Sri Lankan Tamil terror group LTTE. We're leaving you on that note. Thanks for watching. We will see you tomorrow.
From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
We're beating Biden. How dare he say that?
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill, we know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America. We begin right here in the United States. President Joe Biden has come out in support of Israel after the International Criminal Court's prosecutor sought an arrest warrant for Israel's prime minister and defense minister. Now, speaking at an event from the White House marking Jewish American Heritage Month, the president called the world's court's request outrageous and unacceptable. Now, despite frosty relations, President Biden strongly defended Israel in its war against Hamas, refusing to label the military operation a genocide.
Let me be clear. We reject the ICC's application for arrest warrants against Israeli leaders. Whatever these warrants may imply, there is no equivalence between Israel and Hamas. And it's clear Israel wants to do all it can to ensure civilian protection. But let me be clear. Contrary to allegations against Israel made by the International Court of Justice, what's happening is not genocide. We reject that. We're going to always stand with Israel and the threats against its security.
The commander-in-chief doubled down on his comments, pledging ironclad support to Israel in its war against Hamas.
And my commitment to the safety of the Jewish people, security of Israel, and its right to exist as an independent Jewish state is ironclad. We stand with Israel to take out Sinwar and the rest of the butchers of Hamas. We want Hamas defeated. We'll work with Israel to make that happen. And consistent with Jewish values and compassion, kindness and dignity and human life.
And Democratic and Republican leaders joined President Biden in defending Israel against the World Court's arrest warrants for the Israeli leadership.
The ICC prosecutor's decision seeking arrest warrants for Israeli leaders alongside Hamas terrorists is not only profoundly unfair, but it is reprehensible. As disappointing as the ICC's decision is, it comes as no surprise, because for decades and decades, the ICC has shown it harbors deep biases against Israel. This decision, suggesting an equivalency between Israel and Hamas, is another glaring example of that bias against Israel.
In the same breath, the self-aggrandizing prosecutor of the International Criminal Court applied for arrest warrants for both Hamas chief terrorists and Israel's duly elected prime minister. It's a damning development.
Now, Republican lawmakers from Texas and New York even went so far as to urge President Biden to sanction the International Criminal Court and revoke visas of individuals involved in the investigation. The International Criminal Court's prosecutor had requested an arrest warrant for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Defense Minister Yoav Gallant on May 20th. The World's Court request also includes arrest warrants for senior Hamas leaders, including its group leader, Yahya Sinwar. However, despite Washington backing Israel, some nations actually celebrated the International Court's request. South Africa, which actually brought the genocide case against Israel to the World Court, has welcomed the prosecutor's announcement of issuing arrest warrants. And joining the African nation are Turkey, Colombia, Egypt, and France, the only Western power to back the World Court's request. And staying in the United States, former President Donald Trump has managed to spark outrage once again, this time using language invoking echoes of Nazi Germany again. Donald Trump posted a video on his Truth social media platform showing hypothetical headlines if the Republican Party's presumptive nominee was in fact reelected. The short clip had a big headline that said, "What next for America?" and was followed by smaller headlines including "The economy booms," "The border is closed," and "The creation of a unified Reich." Now, the word Reich is commonly used in reference to the Third Reich, which was the official name of Nazi Germany under Adolf Hitler. Donald Trump's campaign says they did not see that the video had the word Reich in it before it was posted and viewed by millions. Donald Trump, of course, has a long history of invoking language glorifying Nazi Germany and has often dined with white supremacists accused of being anti-Semites. Now, President Joe Biden's campaign has slammed Donald Trump for the anti-Semitic rhetoric and accused the Republican of having dictator-like tendencies. Now, the video was posted when Donald Trump was in New York attending his hush money trial on Monday afternoon. Monday also marked Trump's former aide turned foe, Michael Cohen's fourth and final day on the witness stand. Cohen maintained that he made the hush money payment to adult film actor Stormy Daniels on behalf of Donald Trump. However, the former lawyer also admitted to stealing tens of thousands of dollars from Trump's own company as the prosecution rested its case. Walking out of the courtroom, Donald Trump seemed oblivious to the political storm caused by his references to Nazi Germany as he mercilessly attacked President Joe Biden.
Nobody's ever seen anything like this. This is a witch hunt. This is a witch hunt. This is to damage crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of our country, by far, to damage his political opponent. That's all this is. A highly political judge, a totally conflicted judge, who just did something that nobody's ever seen. And the press is not happy, I don't imagine. They just got thrown out of a courthouse. Nobody's ever seen anything quite like it.
Now, with closing arguments in the historical trial just a week away, Donald Trump said his lawyers have urged Judge Juan Merchan to drop the case altogether.
I think the case is going very well. We've asked for termination of the case. This case should be terminated. This shouldn't go anywhere. It should be terminated right now. And New York State has to build up its system again. New York State can't let this happen. Can't let this happen. There were no crimes. We did nothing wrong. And I want to get back to campaigning. I'm representing millions and millions, hundreds of millions of people.
Now, Donald Trump's repeated references to Nazi Germany is meant to energize and excite the white nationalist fervor within the MAGA base. However, it's unclear if such rhetoric plays well with key independents and suburban soccer moms, the voters that will in fact decide the outcome of this race. And now, moving to the war in Europe, Russia launched a deadly assault on a popular lake resort on the outskirts of the Ukrainian city of Kharkiv on Monday. At least 11 people have been killed with over 40 wounded as Ukrainian first responders arrived at the deadly attack. Ukraine has accused Russia of deliberately targeting civilians who were simply enjoying their vacation at the resort. And with the country's northeast region witnessing increased fighting, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has called the situation on the battlefield the most difficult since the Russian invasion began back in February of 2022. And now, in what seems like a desperate attempt to protect his people, President Zelensky has urged NATO to step in and stop the Russian onslaught. The Ukrainian president wants NATO members to launch fighter jets from NATO air bases that would shoot down incoming Russian missiles.
Russians are using 300 planes on the territory of Ukraine. We need at least 120 to 130 planes to resist, to fight back in the sky. You can't provide that right now. Okay, so we're going back to air defense. You can't provide that either. F-16s, you can't provide that yet. So we are returning to the planes that you have on the territory of neighboring NATO countries. Raise them up. They are there. Use them. Shoot down targets. Protect civilians.
Now, Zelensky says that since NATO would only be defending Ukraine against Russian attacks, it did not imply that the Western Security Alliance would be in direct confrontation with Moscow.
Can they do this? I'm sure that yes. Is this an attack by NATO countries? No. They would shoot down a missile that would potentially blow up a gas storage facility from where gas is transported to NATO countries. Is this protecting it? Yes. Or they would shoot down a missile that could potentially hit civilians of a NATO country. Is this defending them? Yes.
Now, under NATO Charter's Article 5, NATO members provide collective defense to each other and respond if a NATO ally is in fact attacked. An attack on one means an attack on all. However, Ukraine is still negotiating its entry into the security alliance and is not yet a member of NATO. But President Zelensky says that defending against Russian missiles would not invoke Article 5, as NATO would only be defending Ukraine and would not be directly involved in the war. The Ukrainian president's request for NATO to provide defense comes despite Vladimir Putin's repeated warnings to NATO against helping Kyiv. Putin has repeatedly warned NATO of starting World War III if it becomes directly involved in the conflict in Ukraine. And now shifting focus to the Middle East, Saudi Arabia's national airline has signed a deal with European plane maker Airbus in the largest deal ever in the country's aviation history. The airline has placed a hefty order for 105 planes, reportedly worth $19 billion. Now, this comes just months after Airbus' American rival Boeing had been tipped that it would, in fact, win more Saudi business. However, Boeing has been making headlines for all the wrong reasons. Our next report goes inside the competition between the two plane makers and how Airbus came out on top.
Saudi Arabia's national airline has signed its largest ever aircraft deal with Airbus. Saudia Airlines has placed a hefty order for 105 planes, which marks a bounce back for the French plane maker just months after its American rival Boeing had been tipped to win more Saudi business. Saudia Group, the parent company of Saudi Arabia's national airline and its budget carrier Flyer Deal, says this is the biggest deal in the country's aviation history. The group's Director General Ibrahim Al Omar says the first planes would be delivered in the first quarter of 2026. At present, Saudia Group's current fleet includes 93 Airbus and 51 Boeing aircraft. Now the latest deal increases the group's existing backlog of Airbus orders to 144 aircraft. The 105 newly ordered jets are from the A320neo family and are reportedly worth $19 billion. In a separate statement, Al Omar said that the latest Airbus deal would help realize Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman's Vision 2030. It's a program launched by Riyadh that aims to diversify the nation's economy away from oil. A key part of it is making Saudi Arabia an attractive destination for tourists. The country hopes to attract 150 million tourists every year by 2030. Al Omar says his group is increasing flights and seat capacity for more than 100 existing destinations across 4 continents, which will ultimately boost the Saudi Kingdom's tourism sector and meet growing demand. This comes as Saudi Arabia plans to become a new regional aviation hub. In March, Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman launched a new national airline called Riyadh Air. And last year, he announced plans to transform the Riyadh airport into a 6-runway hub. The latest deal between Saudia Group and Airbus comes as bad news for the French aircraft maker's US rival, Boeing. In November last year, Riyadh Air said it was weeks away from placing a large order reportedly involving the Boeing 737 MAX. But months later, no such order has surfaced, and instead, all the spotlight is on Airbus. Boeing has also been facing backlash over a series of safety failures, including a mid-air blowout of part of a plane's fuselage. This prompted several probes into Boeing's practices and an executive shakeup. But the trouble for the American aircraft maker is not new. It has been struggling for 6 years, ever since its 737 MAX aircraft fatally crashed in 2018 and 2019. This resulted in a 20-month grounding of Boeing's best-selling plane, after which the COVID-19 pandemic added to more of its losses. Since 2019, Boeing has reportedly adjusted losses of more than $31 billion, and its stock prices plummeted by almost 28% since the beginning of this year. It has a backlog of orders for more than 5,600 commercial jets worth $529 billion. The plane maker is unable to manufacture planes on time as it's trying to resolve its quality issues. And now, with losing business in Saudi Arabia to Airbus, it seems like Boeing's flight has been further delayed.
And finally, artificial intelligence firm OpenAI has made an Avenger furious. The company launched a conversational model of its AI chatbot ChatGPT last week. And actor Scarlett Johansson thinks it has an eerily similar voice to hers. The Hollywood superstar claims that OpenAI offered her to voice another AI model, which she declined last September. Now, amid the criticism, OpenAI has suspended the AI voice. However, it says the voice was not derived from Johansson's, but instead belongs to a different professional actor. Our final report looks at the growing controversy.
With its latest ChatGPT upgrade just last week, tech company OpenAI has found itself in legal trouble. This time from an Avenger. Coming after the artificial intelligence research organization is Hollywood superstar Scarlett Johansson. OpenAI recently launched a conversational model of its AI chatbot, called GPT-4o, and it has shocked and angered the Black Widow actor. Johansson says the voice that the new AI model uses is eerily similar to hers.
Frankly, I'm feeling a little bit nervous. Can you help me calm my nerves a little bit?
Oh, you're doing a live demo right now? That's awesome. Just take a deep breath. And remember,
Johansson also claims that OpenAI CEO Sam Altman reached out to her last September and offered to hire her to voice the current ChatGPT 4.0 system. However, she declined the offer for personal reasons. Now, Johansson adds, and I quote, "9 months later, my friends, family and the general public all noted how much the newest system named Sky sounded like me." End quote. Johansson is not the only one to find OpenAI's new chatbot's voice like hers. When the upgrade debuted last week, critics and social media users were quick to point out the similarity.
Okay, I'll try again. Breathing in and breathe out.
that's it. How do you feel?
I feel a lot better. Thank you so
The
much.
flirty and conversational tone of the chatbot drew comparisons to the film Her that released in 2013. Set in the near future, the movie Her sees actor Joaquin Phoenix fall in love with his phone's AI voice assistant that is voiced by Scarlett Johansson. In the film, Phoenix is left heartbroken when the AI admits she is in love with hundreds of other users. Now, when OpenAI showed off its new model on May 13th, Altman referenced the name of the same movie in a post on X. Johansson said Altman used this post to insinuate the similarity was intentional. The actor's allegations come after OpenAI said it was hitting the pause button on the new model. The retreat followed massive backlash to the AI model that was described as being overly familiar and a product of a male developer's fantasy. Now OpenAI says the voice in question is not derived from Johansson's but instead belongs to a different professional actor who used her own natural speaking voice.
The maximum temperature during these months is roughly between 25 degrees and 30 degrees.
CEO Altman has given more clarification, saying we cast the voice actor behind Sky's voice before any outreach to Miss Johansson. Out of respect for Miss Johansson, we have paused using Sky's voice in our products. We are sorry to Miss Johansson that we didn't communicate better, end quote. However, Johansson says she hired legal counsel and sent 2 letters to Altman, following which OpenAI reluctantly agreed to take down the AI voice. OpenAI's dispute with Johansson adds to its ongoing legal disputes with artists, writers, and other creatives. The company is currently facing multiple lawsuits alleging unauthorized use of copyrighted material to train its algorithms. But time and again, OpenAI has refuted these claims, saying it respects the rights of the owners and hopes AI technology would only benefit them in the long run.
That's our show for today. We certainly thank you so much for tuning in. We hope to see you right back here again tomorrow. Thanks again for watching.
Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. We begin with a focus on Kenyan President William Ruto's state visit to the United States. President Ruto is the first African leader to be hosted for a state visit since US President Joe Biden was elected in 2020. President Joe Biden will host President Ruto at the White House on the 23rd of May. The visit by Ruto marks 60 years of US-Kenya diplomatic relations. Kenya is a key U.S. ally in Eastern Africa. The two nations share strong military and defense cooperation. As the war in East Africa against al-Qaeda affiliate al-Shabaab intensifies, the two leaders are set to discuss ways to bolster cooperation in trade, security, energy, health, climate, and technology. Now, the White House said the visit will strengthen shared commitment to advance peace and security and to stand together in defense of democratic values. Ahead of visiting Washington, Kenya's President William Ruto and First Lady Rachel Ruto visited Atlanta, where President Ruto delivered a speech on governance and democratic values. But a key point of talks between William Ruto and Joe Biden will be debt relief for Kenya. One of Washington's objectives in scheduling the high-profile visit by the Kenyan leader is countering China's rising influence in Africa. Kenya has reportedly been grappling with acute liquidity challenges, and China is Kenya's biggest creditor. So the US is urging China and other big creditors to offer relief to debtor countries. Washington is also urging international financing institutions to offer low-cost financing to Kenya and other African countries. Last month, the US warned China and other countries that have lent extensively to low-income nations against free riding by collecting debt service payments and curtailing follow-on loans. US and its Western allies have been frustrated about Beijing's slow pace of debt relief deals. For over 20 years now, China has systematically increased its involvement in Africa. Beijing has been doing this through tactical use of its Belt and Road Initiative, using infrastructure investments to make inroads across the continent. Beijing remains by far the largest lender to African countries. China is also Africa's largest two-way trading partner and far exceeds the US-Africa trade. Now, the US has repeatedly expressed concerns over China's military activities in Africa. So will Joe Biden's meeting with Kenyan President William Ruto aim at countering China's growing influence in the continent? Africa's Red Sea coast, where a country named Eritrea lies, which is over the years has earned a rather controversial nickname. It is called Africa's North Korea. Now, like North Korea, Eritrea does not have nuclear weapons. But both Eritrea and North Korea have been sanctioned by the UN. But Eritrea was only subject to an arms embargo, which was lifted in 2018. Now, ordinary Eritreans enjoy much more exposure to the outside world than North Koreans. Satellite television is common, and internet, though slow, is apparently uncensored in Eritrea. The African nation has also picked fights with its neighbors, but unlike North Korea, it does not pose an existential threat to any of them. Now, aren't these reasons good enough for why Eritrea is not like North Korea? Well, the similarities are even better. Eritrea is a country that has been emerging from decades of conflict. It is located in the Horn of Africa on the western coast of the Red Sea, bordered by Sudan, Ethiopia, and Djibouti. Now, its liberation war from neighboring Ethiopia began in the 1960s and only ended in 1991. It was one of Africa's longest-running conflicts. Then Eritrea fought a war with Ethiopia between 1998 and the year 2000. It was one of the bloodiest in African history. The war ended formally only in 2018. Now, over the past decade, so many people have left Eritrea that it is called the world's fastest emptying nation. Eritrea and North Korea are both one-party states whose rulers have no appetite for criticism. President Isaias Afwerki is the only leader the country has known in over 3 decades of independence. His party is the only one allowed. He controls both the executive and the legislative branches. Human rights activists say that he has turned the country into a dusty prison camp. Eritrea, like North Korea, became a military state. It has a government-supported compulsory system of indefinite conscription. Now, according to reports, there have been several instances of torture, violence, and forced labor. Even young school children are not exempt from the abusive system. The United Nations says it amounts to slavery. Fearing that the citizens may flee, the Eritrean government locks them in. To leave, a conscript requires a permit, which is almost never granted. The only alternative left is to escape, but this comes with the risk of being shot by having to pay a bribe. Now, this quite mirrors North Korea's model. Now, both the countries are also closed economies with almost no private sector, preaching virtues of self-reliance, with trade abruptly stopped and a once invisible border replaced by an iron curtain. Eritrea's long Cold War with Ethiopia had effects similar to those of the Korean War. Prolonged conflicts and severe drought and adversely impacted agriculture. Now, there are no independent media outlets in either of the countries, and the government controls the narrative and tightly restricts access to information in both Eritrea and North Korea. Now, in 2021, Reporters Without Borders ranked Eritrea as the worst offender globally, surpassing even North Korea. But unlike North Korea, Eritrea does admit to some of its policies being repressive. However, the government says the policies were a temporary response to threats from Ethiopia. Now, it says peace between the neighbors will bring in change for its people. Can Eritrea get this label of being called Africa's North Korea gone anytime soon? From Eritrea, now on to Cameroon. For 7 years, the country has been gripped by a civil war, marred by clashes between government forces and armed separatists. Now, while Cameroon does face multiple crises, the Anglophone conflict is the most damaging. Also known as the Ambazonia War, the conflict is in Cameroon's English-speaking northwest and southwest regions. Caught in the middle of the civil war is a singer. Afro soul star Libyanka, who has lived in the United States for most of her life, is from Cameroon's Bamenda. The once thriving city of Bamenda is now the heart of the civil war. In 2022, Libyanka gained global recognition with her hit song People. Her social media bio proudly proclaims it is Libyanka from Bamenda. But in recent weeks, the singer has been receiving death threats for performing with a Cameroonian flag. Several of her social media posts, too, have pictures of her with a Cameroonian flag during tours. The singer was forced to postpone her North American tour last month due to threats. Libyanka received over 50 threats from Cameroonian separatist group, the Amba Boys, who want English-speaking parts of the country, like Bamenda, to become an independent state. For Libyanka, waving her country's flag during her live shows was a gesture of reverence for her heritage, but the separatist groups see it as support for the country's president, Paul Biya, the 91-year-old who has been in power for 42 years and might seek re-election next year. The Cameroonian president is one of the longest-serving leaders in Africa. Cameroon's Ambazonia War started in 2017. It has killed over 6,000 people and left over 700,000 displaced. But the deep rift goes back all the way to the country's colonial history. After the First World War, the French received a much bigger size of the colony, while the English got smaller regions. In the 1960s, when Cameroon became independent, the Anglophone region demanded a separate state. But a united country was created, which the Anglophone region called a sham. Outcries continued over decades, but massive protests erupted in the year 2016 after Francophone judges were appointed in the English-speaking regions of the country. Now, the protesters also opposed the imposition of French in classrooms and as a default language for national tests. Clashes broke out between security forces and protesters, many of whom were imprisoned. In 2017, thousands of protesters took to the streets, waving blue and white flags for Ambazonia. Now, that year, the separatists declared independence, and since then, government forces and separatist groups have been locked in a deadly conflict. In addition to fighting within the country, separatists have now taken to aggressively threatening civilians and popular figures who do not appear to be supporting their secessionist agenda, making apolitical popular artists like La Bianca a target. And finally, to our special segment, Resurgent Africa. Amid stories of coups and crises, we get you tales of hope and positivity that often get overlooked, but not on this show. Imagine a place where community spirit is so strong, it can rebuild history every year. Welcome to Mali, where thousands gather annually to replaster the great mosque of Djenné, the world's largest mud brick building. This isn't just any old maintenance task, it's a festive, cultural celebration that brings everyone together. Our final report explains.
In the African country of Mali, the community bonds are strong. It is evidenced by their collective engagement and activities. One such activity is the annual replastering of the Great Mosque of Djenné, the world's largest mud brick building situated in the heart of the nation. Each year, thousands of Malians gather to safeguard their cultural heritage. Hundreds of people participate in the ritualistic plastering process, which is crucial for maintaining the mosque's integrity. During the event, responsibilities are divided among the crowd, with men climbing the mosque walls to add mud, while women and children ensure a steady supply of water and clay. People every year look forward to this activity.
I came to help. I carried water here. May God give us the chance to see this activity next year.
This annual effort is essential. A new layer of mud must be applied before the rainy season every year. It's to prevent the building from falling into disrepair. It draws tens of thousands of tourists annually. The replastering serves not only as a practical maintenance task, but also as a symbol of peace for the locals.
The plastering of the mosque is a symbol of peace. The poor, the rich, everyone is here for this activity. We will continue this tradition from generation to generation. We will pass it on to our children, and they in turn will do the same. Each year, the organizers choose a leader from among us. This plastering protects the city of Djenné.
However, the significance of this communal effort is underscored by the precarious state of the mosque. The building is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, but it has been on its danger list since 2016. Only those sites are added to the list that face an imminent danger. The threats can range from rapid urban or tourist development projects, land destruction, and rising sea levels. Mali in particular has faced political conflicts and civil wars, with Islamist insurgencies spreading across the country over the past decade. The gravity of the situation was highlighted in 2022. Mali's main military camp was attacked by Islamist militants. It nearly jeopardized the annual mosque replastering event. In 2020 and 2021, Mali saw violent military coups. And ever since the military junta took over, the woes of the people have worsened. From the cost of living crisis to their economy taking a dip, Mali has witnessed it all. However, amid political conflicts and civil unrest, people come together to preserve something that's their own. They don't shy away or think that there is danger. They take pride to give back to their society.
A lot of people talk about insecurity, and we hear that we can't come to Jenny because there is insecurity.
The annual replastering of the Great Mosque of Jenny in Mali stands as a testament, a proof of the community's unwavering spirit of community and resilience in the face of adversity. Despite the region's tumultuous history marked by political conflicts and militant insurgencies, the collective effort to safeguard this UNESCO World Heritage Site symbolizes the deep-rooted commitment of the Malian people. They want to preserve their cultural identity and heritage to ensure that their shared legacy endures for generations to come.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching and goodbye.
Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma.
ترحم على محمد وآل محمد إن كانوا مسيئين فتجاوز عنهم.
It's a funeral/spectacle, a procession that is also a performance. This is how Iran bids farewell to its leaders. Massive crowds on the streets, people weeping in public and chants of death to America. Yes, there is grief, but there is also political messaging. Let's show you the pictures first. Ibrahim Raisi's funeral procession is covering multiple cities. Yesterday, it was in Tabriz and Qom. Today, it was in Tehran. And the residents of the capital did not disappoint. Tens of thousands of them turned up. They swarmed the open truck that was carrying the coffins. Many of these people offered flowers. Others held up posters of the dead officials. Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was also present. He personally led the funeral prayers. Beside him was the acting president of Iran. He was weeping as Khamenei repeated the prayers. Take a look.
ترحم على محمد وآل محمد الحين الله أكبر.
Foreign dignitaries also attended, although some of them do not deserve to be called that, like Hamas chief Ismail Haniyeh and the Taliban's foreign minister. Both men led delegations to Tehran. Haniyeh got a personal meeting with Supreme Leader Khamenei. He welcomed him with a hug. Iran's partner countries also sent representatives. Russia's head of parliament, Turkey's vice president, the Prime Minister of Iraq, the Prime Minister of Pakistan, the Vice Premier of China, and the Vice President of India, that's Jagdeep Dhankar. He reached Tehran earlier today and paid his respects to Ibrahim Raisi. Of course, Western countries stayed away. Most of them do not have diplomatic ties with Iran, so they did not send any delegation. Even this short guest list is important. It shows that Iran still has friends, powerful friends. But the regime will be more focused on the domestic attendees, the people of Iran. We've seen this before too. Funerals for top leaders attract thousands of people, often millions. The first instance was in 1989. That's when Iran's first supreme leader, Ayatollah Khomeini, died. Guess how many mourners turned up? According to Iran, 10 million people. That was 1/6 of Iran's population. They turned up to bid farewell to the supreme leader. Another instance was in 2017. Former President Hashemi Rafsanjani died of a cardiac arrest. He was a founding father of the Islamic Republic, so the turnout was massive. Reports say 2 million mourners turned up for him. He was buried next to Khomeini. The third instance was in 2020. Iranian General Qasem Soleimani was killed by the US. Once again, massive turnout. Around 1 million people attended his funeral. Now, all these instances are different. Khomeini was a supreme leader. Rafsanjani was a founding father and president. Soleimani was killed by Iran's great Satan, the US. So there was grief plus anger. And these crowds matter for the Iranian regime. It is not a real democracy. It doesn't hold free and fair elections, so Western countries question its legitimacy, and this is the regime's response. It's like saying, look at the crowd, look at how many Iranians adore and weep for us. But this time there are two questions. One, how big is the turnout? Iran has not released a number yet, but other countries will be watching closely because Raisi's death is different from others. He was not a career politician, he was not killed by the United States, he was not a founding father, nor was he a charismatic cleric. So what if mourners do not turn up in the millions? That's a worry for the Iranian regime. And question number two, is this turnout genuine? Honestly, it's hard to say. Raisi was a hardline conservative politician, and Iranian conservatives do turn up at such events. They're loyal to the regime. Listen in.
It was a very tragic incident for everyone, and especially for the people of the West Asia region, because Mr. Raisi was the symbol of service and devotion for the people.
There will not be a noticeable disruption in the system because of his absence. Even maybe the system can do better in political, international and financial aspects due to this incident and the unity people showed.
But others may have attended out of curiosity or fear. Iran has declared 5 days of mourning. Government offices and schools are shut. So what do people do? Some may have thought might as well attend the funeral. Plus there is fear of reprisals. Some Tehran residents apparently got text messages saying what? That everyone must attend the funeral. And when you get a message like that in Iran, you do not question it. You just do it. The regime has already given strong messages to dissidents. They've been told, do not celebrate. If you do, you will face charges. So I guess the sentiment is mixed. Grief plus fear. But the regime's job is not done yet. The funeral is supposed to signal their popularity. Next, they must signal their stability. Iran's parliament held a special session on Tuesday, and Khamenei has said that operations will not be disrupted. So the message is quite clear. The regime is as strong as ever. Whether that's true or not is a different question altogether. So in public, the regime is presenting a united front. They're signaling that the death of President Raisi has not weakened Iran's leadership or the regime's grip on power. But behind the scenes, it's a completely different story. Power brokers are making swift moves. The infighting has begun. Some regime loyalists are positioning themselves to grab power and win support of the supreme leader. I'm talking about Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. He controls all the levers of power in Iran, from the government to the parliament, the judiciary and Iran's foreign policy. Khamenei controls everything in this country. He also dictates the outcome of Iran's elections. And yes, there is an election, but it's heavily rigged. For starters, not everyone can contest. You need a green light from the supreme leader. He signs off on all the candidates. The voting process is a mere formality. The result is predetermined. It will be the same for the next president. He'll be picked behind closed doors before the voters reach the ballots. So who are the contenders? The list keeps getting longer every day. These are the names we've already told you about. Now, two more names have been added to this list. Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, the current Speaker of Iran's parliament. He ticks the right boxes for the regime. Ghalibaf is a hardliner. He has administrative experience. In the past, he has served as Iran's police chief and Tehran's mayor. More importantly, he is believed to be close to the IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, IRGC, the powerful and influential armed force. They protect the regime and its power. They report to the supreme leader. If these guards, the IRGC, back Ghalibaf, he has a good chance of becoming president. Another presidential contender is Ali Larijani, again a hardliner. Larijani has served with the Revolutionary Guards. He was also Iran's nuclear negotiator and the son of a famous Ayatollah. Iran's conservatives may find that background appealing. Plus, Larijani has tried his luck in the past. He was stopped from challenging Ibrahim Raisi in 2021. Observers say the regime wanted to give Raisi a clear field, and Larijani lacked charisma as a candidate. But now that Raisi is out of the picture, will he get support this time? Guess we'll have to wait and see. Meanwhile, one candidate seems to be losing support already. That is Saeed Jalili. We told you about him yesterday. Jalili has been a key player in shaping Iran's foreign policy. Like the rest of the candidates, he too is a hardliner. But the conservatives do not really like him. Some of them are trying to block him. They've sent messages to the supreme leader, according to reports. They want to block Saeed Jalili from contesting. But where does the Ayatollah stand? He's unlikely to spell it out in public, especially when his own son is in contention. I'm talking about Mojtaba Khamenei. His name is being widely mentioned, especially in the Western press. He's being called a potential successor, not only to President Raisi, but also to his father, the supreme leader. However, Mojtaba Khamenei faces two significant obstacles. First is his profile. He's never held any public office. He has largely remained away from public life, so he's untested. He may or may not be able to whip up the same level of support as his father. The second challenge is this. Mojtaba's nomination would go against the principles of the Islamic Republic. In 1979, when the Shah was overthrown and the hardliners rose to power in Iran, they declared an Islamic rule. They said it marks an end to the hereditary rule of the Shah. Now, can those same men elevate the son of their leader? It would be very bad optics for the regime, and at a time when they already face a crisis of legitimacy.
The system is also suffering from a domestic legitimacy crisis. They have just wrapped up their parliamentary elections, and there was record low public turnout. In the second round of voting in Tehran, only 8% of the population voted. So the political establishment is going to put on a brave face.
So it won't be an easy choice for the supreme leader of Iran. He must navigate a tricky minefield. He has to demonstrate stability and ensure a smooth transition. And to complicate matters, the Ayatollah does not have a lot of time. The election is barely 6 weeks away. We'll be tracking this story for you. Let's turn to Israel now. Their Western allies are deeply divided. Over what? The arrest warrant for Benjamin Netanyahu. The warrant has not been issued yet, but prosecutors at the ICC are asking for it. That's the International Criminal Court, the ICC. If issued, this warrant would put Western nations in a tough spot. Some of them do recognize the ICC, like France, Germany and Italy. So technically, they must arrest Netanyahu on their soil. But the question is, will they? This is where the divisions emerge. France and Germany have supported the ICC, so have countries like Sweden and Denmark. They say rule of law must be followed. But the old Anglosphere gang is against it. I'm talking about Britain and the US. Joe Biden has already rejected the warrant bid, and now Rishi Sunak has joined in. The British Prime Minister says it's an unhelpful development.
Deeply unhelpful development. Of course, it's still subject to a final decision, but it remains deeply unhelpful nonetheless. There is no moral equivalence between a democratic state exercising its lawful right to self-defense and the terrorist group Hamas.
It's not a problem for the US. They do not accept the ICC's jurisdiction, so warrants do not matter to them. In fact, US Republicans are looking to host Prime Minister Netanyahu. They want him to address the US Congress. But for the UK, it's different. They do accept the ICC's jurisdiction. So if a warrant is issued, they will face a tough choice. And Rishi Sunak may have rejected the warrant, but he's not taking on the ICC. He's choosing his words carefully. The US, though, is in full attack mode. Their Congress is considering punitive action against the International Criminal Court. In other words, they want sanctions. But any such move will need President Biden's support. Will the president give it? His top diplomat was asked this question. Listen to his response.
We want to work with you on a bipartisan basis to find an appropriate response. I'm committed to doing that. As you say, the devil's in the details, so let's see what you got, and we can take it from there.
It's not a yes, but it's also not a no, and that is a worrying response from Blinken. He's talking about sanctioning a court, and not just any court, a global court recognized by more than 120 countries. It would be a very dangerous move, although not an unprecedented one. Let me take you back to 2002. The US Congress passed a similar legislation. It was nicknamed the Hague Invasion Act. The Hague is where the ICC is located. And what did this law say? That the US must use, and I'm quoting, any means necessary to free US leaders from the Hague. Suppose a US politician is arrested or a US general is being prosecuted, then Washington can even use force to free him. Hence the nickname, the Hague Invasion Act. So the US does have bad blood with the ICC, but this time it's a lot more complicated. For starters, the ICC is not prosecuting American leaders, they're chasing Israeli leaders. Secondly, many Americans agree with the warrant or the warrant bid. Let me show you what happened at a congressional hearing. Senator Lindsey Graham was speaking to Antony Blinken. He said if warrants are issued for Netanyahu, then US leaders would be next. Listen to how the crowd responded.
We, hopefully, together will find a way to register our displeasure with the ICC, because if they'll do this to Israel, we're next. This group tried to come after our soldiers. Yeah, you can clap all you want to.
They started clapping. It tells you what US public opinion is. And that should worry Benjamin Netanyahu. In the short run, this warrant bid could benefit him. Joe Biden is supporting him again. Even his domestic rivals have offered support. But what about the long run? Just look at the charges against Netanyahu. Starvation of civilians, intentional attack on civilians, and murder/extermination. These are crimes against humanity. If proven, it could further destroy Israel's credibility. It could make Israel a pariah. In fact, it's already happening. 3 European nations have decided to recognize Palestine as a country: Ireland, Spain, and Norway. The announcement was made today. It will be implemented on the 28th of May. Listen to how the Spanish leader justified his move.
And if one thing is clear to me, it is that Prime Minister Netanyahu has no peace project for Palestine. Fighting the terrorist group is legitimate and necessary after the events of October 7th. But Netanyahu is creating so much pain and so much destruction and so much rancor in Gaza and the rest of Palestine that the viability of two-state solution is in serious danger.
Does this change anything? On the ground, no. Palestine still doesn't have its own territory, so by extension, it's not a country. But politically, this is significant. It shows how isolated Israel is becoming. They're lashing out at these three countries. Israel's ambassadors have been recalled from there, so Netanyahu is in no mood to climb down. But can he afford this isolation? The US too has carried out many crimes against humanity, but the US has a huge economy and a big military. So no one wants to isolate them. Israel cannot risk that. It's not America. It's a point that we made before in Russia's context. A war is not just about military wins, it's also about political wins. Right now, Israel is winning on the battlefield, but it's losing the political war. Speaking of Russia, Vladimir Putin has ordered new drills. Not your routine ones. This drill involves tactical nuclear weapons. So the stakes are very high, and so are the political implications. The drills are taking place in Russia's southern military district. It shares a border with Ukraine. Yesterday was the first stage of the drill, the preparation. This involves a lot of important steps like loading fake warheads to launch vehicles, driving to the launch site, and also loading missiles on warplanes. Take a look at this. A couple of questions here. One, what are these tactical nukes? And two, why is Russia practicing with them now? There are two types of nuclear weapons, tactical and strategic. Strategic weapons are your big bombs. They can destroy entire cities. But tactical weapons are like mini nukes, powerful but targeted. They cannot wipe out an entire city, but they can cause considerable damage. Most of these tactical weapons were built during the Cold War. Russia is said to have around 2,000 of them, and the US less than 200. The Americans gradually stopped making tactical nukes, but Russia is still holding on to them. Which brings us to the second question. Why is Moscow holding this drill now? This is what the Defense Ministry is saying, and I'm quoting, to ensure the territorial integrity and sovereignty of the Russian state in response to provocative statements and threats of individual Western officials against the Russian Federation. It's not a surprise. Putin has always timed his nuclear rhetoric. First, in late February 2022, Putin placed his nuclear forces on high alert. This was just after the invasion began, so the idea was to deter any Western intervention. In March 2023, that is last year, he did it again. Putin said he would place nuclear weapons in Belarus. Again, the timing was key. It came just before Ukraine's counteroffensive, and finally this tactical nuclear drill. Some 3,000 Russian soldiers are part of it. They're mainly using two Russian missiles, Iskander and Kinzhal. Both can carry tactical nuclear warheads. So it's a clear warning to the West. We've heard some escalatory comments from European leaders, especially from France and Britain. President Macron keeps talking about sending troops to Ukraine. He said the same thing earlier this month. The UK too is stepping up the rhetoric. Their foreign secretary made an important statement this month. He said Ukraine can use Western weapons to strike inside Russia. And this is a shift. Because initially, the West only allowed defensive use. But now they say you can attack inside Russia. Plus, you have new weapons coming. The US has finally approved a new military package for Ukraine. It's worth almost $61 billion. Those weapons could hit the battlefield soon, which explains Vladimir Putin's decision. It's very unlikely that he will actually use tactical nukes, but the threat itself is enough. The question is, how will the West respond? They've criticized the nuclear drills. But they're not in the mood to back down. In fact, they have found new ways to fund Ukraine's war. How? By making Russia pay for it. Let me explain how this works. When Putin invaded Ukraine, the G7 froze Russian assets. The G7 is the group of 7 Western economies. They froze Russian assets, like gold and foreign exchange. It was worth almost $300 billion. This is Russian money. Now, these assets are generating money, either through profits or through interest, $300 billion. So the European Union is giving these profits to Ukraine. 90% of it for military aid, 10% for other demands. And how much money would that be? Between $16 and $21 billion by 2027. The first payment is expected by July. Russia is obviously fuming at Europe. A Kremlin spokesperson called it theft.
Even this reduced option is nothing more than expropriation, because all those revenues are revenues from our assets. And transferring them to other purposes is also a violation of all the rules and norms of the international financial economic system.
Hard to argue with that. This money is not Putin's personal wealth. It belongs to the Russian people. So what gives Europe the right to appropriate it? The United Nations has not approved this move. Neither has any global body. It's a unilateral decision by Brussels. So Russia is responding in kind. They have seized assets of 2 German banks, Deutsche Bank and Commerzbank. Both these moves will undermine trust in the global financial system. It will weaken investor confidence. But Russia and the West don't seem to care about that at the moment. They're going by the old adage, all's fair in war. Our next story is from Vietnam. The country has a new president. His name is To Lam. Now, Vietnam is a one-party state, so there are no elections. The country is run by the Communist Party. It's a lot like China. The main leader is the party general secretary. No one is above him, not even the country's president. The main decisions are taken by a Politburo. It has 16 members. To Lam was nominated by the Communist Party. Then there was a secret ballot. Lam was the only candidate on this ballot. The National Assembly voted on his nomination. It unanimously approved his election. It's basically standard procedure here. Then why is this election making so much news? It's because of Vietnam's politics. To Lam is the 3rd president in 2 years. The 3rd in 2 years, the other 2 had to resign because of an anti-corruption drive. It was ordered by the Communist Party. Over the years, it has involved thousands of officials, from low-level bureaucrats to even presidents. No one was spared. The first president to fall was Nguyen Xuan Phuc. There were rumors that he would be sacked, but he resigned before that. Then came Vo Van Thuong. He was the youngest president in Vietnam's history. He was quite close to the party chief. He looked like the perfect choice, but he did not last. The anti-corruption drive got to him. He had to resign. And now we have To Lam, who also happens to be the man who led the anti-corruption drive. He was the deputy head of that committee. He has played a central role, and that seems to have propelled him to a top position. Now the question is, can he go further? I ask because Vietnam has 4 main political positions. Like I told you, the first and the most important one is the General Secretary, the be-all and end-all of the system, the party General Secretary. Then there's the Prime Minister, the President and the Speaker. They are all called 4 pillars of Vietnam's politics. And among these, the position of the President is mostly ceremonial. It's like a rubber stamp leader. But it's also a stepping stone to become the chief of the Communist Party. Right now, the Secretary General is Nguyen Phu Trong. He's 80 years old. He took the position in 2011. This is his 3rd 5-year term. It ends in 2026. He may even step down before that. So the Communist Party in Vietnam is looking for a successor. The previous president, Vo Van Thuong, was seen as a top contender, but now with his downfall, the race is wide open. And the new president, Lam, can capitalize on that. He can try for the party chief's job. But internal political drama aside, this musical chair in politics is new for Vietnam. Traditionally, this has been a cautious nation. There are no sudden changes. Political transitions are well planned. The focus has always been on stability. So 3 presidents in 2 years is quite strange for them. And it is raising concerns among investors. You see, in 1986, Vietnam was one of the poorest nations in the world. Then came economic reforms. The country focused on growth. It soon became a middle-income economy, and that turned it into a prominent investment destination. As companies move away from China, their first choice is becoming Vietnam. That has been the case for years now. It had a fast-growing middle class, salaries were lower than China, it was also politically stable, and the government was investing heavily in manufacturing. So Vietnam ticked all the right boxes. But the recent political turmoil could derail that. There could be bureaucratic paralysis, it could spook investors, businesses may think twice before moving to the country. These are all real concerns. So while an anti-corruption crackdown sounds good on paper, it could also potentially work against Vietnam. The country has some lofty goals. Vietnam wants to become a developed nation by 2025, but it cannot do that by driving away business. Now let's tell you about a nightmare at 37,000 feet. Yes, we're talking about that Singapore Airlines flight where chaos erupted. You may have seen the videos already. It was sheer horror. The plane was flying from London to Singapore. It suddenly encountered extreme turbulence. Within 3 minutes, the aircraft dropped over 6,000 feet. The freak weather tore through the plane's interior. Bags were falling out of the overhead cabins. One passenger died on the flight and dozens of others were injured. Here is the full story.
This plane looks like it's been through an earthquake. The entire cabin is in disarray. The ceiling has been ripped open. Masks are dangling. Overhead compartments have dents. There's blood on a passenger's face as well as on some of the seats. These passengers have lived through a nightmare. They were cruising at 37,000 feet when suddenly their plane was hit by extreme turbulence.
I think the entire thing happened within the span of like less than 10 seconds. Like it was really, really quick.
That's Zafran Azmir. He was on board this flight. When the plane took off from London, everything seemed fine. But about 10 hours into the flight, all hell broke loose.
If I remember correctly, I think the seatbelt signs were off. There were there were people within the lavatories and the crew that were working, but I saw people from across the aisle just like going completely horizontal, hitting the ceiling and landing back down in like really awkward positions. People like getting massive gashes in their head, concussions.
There were over 200 passengers on board. Turbulence is quite common while flying, but no one can prepare for a freak incident like this one. The passengers were having breakfast. That's when the plane took a dive. It dropped by over 6,000 feet in just 3 minutes. The flight was supposed to land in Singapore, but the severe turbulence forced the pilot to divert the plane to Bangkok. Everyone realized the full extent of the damage only after the plane landed. Passengers were thrown out of their seats. Many of them had gashes on their heads. 73-year-old Jeff Kitchen was among those passengers too. Unfortunately, he didn't survive the ordeal.
Immediate kind of disbelief at first, and then the plane felt very level. And it was obvious the gentleman needed some help, so I got up and helped some other passengers get him out of his seat, and we laid him on the floor near the bulkhead so that the medics on the aeroplane, there were some passengers who thankfully were medics, could administer CPR to the gentleman on the aeroplane. They gave CPR for I think about 20 minutes or so.
Kitchen died on the plane, presumably after he suffered a heart attack. The airline has issued an apology, and the government of Singapore has started a probe.
On behalf of Singapore Airlines, I would like to express my deepest condolences to the family and loved ones of the deceased. We are very sorry for the traumatic experience.
But everyone is looking for answers. How could this have happened? While turbulence goes hand in hand with flying, such extreme cases are quite rare. But experts say that they are becoming more frequent, and they are blaming climate change.
over the last 40 years, severe turbulence has increased by 55%, moderate turbulence by 37%, and slight turbulence or light turbulence by about 17%. So as the weather changes, certainly it is getting more turbulent.
Aircraft are capable of withstanding extreme weather, but the weather is an unpredictable force. Singapore's report will help bridge some of our knowledge gaps. But until then, the best thing passengers can do is to keep their seatbelt on throughout the flight.
Our next story is about Kenya, about their president, William Ruto, who is on a state visit to the US. It's the first state visit by a Kenyan president in over 2 decades, the first since 2003. It's also the first time in 16 years that an African leader is on a US state visit. So it is quite significant, but that's not what it's making news for. President Ruto is being slammed, not because he's in the US, but because of how he chose to get there. He decided to fly in a luxury jet. He chartered a Boeing 737-700 business jet from an Emirati company, the Royal Jet Group. He hired it for about 200 million Kenyan shillings. That's $1.5 million US. Ruto pulled out all the stops. He brought along an entourage of more than 30 people, which includes a famous Kenyan comedian. Everyone traveled to the US in style on the Kenyan taxpayers' dime, and this, more than anything else, has triggered the backlash. Now, some of you may wonder, what is the big deal here? After all, world leaders travel all the time. It's part of the job description. They need to travel to build relations and to negotiate trade deals. In the long run, the trip should more than pay for itself. And all of this may be true. And it's exactly what Ruto is using as his defense. But that has not helped quell public anger. Why? Because of Ruto's policies. He's been tough on Kenyan taxpayers. He became president in 2022 and he has been increasing taxes ever since. Ruto has increased the tax rate on salaries. He has doubled the sales tax on fuel. He has introduced a housing levy, a hospital insurance levy, and a turnover tax on small businesses. If it moves, Ruto taxes it. All in the name of fiscal responsibility. Kenya has a mountain of national debt. It was worth over $51 billion as of last December. Ruto had pledged to fix this. That is why he keeps raising taxes. And obviously, this is not a popular move. It puts an added burden on Kenyan citizens who are already struggling with the cost of living crisis and the rising cost of essential food items. In this situation, imagine hearing that your president is flying around in an Emirati jet. The same president who's been raising your taxes, who's been preaching austerity. That same president is taking more than 30 people, including a comedian, to the US. So you can see why the Kenyan people are angry. And this is not the first time, apparently. A few months ago, Ruto was dubbed Kenya's flying president. He's been on more than 50 foreign trips since he took office in 2022, more than 3 every month on average. In the year up to July 2023, he'd spent about $9.2 million on travel, both domestic and international, $9.2 million. Now, this latest US trip alone will cost Kenya $1.5 million. For all the talk about austerity, Ruto's expenses just seem to be growing. So to calm the public down, he needs to have something to show for all of this, which is why this US trip needs to bear fruit. Ruto will have his official meeting with Joe Biden tomorrow. They're supposed to discuss a number of issues ranging from troop deployments in Haiti to extending a free trade agreement. Kenya's trade minister says that they have prepared more than 30 bankable projects. They're worth over $20 billion. Ruto will pitch these to American investors. If he can land a big deal, people may forget about the luxury jet. If not, he could be in trouble. Now let's turn to Thailand. Yesterday there was a celebration because 2 ancient Thai statues made their way home. One of them is a 4-foot-tall bronze figure believed to depict the Hindu god Shiva. It is known as the Golden Boy or the Standing Shiva. The other statue is called the Kneeling Lady. Both these figures are about 1,000 years old. They're both considered masterpieces, but about 50 years ago, they were looted and smuggled out of Thailand. It may not surprise you to learn that there was some British involvement in this looting. The statues eventually made their way to the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York, where they've been for decades. But finally, the Met decided to do the right thing. Yesterday, they actually returned the statues to Thailand. Our next report has the details.
The gilt bronze figure of the Hindu god Shiva displayed before you here today is without doubt a singular masterpiece, one of the most important religious sculptures of its kind to survive from mainland Southeast Asia.
That was John Guy, curator in the Department of Asian Art at the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York City. He was in Thailand yesterday, bringing back some long-lost treasures. Two bronze statues, both almost 1,000 years old. One of them is called the Kneeling Lady. It depicts a woman with her hands folded in prayer. The other statue, the one the Met curator was talking about, is called the Standing Shiva, or the Golden Boy. It is about 129 centimeters or 4 feet tall. It has two names because there are two theories about what the statue depicts. The Met and most others believe that the statue depicts a god, the Hindu god Shiva. 1,000 years ago, Hinduism was a dominant religion in Southeast Asia. The region is home to numerous ancient Hindu temples and statues. The Standing Shiva statue may be one of them. The second theory is that the statue depicts a king, the Khmer king Jayavarman VI. He reigned between 1080 AD and 1107 AD, approximately when the statue was created. So it's possible that it depicts him as well. Whatever the case, the statue is still a masterpiece, a priceless artifact that belongs to the people of Thailand. But about 50 years ago, the statue was taken from them. A woman said she found the figure in 1974. While digging for sweet potatoes. She says she took it to the police, who directed her to Thailand's capital, Bangkok. There, she sold the priceless statue to a foreigner for about $33,000. Eventually, the statue wound up at the Met Museum a few years later. The Met had the statue in their collection from 1988 till last year. That's when they decided to return it.
The Met initiated the return of these two objects after reviewing information and established that the works rightly belonged to the Kingdom of Thailand. This return followed the launch of the Met's Cultural Property Initiative last year, an initiative driven by the Met's commitment to the responsible collecting of antiquities and to the shared stewardship of the world's cultural heritage.
The Met discovered that the statue was linked to a man called Douglas Latchford. He was a British antique collector and dealer. Over the years, he sold numerous South Asian artifacts to museums around the world. He was accused of smuggling artifacts for years, but he wasn't formally charged or indicted until 2019. But before the case could progress, Latchford died in 2020. His family still denies any wrongdoing. But the Met Museum seems to have seen the light.
On behalf of the Thai government and all Thai people, I'd like to express gratitude that these two important artifacts have returned home. These artifacts that Thailand has received from the Met are the national assets of all Thais.
While the story has a happy ending, it still took far too long for justice to prevail. And there are still thousands of artifacts lying around in Western museums, priceless heritage which was stolen by colonizers. Thailand's story should be an inspiration to the rest of the global South. Because there's still a lot of loot left that needs to be returned.
Now let's turn our attention to India, where millions are huddling indoors during the day. And entire neighborhoods are turning into ghost towns. India is sizzling under one heat wave after another. Today, the Weather Bureau issued a fresh warning, a red alert across North India, where temperatures may breach the 47 degrees Celsius mark. That is shockingly hot. Enough to roast papad or crackers in the sand. Yet, it is not surprising. Extreme heat has become the new normal, not just in India, but the world over. And reality check, we are not prepared for this kind of heat. So we are definitely not prepared for the heat of tomorrow. Let me explain. For thousands of years, climate has fluctuated within a narrow band, on average somewhere around 13 degrees Celsius. Humans have learned to live with it, so have crops and livestock. Crucial systems like our infrastructure have been designed within those constraints. But now temperatures are rising. The 8 years between 2015 and 2022 were the hottest on record. Then 2023 broke that record. In all likelihood, so will this year, 2024. So humans, plants, animals or systems, none of them are functioning normally, and heat is distorting daily life. It is changing the way people live and the way they work. People who work outdoors are the worst affected. So they're working shorter shifts or working overnight, which is dangerous in itself. Employees who work indoors are relatively safer, but their routines are changing dramatically. Companies are increasingly reducing work hours. Such a shift is important, but at a society-wide level, that means productivity takes a hit. Projects are taking longer to get done, and doing anything else like working a second job or taking care of family is getting more difficult because personal life is also affected in more ways than you can imagine. Life is moving indoors, so children rarely play outdoors. Athletes are altering their training and people are jogging inside malls. Even animals in zoos are moving inside air-conditioned cages. But most animals do not have that luxury and face a fate similar to these monkeys in Mexico. They're falling dead from trees due to the heat, because heat is a selective killer. And the inequality is not limited to humans. Even so, heat can affect everyone in hidden ways. It kills crops, making it, if not difficult, then very expensive to put food on the table. Heat is hampering sleep. Hot nights are associated with high mortality. And this is hardly the only health risk. Heat is a silent and deadly killer. Heat waves kill more people than any other natural hazard. People are dying of dehydration and organ failure, which is the worst case, of course. Then there are the less obvious problems: dizziness, nausea, burning eyes, confusion, irritability. Heat is also altering your brain health. It is hampering everything from memory to language to formation of identity and exacerbating brain disorders. Plus life-threatening diseases like dengue and malaria. They're spreading faster. Extreme heat affects every single aspect of your life. But before you envisage a dystopian future with famines, conflicts and mass migrations, let's ask ourselves this: what can we do about this heat? Is there a way to cope? Scientists have a two-tiered answer. Their first solution is mitigation, undoing the damage, reversing the clock. This is important and it must continue, but this is also a long-term process. So right now, we can focus on the second approach, adaptation, meaning accepting the new reality and shifting gears, adapting to a warmer world. It is different from surviving other ails of climate change. You can run from hurricanes. You can buy wildfire insurance, but heat is different. It blankets all of us, but affects each one of us differently. So the solutions have to be tailor-made, like building heat tolerance, getting fitter, changing school and work timings, dipping our feet in cold water, or painting our roofs white. Big or small, we need to get cracking on solutions, both at a personal and at a civic level, because we cannot change the past. So at the very least, we can be present to avoid a future of cats on hot bricks. For our last story, let's talk about fashion's biggest night. I'm not talking about the Met Gala, I'm talking about the Pet Gala. Furry, four-legged fashionistas strutting down the red carpet in bespoke outfits. What's not to like? But pet fashion is not just limited to one event. It's a booming industry. And leading the way are pet parents. It seems they will invest anything from customized collars to luxury Tiffany feeding bowls. It's a $5 billion industry. Our next report tells you more.
The first Monday in May is an important day in fashion. It's the day of the Met Gala. From a glittering display of avant-garde fashion to celebrity sightings on the red carpet, it's a grand event. But for those who know, it's not the true pinnacle of couture. That happens on the third Monday, the day of the Pet Gala. Imagine chic canines strutting on the red carpet, each donning a dress that's a meticulous recreation of a look from the 2024 Met Gala. From French bulldogs in feathered frocks to Pomeranians in sequined suits, these four-legged models were ready to strut, and the paparazzi howled in delight. Clearly, the event is a bark in the right direction.
I've made 15 garments celebrating because I want people to understand that we're not making fun of the Met Gala, we're not mimicking the Met Gala, we're elevating and appraising and appreciating the wonderful designs that were presented at the Met Gala by the most talented designers of the world.
And the man behind this is Anthony Rubio. He's a renowned figure in the world of pet fashion. Back in 2013, Rubio embarked on a whimsical photo project. Each year, he would recreate some of the most iconic looks from the Met Gala. His models would be furry fashionistas. But this year, the project has leapt from Instagram fame to the gilded halls of a museum, transcending mere internet whimsy to become a bona fide event.
I've been working on them tirelessly. It started off with 15, and then in the last few days, a few more came in, and all the garments were already sold. And that money is all going to finance the Museum of the Dog.
But it's not just the Pet Gala that's championing pet fashion. It's the new it thing. The pet clothing market is worth around $5 billion. By 2030, it will be worth more than $7 billion. And the reason behind that are pet parents. They are buying it all, from bow ties to luxury harnesses. And fashion brands are jumping on this trend. From H&M to Hermes, everyone has a pet line. Since 2019, the sales of pet clothes have grown by 21%. Owners now spend 9% more than they used to on pet clothes. So which animal has the biggest closet? Well, it's dogs. They make up for 60% of the market. So it's not surprising that the Pet Gala showcased that. Looks like the joy of fashion can be shared by all, even our four-legged friends. So here's to the inaugural Pet Gala, where fashion, at least for one glorious night, truly goes to the dogs.
It's a wonderful note to end on. And now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. The UK erects sand sculptures of soldiers on a beach ahead of D-Day landings. In the United States, billions of buzzing cicadas emerged thanks to a rare event not seen in centuries. And welcome aboard Bark Air, a canine-friendly flight that transports dogs from New York to Los Angeles. Finally, we are taking you back in history. On this day in 1972, Richard Nixon landed in Moscow for a summit with Soviet leaders. He was the first US president to visit the Soviet Union. It was a step towards conciliation during the Cold War. During this trip, America and the USSR, the Soviet Union, reached a number of agreements on space cooperation. We're leaving you on that note. Thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
We're beating Biden. How dare he say that?
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill, we know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America. We begin in the Middle East, where Israeli troops have thrust deeper into Rafah as airstrikes pound the enclave. Israel believes that Hamas is holding several hostages in Rafah. However, a new U.S. intelligence report says that Israel has only been able to eliminate 30 to 35% of Hamas fighters since the war began in October of last year. Meanwhile, the bombardment and fighting in Rafah has forced close to 1 million Palestinians to flee the city. Now, with Gaza in complete ruins, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says that Israel will play no role in rebuilding the Strip. Netanyahu said, and I quote, "Rebuilding Gaza, that was never on the cards," end quote. The Prime Minister also said that Israel will play no part in rebuilding settlements in the Gaza Strip, but would retain security control over Gaza. The Israeli leader says he wants Arab nations and the international community to undertake the reconstruction of Gaza. And he also dismissed the possibility of the Palestinian Authority controlling Gaza, saying they would let Hamas back in. Now, Prime Minister Netanyahu's statements come after he was criticized by ministers from his own war cabinet for not providing a plan on the future of Gaza. Both Defense Minister Yoav Gallant and Minister Benny Gantz have publicly called out Netanyahu over his intentions in Gaza. Now, in response, Prime Minister Netanyahu said, quote, "I have a very clean plan. We have a plan to get rid of Hamas," end quote. Now, Israel has shared a revised plan with the United Nations regarding the future military action in Rafah, and Washington seems to have accepted the proposal. Secretary of State Antony Blinken says Israel has given the Biden administration written assurances of minimizing civilian casualties in Rafah.
The President's been very clear with Prime Minister Netanyahu about that. I've done the same with my various counterparts. We have commitments from Israel, including in writing, about the steps that haven't been taken that need to be taken, that they say they will take and are taking, and we're working to hold them to those steps. We have to make sure that more aid gets into more people more effectively.
Meanwhile, the United States continues to ensure that humanitarian aid makes its way into Gaza as Palestinians desperately await food and medical supplies.
You know, as we've talked about, aid will be delivered to the floating pier, then transported via logistic support vessels, delivered to the causeway, and then put into assembly areas on shore. And that's where NGOs pick up that aid and then further distribute it. So to my knowledge, there's no stoppage. Again, as we mentioned, this is going to be a crawl, walk, run approach, and you're going to see those numbers increase in the days ahead.
As Hamas regroups and with no end to the fighting, the questions remain: who will take on the enormous task of rebuilding Gaza, and how long will Palestinians have to live their lives relying on humanitarian aid? And shifting focus to Europe, where Vladimir Putin is flexing his nuclear superiority, Russia has begun military drills on the border with Ukraine, simulating the use of tactical nuclear weapons. The drills are taking place in Russia's southwestern region, which also includes parts of eastern Ukraine that's now occupied by Russia. Russian forces have deployed the ground-launched Iskander missiles and the air-launched Kenzo hypersonic missiles, both of which are capable of delivering a nuclear warhead. Now, these drills come right after Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky urged NATO to use fighter jets to shoot down Russian missiles. Russia's defense ministry says that the nuclear drills are only the first stage of a larger military exercise. However, Moscow did not elaborate on how it plans to carry out the subsequent stages of the drills. Now, the Kremlin says that the nuclear drills are designed to send a message to NATO to not get directly involved in Ukraine. Moscow says the latest drills are in response to provocative statements and threats from Western nations, including France and the United Kingdom. The Kremlin has been particularly angered by French President Emmanuel Macron, who floated the possibility of stationing troops in Ukraine. Similarly, remarks by the United Kingdom's Foreign Secretary David Cameron about Kyiv using British weapons to target Russia have soured ties with Moscow. Now, with the nuclear drills beginning in eastern Ukraine, the battlefield situation in the country's north remains grim. Ukrainian troops say that Kharkiv is seeing a siege worse than the eastern city of Bakhmut, which was captured by Russians last year.
It is 24/7. The infantry keeps coming. We keep fighting their attacks. At least we are trying to. Whenever possible, we put them down. We were positioned in the Bakhmut area before. Now we have been transferred here. It is much hotter here. In Bakhmut, it was less intense as compared to what's going on here, but we keep pushing them away.
Now, Russia has numerous weapon systems capable of delivering a tactical nuclear payload that are different in size and scope. In fact, some are even capable of wiping out entire cities. Western militaries will be closely watching the exercises to draw conclusions on just how serious Putin really is about deploying nuclear weapons. And now moving to the Caribbean nation of Haiti, a delegation of Kenya's command staff arrived in the violence-plagued nation on Monday. Now, this comes ahead of the long-stalled arrival of Kenyan troops in Haiti. Kenya will deploy its battle-hardened special forces to Port-au-Prince, and these troops have spent years fighting the jihadist group Al-Shabaab in East Africa. The Kenyan forces are part of a United Nations-backed multinational security support mission that was announced last year. And this is part of a larger initiative to stabilize Haiti amid the ongoing gang violence. Now, the delegation is expected to assess whether equipment and facilities are ready before the 1,000-strong troop deployment begins later this week. Their deployment coincides with Kenyan President William Ruto's state visit to the United States. In fact, tomorrow, President Joe Biden will host his Kenyan counterpart at the White House. The two leaders will focus on strengthening economic and security ties between the two countries. And the trip comes as the Biden administration seeks to deepen cooperation with African nations amid growing competition on the continent with its top rivals, China and Russia. In fact, earlier this month, the U.S. Southern Command flew contractors to Haiti to set up a temporary living quarters for the arrival of the Kenyan-led peacekeeping force. A total of 2,500 officers are expected to join the mission from countries including Kenya, Chile, Nigeria, Chad, Jamaica, Grenada, Paraguay, Burundi, and Mauritius. The UN mission aims to fight the deadly gangs that have seized control of much of Haiti's capital, Port-au-Prince, after launching coordinated attacks in February. Secretary of State Antony Blinken has warned that the Caribbean nation is on the precipice of becoming an all-out failed state. And Haiti has slipped into a deep humanitarian and security crisis and is currently being ruled by a transitional government which has failed to stop the gang violence. Now, in some good news, on Monday, Haiti's main international airport reopened after nearly 3 months. Now, as the transitional government and Haiti's national police await the arrival of foreign forces, they're hoping the global task force is able to restore law and order and end the months of mayhem. And Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has created an uproar in Sri Lanka. The outrage comes after the Canadian Parliament decided to recognize May 18th as Tamil Genocide Remembrance Day. Now, Prime Minister Trudeau has accused the Sri Lankan government of carrying out a genocide against ethnic Tamils in the civil war that lasted nearly 3 decades. Sri Lanka hit back at Trudeau for engaging in vote bank politics And Sri Lanka's neighbor, India, has also accused Trudeau of appeasement politics and hypocrisy. Our next report explains how Trudeau is fast losing friends in Asia.
Canada is at loggerheads with an Asian country again. No, we're not talking about India. This time, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has angered Sri Lanka with his latest remarks. Trudeau has called for greater accountability for crimes during the Sri Lanka conflict, saying that he will always advocate justice. The Canadian Prime Minister was referencing to the Sri Lankan Civil War that lasted over a quarter of a century and ended in 2009. The war was fought between the Sri Lankan government and ethnic Tamil separatists. The armed conflict saw the deaths of tens of thousands of civilians. The Canadian Parliament will now also recognize the 18th of May as Tamil Genocide Remembrance Day. Canada says that ethnic Tamils were brutally targeted by the Sri Lankan government. The Canadian Prime Minister also urged Colombo to respect freedom of religion and support pluralism to ensure lasting peace on the island nation. But Trudeau's sermons have not been received well by Sri Lanka. The Sri Lankan government has hit out at the Canadian Prime Minister. Colombo has dismissed Trudeau's allegations of a genocide against ethnic Tamils. It has accused Trudeau of engaging in petty vote bank politics, and even called the Canadian Prime Minister incompetent. Sri Lanka also said that Trudeau glared over the atrocities that ethnic Tamil separatist groups carried out in northern Sri Lanka. Colombo added that Trudeau had a partisan narrative and was being put forward to disrupt the harmony among Sri Lankans, calling Trudeau's remarks outrageous. Sri Lanka's foreign minister accused the Canadian PM of disinformation and encouraging hatred. The Lankan Foreign Ministry further clarified that the civil war resulted in the deaths of Sinhalese, Tamils, Malays, and was not just a military campaign against ethnic Tamils. The civil war saw heavy fighting for decades between the Sri Lankan army and ethnic Tamil rebels from the LTTE. The Tamil group had run a military campaign demanding a separate Tamil homeland in parts of northern and eastern Sri Lanka. The LTTE is listed as a terrorist organization in 33 countries, including in Canada. Sri Lanka says such statements by the Trudeau government expose its double standards. Colombo also says Trudeau is consumed by vote bank politics funded by people with vested interests. Interestingly, Sri Lanka's neighbor India has also accused Trudeau of vote bank politics by allowing political space to Khalistani terrorists.
You would have seen a press release that we made when we summoned the Deputy High Commissioner regarding an event that was attended by the Prime Minister where Khalistan slogans were raised. The other media engagement that you are referring to took place on the sidelines of this event. In our view, Prime Minister Trudeau's remarks, he has made those remarks earlier as well, so it's nothing new. His remarks to us, it illustrates once again the kind of political space that has been given in the country, in Canada, to separatism, to extremism and violent people who practice violence. This not only impacts India-Canada relations, but also encourages a climate of violence and criminality in Canada to the detriment of its citizens.
Colombo and New Delhi have accused Trudeau of ignoring human rights violations in other countries, including in his own. Ties between India and Canada have been severely impacted after Justin Trudeau accused India of killing a Khalistani terrorist, a Canadian citizen, on Canada's soil. New Delhi has rejected Trudeau's claims and called them absurd. And Ottawa is yet to provide any proof to back its claims. But the Canadian Prime Minister seems to be willing to risk diplomatic ties for political gains at home.
And finally, a brutal heat wave in Mexico is causing monkeys to drop dead. Locals say the animals are falling from trees like apples. More than 80 howler monkeys have reportedly lost their lives, and several others are suffering from severe dehydration. This species of monkey is considered endangered across the world. Our final report takes you inside the growing crisis.
Mexico's brutal heat wave is not sparing anyone, especially the howler monkeys in the southeastern state of Tabasco. It's so hot in the region that the animals are dropping dead. Eyewitnesses say it feels like monkeys are falling from the trees like apples. Now, local media says that over 80 mid-sized primates have been reported dead so far. The die-off started around May 5th and hit its peak over the last weekend. Wildlife experts say they have begun rescuing monkeys on the verge of dying, and their condition is critical with loss of consciousness and signs of severe dehydration.
We have registered 83 dead specimens. There are also orphaned calves because many adult females, have died. Some offspring have managed to survive. That is the problem with this species' mortality in this very hot season in the state. The temperature has reached 51 degrees Celsius, and the wildlife is suffering because of the lack of water.
Not just the heat wave, but experts have also attributed the deaths of monkeys to loss of habitat and water scarcity.
There has been a lot of habitat degradation, so there is more light penetration, higher temperatures, and water scarcity. Above all, there has been an increase in the number of fires that damage the few habitats or refuges for these species.
Normally quite intimidating, howler monkeys are muscular and can be around 60 centimeters tall or almost 2 feet tall, with tails just as long. The species is classified as endangered on the International Union for Conservation of Nature's Red List. Volunteers who are trying to save these monkeys in Mexico are placing buckets of water and fruits around their habitat to prevent more deaths. They're also taking the help of veterinarians to save the primates.
The volunteers asked for help. They asked me if I could examine the animals. I said, yes, no problem, and told them to come in, but I didn't think there were so many of them. When they brought them in, I realized that there were quite a few animals.
As temperatures soar to almost 50 degrees Celsius in Tabasco, Mexican President Emmanuel López Obrador has also expressed concern about the deadly heat wave. He himself hails from the state of Tabasco and says this year's heat wave is the worst he has known. Meanwhile, local authorities have confirmed monkey deaths without giving a clear count. Mexico's Environment Ministry says it's investigating whether extreme heat is killing the monkeys or a disease is threatening the vulnerable species. The ministry says several possible reasons could be behind the deaths, including heat stroke, malnutrition, or the spraying of crops with toxic agrochemicals. It's not just monkeys, humans too are feeling the heat as well. The ongoing heat wave has killed at least 26 people since March in the North American country. Mexico's largest chain of convenience stores has limited the purchases of ice to just 2 or 3 bags per customer. But while humans struggle with ice shortages, for the monkeys, it's not a question of comfort, but of life or death.
That's our show for today. We certainly thank you so much for tuning in. We hope to see you right back here again tomorrow. Thanks again for watching.
Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. Let's take a look at our top story. After a long flight to the United States, Kenya's President William Ruto is down to business. He is set to meet with US President Joe Biden on Wednesday, with talks focusing on debt relief for the East African country. But back home, the Kenyan president is already facing outrage. This is over his luxury charter plane for his trip to the US. The price of hiring the luxury private jet in which Ruto and his delegation travelled is estimated to be $1.5 million. More than 30 people, including a popular comedian, are reported to be accompanying the president. Now, the chartered aircraft used by William Ruto is from Dubai-owned Royal Jet Company. It is not clear why the president opted for the private jet, but there have been safety concerns about the usual presidential plane, Harambee 1, which was bought nearly 30 years ago. Outrage against Ruto for using a luxury jet comes amid growing dissent over plans by the government to impose additional taxes. The government seeks to raise an additional $2.4 billion in taxes in the coming financial year. But critics say the taxes are only being used to fund extravagance of the government. People in Kenya have been facing a worsening cost of living crisis. Last October, the government suspended non-essential foreign travel in a move aimed at curbing runaway public spending. All ministries and state departments were also directed to reduce their operational budgets by 10%. William Ruto's visit is the first state visit by a Kenyan president to the US in 2 decades, and a first by an African leader in 16 years. But William Ruto is a frequent traveller. He has made more than 50 visits abroad since he became president in 2022, averaging at over 3 a month. He has faced similar criticism over his trips abroad and the cost associated with his alleged penchant for air travel, which is often contrasted with the tough economic conditions at home. So much so that a local media newspaper also nicknamed him the Flying President. While William Ruto continues to notch up his air miles, the questions that he faces from his citizens are getting tougher. Now, for more on this, we're being joined by Patrick Bond, who is a political economist live from Johannesburg, South Africa. Hello to you, Patrick. Thank you for being with us on the show.
Oh, it's great to be with you. Thanks.
Now, some Kenyans have expressed outrage that Ruto had chartered an aircraft from the Dubai-owned Royal Jet Company for this trip instead of using his usual presidential plane, given his government's austerity measures and the cost of living crisis. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, and you could even add, Alison, that Ruto has a very interesting ideological orientation, which he calls hustling, which is a sort of, pull yourself up by your bootstraps, entrepreneurship, and very energetic way of addressing his citizenry. And it's not uncommon. We've seen conservative populists move forward in many different locations, but often when they come to power, they are unveiled as part of an elite. And this is just one instance of that has caused some anger in Kenya at a time. The International Monetary Fund is clamping down, a debt crisis on the order of neighboring Ethiopia's, which defaulted 5 months ago, and the controversies especially over whether Kenya, partly under Ruto's rule, but he was also the deputy president, whether they borrowed too much, especially from China, for one project in particular, the big train line that goes from Mombasa, the port, to the capital of Nairobi. And it's a time when there's a lot of geopolitical tension, the terrain in the Horn of Africa, the terrible droughts, and then a flood this month that killed more than 200, make everyone, I'm sure, as angry at any ostentatiousness. And of course, Ruto is going to reply, well, it's worth it. What we're going to do in the next few days is get some debt relief. We'll have to see if that happens.
Yeah. Right. Now, like we mentioned, William Ruto has faced criticism time and again for his penchant for air travel and for costs associated with it. Ironically, he is visiting the US to hold talks on debt relief for Kenya. While this is a historic visit, since it is the first state visit by a Kenyan president to the US in 2 decades, how could this impact William Ruto's popularity back home?
If he does comeback with major concessions, probably mostly from the Bretton Woods institutions, one of which has a new president, AJ Banga, less than a year in the job, who would very much like to appear to be an ally of the Kenyan people. But on the other hand, Kristalina Georgieva, the head of the IMF, has also been clamping down, especially on African countries that during the booming 2010s, and especially with the commodity price increase in 22, that meant, let's say, an excessive debt load. I mean, obviously, COVID created enormous pressures that required debt. And the initial debt relief from the G20 wore off. And it's now time, I think, for everyone to get together. And the dilemma is that China, which has about 17% of the debt owed to it from Kenya, hasn't yet really come to the table. Now, their loans are usually higher interest than the multilateral development banks. Sometimes you can, especially if you're a relatively poor country, you can get quite good discounts. And I think that's going to be one of the questions. Did the loans that especially require, as I say, 17% of the foreign debt to China come with conditions such as control of the Mombasa port as collateral? We don't know any final details, but there have been rumors. So I would wait for a full debt package to come together. And maybe in the next couple of days, in meetings at the World Bank and IMF, Ruto will be able to get some debt relief. It's a very strategic country at this point, being very much in Israel's camp against Palestine, very much on the edge of whether to join the BRICS. So this geopolitical positioning is probably one of the crucial factors as to whether Ruto is going to pull some debt relief home.
Right. Now you've just touched on my next question. Coming to his big meeting with President Joe Biden, what are some of the strategic geopolitical interests for both Kenya and the US? And how might this visit strengthen their diplomatic relations?
You know, I think if I'm sitting in Washington, where I used to live for a little while, I'd be thinking about losing West Africa to coups and a democratic election in Senegal. And I'd be thinking, are we going to lose Kenya in the same way? It was always an AFRICOM, the Africa Command Pentagon ally, and also with that very important Indian Ocean connection, crucial for all of the naval activities that, of course, include now the war against the Houthis. And also, if I'm in Washington, I really don't want to see yet more African countries join the BRICS, and that would include not just Egypt and neighboring Ethiopia that joined last August here in Johannesburg, but potentially Algeria, Senegal, Nigeria, the biggest, most populous country, and then Kenya would be very much on that agenda to bring into BRICS. So I think if I were Joe Biden, this would be a very high priority visit, and to have a state visit, as you say, one of the first for a Kenyan. Last year, Cyril Ramaphosa got the state visit, and that's another terrain of competition. The South African president basically looking to be amongst the English-speaking leaders in Africa. Now, if I'm on the other side in Beijing, then I'd say, well, we really want to start offering much more to Kenya to show that balance. And this is a very tense time, particularly because geopolitical terrain is so full, let's say, a minefield, and to tiptoe through it, I'm not sure Joe Biden puts as much of a priority as one of his predecessors, Barack Obama, who had a Kenyan father, and certainly more than Donald Trump, who had terrible words to say about African countries. But I think it'll be a very interesting outcome to see whether for the BRICS meeting in October, Kenya becomes one of the new or observers, or maybe visitors, or maybe even invited to become a new member. And that remains to be seen. But the conditions are a tug of war, and maybe the Kenyan people will benefit if that includes some concessions.
Yeah. Patrick, thank you very much for being with us on Firstpost Africa and for your analysis there.
Thanks, Alison.
Shifting focus to South Africa now. In the run-up to the general election, the African National Congress has been facing multiple crises. First, it was the costly divorce with Jacob Zuma last year. This was followed by dwindling support for the party that has held power since the end of apartheid. Analysts say the ANC's share of vote will fall below 50%. Now, which means it could be forced to form a coalition government. That certainly was not all. Closer to the election, the ANC had been facing a cash crunch. The May 29th general election has been touted as the toughest since Nelson Mandela won power in 1994, which means campaigning for the election needed to be intense. But hiring stadiums for rallies, printing T-shirts and posters, supporting organizational machine on election day, all of it is a very expensive affair. As campaigning entered its final stretch, the ANC managed to go all out and seemed to have put its financial woes behind. How? Well, the reason behind the ANC's changing fortunes could be Russia. In the Kalahari Desert, the United Manganese of Kalahari, or the UMK, a controversial mine with Russian connections, digs up manganese. According to reports, the UMK and some of its shareholders contributed almost half of all declared donations to the ANC since the introduction of disclosure requirements in 2021. The mine's investors include Russian billionaire Viktor Veselberg, who faces Western sanctions for supporting Vladimir Putin's seizure of Crimea. Also among the investors is a South African consortium dominated by Chancellor House Trust, an ANC funding front named after Nelson Mandela's old law firm offices. The UMK mine has declared almost $500 million in dividends since 2013, but the dividends and assets that piled up could not easily flow to the ANC after 2021 because of the enactment of a campaign finance law that was intended to keep big money out of politics. The law put a cap on funds being accepted from a single donor and required all parties to disclose all contributions worth more than 100,000 rand. Until the 7th of May, when President Cyril Ramaphosa signed a law that abolished the cap and disclosure of requirements. The law also gave him powers to set new limits. But until he does so, the political parties are free to stuff their coffers in secret. Was the timing of this law a mere coincidence? Or was it time to give Ramaphosa and the ANC unlimited secret donations for the final leg of campaigning? With support at home dwindling, Ramaphosa seems to be looking for support on the outside, in Russia. What is also interesting to note is that South Africa has refused to condemn Putin's war in Ukraine. It had been trying to establish itself as a non-aligned superpower. From South Africa, let's move to Niger now. Niger's military says it has killed several dozen terrorists in fighting, and 7 of its soldiers had also been killed. Niger says Islamist insurgents attacked a military position in Boni in the western Tillaberi region near Burkina Faso. Tillaberi is in the vast and unstable three borders region between Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso, and has been a hotbed of insurgents linked to Al-Qaeda and the Islamic State. Now, despite massive deployment of forces, insurgents have carried out attacks for years in this region. In March of this year, 23 Niger soldiers were killed in an ambush on a military convoy in the Tillaberi region. 30 attackers were also killed in the fighting that followed. The Islamic State claimed responsibility for the attack. In August last year, 17 Niger soldiers were killed in a terrorist ambush in the area between Boni and Torodi. Now, Niger is ruled by military leaders who seized power in a July coup last year, citing a worsening security situation. The country is one of several West African countries battling an Islamist insurgency that had spread outward from Mali over the last 12 years. Thousands have been killed and millions of lives have been uprooted. Frustrations over the failure of authorities to protect civilians has spurred military coups in the region, including Mali and Burkina Faso. Now, the juntas that seized power have cut ties with Western allies that were assisting local military efforts. Mali and Burkina Faso are witnessing some of the worst violence following the departure of French troops. A UN force also ended operations in Mali at the request of the junta. Mali is now relying on the Russian mercenary group Wagner to fight the insurgents. Junta leaders of Mali, Burkina Faso and Niger also signed a security pact pledging to help each other to fight the Islamist insurgents or any external aggression. And finally, to our special segment, Resurgent Africa. Amid stories of coups and crises, we get you tales of hope and positivity that often get overlooked, but not on this show. Our story today is from Zimbabwe. In a groundbreaking study, scientists are taking a deep dive into the social lives of elephants. They have found over 20 gestures through which elephants greet each other. It's a tale of trunk-to-trunk communication, where every flap, reach and rumble tells a story of a connection and camaraderie among these majestic giants. Get ready to learn about elephant etiquette in our next report.
Oh, hello.
In a world where hellos are as diverse as the emojis on your phone keyboard, it seems elephants are giving humans a run for their linguistic money. Move over hello, as there is a new greeting guru in town, and they have got trunks. According to a recent study by the Jafuta Reserve in Zimbabwe, elephants have been caught red-handed or red-trunked. They were observed engaging in a symphony of greetings in the reserve, from ear flapping to trunk reaching. These gentle giants are pulling out all the stops.
We had seen that when they separated and reunited, elephants used a lot of different movements. They flapped their ears, they spread their ears, they reached with the trunk. And we wanted to know which of these were directed. So if they would use more visual gestures when the recipient was looking at them, or more or gestures that make a sound when they weren't.
The researchers kept a close eye on 9 elephants, 4 females and 5 males in a semi-captive state. They were allowed to go wild and free during the day. However, at night they were kept in stables. But hold on to your tusks, as this is not just a visual spectacle. It is a multi-sensory extravaganza. The elephants have at least 20 types of gestures. They meet each other with sounds like rumbles, roars and trumpets, adding some serious flair to their already impressive repertoire. There's also a difference between how female and male elephants greet each other. Female elephants have bond groups. Studies show that when different groups meet each other in the wild, they engage in elaborate greeting ceremonies. The male elephants have weaker social bonds. Researchers call their meet and greet a risky reunion. It's a hostile interaction. They mainly meet by smelling each other. So, smell plays an important role in the world of elephant greetings. Who needs a fancy cologne when you've got secretions from a unique gland? Elephants use this unique gland to urinate, defecate, and secrete. It's the elephant equivalent of a signature scent, minus the overpriced bottles.
And they also often used defecation, urination, and had temporal gland secretions, which could be because of the excitement of seeing each other, but could also be because elephants rely extensively on olfaction. So these secretions might actually convey some information to the greeting partner on who they are, if they're at a distance, on what's going on with them, how excited they are, or even their sexual state in the wild, especially.
But what's really heartwarming is the empathy and tenderness displayed by these majestic creatures.
And when they were approaching each other, they would rumble, as if they were looking for each other, and then they knew who was coming to greet them. And then they would start just approaching, flapping their ears, spreading their ears, and then as soon as they were close, engaging in a lot of close contact communication, tactile communication. And something that is interesting is the way they present their rump, which could be an invitation to access olfactory information in the genital area.
So the next time you're struggling to find the perfect greeting, take a leaf out of the elephant's book. In a world full of handshakes and high fives, a gentle bow may be all that you need to make someone stay.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching and goodbye.
Hello, namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma.
بس که تو روز التماس هر شهید کم دلم خورده.
Iranian President Ibrahim Raisi has been laid to rest. The scenes were similar to what played out in the last 2 days. Thousands of people flooded the streets as the convoy reached its final stop of Mashhad. In the last 3 days, it has travelled to 5 different cities in Iran. Mashhad is the hometown of Ibrahim Raisi. His remains have been buried there. Iran says officials from 68 countries were present for the funeral.
و وزیر امور خارجه الله مالک رحمتی استاندان و جهانید همه با هم
And with that, the 3-day funeral ceremony came to a close. Now, the public discourse is shifting focus from what happened to why it happened. That's what people are asking. Why did the president's chopper crash? The investigation is still on, but a new theory is, or a new charge is gaining traction, that the Americans are to blame, that US sanctions caused the helicopter crash. This claim is being pushed by some Iranians and their allies in Russia. They say, had it not been for US sanctions, the Iranian president would have been alive. You could argue it either way. But when this sentiment takes hold, it further poisons an already difficult relationship between the US and Iran. So why is this theory being propagated? Who exactly is doing it and what do they stand to gain? And what is the US saying or doing about it? The idea to pin blame on the US was floated soon after the crash, when Iranians saw the pictures of the wreckage and they realized that Raisi and team were flying in an American chopper, a Bell 212 helicopter. Iran bought it when the Shah was still in power, so more than 45 years back. The chopper is named after its manufacturer, a company called Bell Helicopter. It was first launched in 1968 and it was discontinued in 1999, this chopper, but the Iranian president was still being flown in it, in a chopper that was no longer in production. Raisi's helicopter crashed on Sunday. The very next day, on Monday, Russia's foreign minister spoke, that's Sergei Lavrov. He was quick to blame the US.
By implementing the sanctions that include ban on supplies of service parts for the US-made aviation products, they put people's lives at risk. The Americans disown that, but actually, other countries under sanctions do not receive service parts for US-made hardware, including aviation.
US sanctions are taking lives. Lavrov blames America for this tragedy, but obliquely. Here's someone else who's doing it directly. Mohammad Javad Zarif. former foreign minister of Iran, he called the US quote-unquote a culprit. He confirmed that Iran was unable to get aviation parts all because of American sanctions. In fact, let me quote further from his statement. This is what Zarif has said. These will be recorded in the list of US crimes against the Iranian people. So Zarif is calling it a US crime, and his view has many takers in Tehran, including some influential voices. Is there merit in this charge? It is a fact that Iran cannot access aviation parts, civilian or military. And this has been the case since 1979. That's when the Iranian Revolution took place. After that, Iran's supply lines were cut. The commercial airlines have some of the oldest fleet in the world. The planes are more than 25 years old. That's a quarter of a century. Iran still operates planes like McDonnell Douglas MD-83, Airbus A300 and A310. The rest of the world has long retired these planes, but Iran still flies them. And where do they get their parts from? Well, they have only two options. Either cannibalize other planes for parts, or if possible, reverse engineer them using materials that are available locally. The Bell choppers are patched up in a similar way. So indeed, the sanctions are an impediment, but could Iran not have found alternatives in the last 45 years? Should they not have built or sourced substitutes? The regime in Tehran must answer these questions. If the planes were too old to service, why were they not replaced? Why was an old chopper used to ferry the president? Should they not have sought help from their allies like Russia and China? They could have sourced parts from these countries. Why didn't they? Then there are questions on the circumstances leading to the crash, like why was the chopper allowed to fly in a dense fog cover? Couldn't they have waited for the fog to lift? Did the pilot think about taking a detour or using a different route altogether? And most importantly, why were all these leaders sitting in the same chopper? Two more helicopters were part of the entourage. They made it back safely. It's not clear if they were occupied. And so far, Iran has not been able to answer any of these questions. The investigation into the crash is ongoing, so we'll have to wait for the full story to come out, assuming that the full story does come out. But at this juncture, blaming America for the crash is at best a political move to rally support, and at worst, a convenient excuse to evade responsibility. Let's turn to Taiwan now. It was a nervous day for the people of this island. China was breathing down their neck. We're talking about military drills, or as Beijing is calling it, punishment drills. Punishment for what? Democracy, I guess. A new Taiwanese president took charge this week. He's a prominent China hawk. In fact, Beijing calls him a separatist. So these military drills are China's response, a sort of warning to the new regime in Taipei. We're talking about a massive operation here. China has deployed 15 warships, 16 naval police vessels and 42 warplanes. Their defense ministry released a map of this drill. Look at the areas marked in red. That's where China's military practiced, to the north, to the east, to the west and to the south. Basically, China swarmed the island from all sides. Now, a couple of things to note here. Number one, China's military practiced a full-scale attack on Taiwan. They have never done so before. Most Chinese drills have focused on blockades. So this one is clearly an escalation. Number two, the drills are called Joint Sword 2024A. Now, why would you put A after the name if you're planning sequels? So chances are China has more military drills in the pipeline. It's a major test for the new president of Taiwan. His name is Lai Ching-te. Lai took charge on Monday. He used his first speech to send a message to China. He said, "Stop threatening Taiwan." And what does China do? Exactly the opposite. This drill is supposed to challenge Lai's leadership, to test his resolve and character. So did the new president pass? In public, he's made strong statements. Lai says he will stand on the front lines with the army.
I will stand on the front line with all the brothers and sisters from the national army to defend the national peace together. At this moment, international society is paying lots of attention to the democratic Taiwan. And while facing the external challenges and threats, we will continue to defend the values of democracy.
Tough words there. Taiwan also deployed its own military. Fighter jets were scrambled, warships were mobilized, and land units were put on alert. Their Coast Guard ships also sprung to action. Some of them noticed Chinese vessels in the vicinity, so they issued a warning. Change your direction or we will take action.
中国大陆548军舰，这里是中华民国海巡署宜兰舰广播，你的行动将严重破坏台海区域和平、稳定及安全，有造成事端，增加维安及误判风险，请你立即调整航向，如执意进入我。
So Taiwan was ready. And there's a reason for that. Most people expected China to lash out after the inauguration, so this drill was not really a surprise. Just look at Taiwan stock markets. They closed around 0.3% up. No jitters, no attack fears. Having said that, Taiwan must tread carefully because the trajectory is worrying. It all started in 2022. Then US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi visited Taiwan. It was the first visit by a top US official in decades. So what did China do? They staged unprecedented military drills. They practiced blockading Taiwan. Thus, a new normal of military activity was established. Now, cut to 2024. China has taken it one step forward. They're not practicing a blockade, they're practicing an attack. So China is getting bolder and bolder. They went from minor drills to blockades and from blockades to simulated attacks. And that's the worry for Taiwan. It's also a message to their allies, the likes of Japan and the United States. Experts say they do have contingency plans if China invades. Those plans focus on Taiwan's east. It's close to Japan and the Philippines, so eastern Taiwan is a natural supply route. You can get military aid and resources into the island. And China knows this, which is why Beijing staged drills in the east as well. It's their way of telling the US, don't get ideas.
This is a powerful punishment for the separatist forces seeking Taiwan independence and a serious warning against interference and provocation by external forces. It is fully in line with international law and practice, and completely justified and necessary.
So what happens next? These drills won't change Taiwan's policy. Their people voted for a China hawk, so their choice is quite clear. No reunification. But the military strategies have to be revisited, especially weapons sales. A lot of US arms are flowing to Israel and Ukraine. That could shift the focus from Taiwan. Plus, can you leave these Chinese drills unanswered? If you do, you could embolden Beijing. And if you don't, you will give them an excuse to escalate. Talk about an eventful first week in office for President Lai. If you had a time machine, what would you do? Well, I've got a suggestion. Go back to 1999 and subscribe to NVIDIA's IPO. We have discussed this company before. NVIDIA, it's a chip maker based in the US. They went public at $12 per share. $12. Do you know what it's worth now? Almost $950 per share. And the crazy thing, it's still going up. NVIDIA have released their quarterly report. Their revenue increased by 262%. We are talking about 3 months here, February, March and April. The market expectation was already very high. They predicted $24.7 billion in revenue. And guess what? NVIDIA beat that expectation. They logged $26 billion in revenue. How did they do that? Mostly thanks to artificial intelligence chips, AI chips. AI requires advanced semiconductors, and NVIDIA is one of the few companies in the world that make them. So their shares are on a roll. NVIDIA is 97% up from January and 200% up compared to May last year, 200% in a year. It's a mind-boggling rise. And like I said, it's not done yet. Many analysts say NVIDIA is now the most important company on the planet. It is America's ace in the chip war. And that war has a new battleground: subsidies. Countries are using billions in subsidies to develop their chip industry, to lead this cutting-edge technology. How much money are we talking about? Almost $380 billion. $380 billion in subsidies, that's how much countries have planned. The US has set aside almost $40 billion, 40. The UK 1.3 billion, France 3.1 billion, India 10 billion, Japan 25 billion, South Korea 55 billion. I know this is a lot of money, but it pales in comparison to China's subsidies. China's subsidies are worth almost $142 billion. So China's goal is quite clear. It wants to lead the chip industry. But how realistic is this goal? Well, experts are divided. NVIDIA and Qualcomm are probably the industry leaders right now, and both are American companies. Some experts say Chinese chips are years behind them. Others say the gap is much closer. So the US is trying to rally its allies. Washington has already stopped selling advanced chips to China. They want their allies to do the same, like Europe, Japan, and South Korea. But here's the thing. In this chip race, it's every country for itself. Because we're talking about an economic lifeline. Chips make almost 15% of Taiwan's GDP and 7% of South Korea's GDP. Why would they give up that lead to anyone, even an ally like the US? Today, South Korea announced a new financial package. They're giving $19 billion to the chip sector, mostly in the form of investments.
반도체는 다 알다시피
As we all know, semiconductors are a field where all-out national warfare is underway. Win or lose, that depends on who can make cutting-edge semiconductors first. We need to provide strong support for semiconductors to ensure that our country doesn't fall behind others in the competition.
The targets are overlapping. The US wants to capture 20% of the chip market by 2030. The European Union also wants to capture 20% of this market by 2030. And South Korea wants 10% of this market. I guess the rest will come from Taiwan. So where does this leave other countries? Playing catch up. China is pumping a lot of money into this sector, and slowly it is paying off. Huawei, for example, made their own chips. A 7-nanometer processor. It caught many US officials by surprise. So China's plan is spread across different stages. Invest dozens of billions, dominate production of old legacy chips, meanwhile gather more knowledge, and finally shift to more advanced ones. It's an expensive but robust plan. The question is, how should countries like India respond to this? The West already has a lead. So all they need right now is to stay ahead, to not be complacent. But India's challenge is very different. We have to build from the bottom up. India has a vast talent of engineers and designers, but many of them end up working in Western companies. The key is to retain this talent or to make Western companies invest in India. More focus must be on this, because it's easy to announce billions of dollars and forget about it, but sometimes money alone is not enough. Meanwhile, Indian stock markets are on a high after a few weeks of poll jitters. The bulls are making a comeback. The markets have rebounded. This week, they surpassed $5 trillion in value. And this milestone was achieved in record time. At the end of November 2023, they'd crossed the $4 trillion mark. And now we are in the month of May. So in barely 6 months, Indian markets have gained $1 trillion in valuation. They've added $1 trillion. These are companies listed on the Bombay Stock Exchange, better known as the BSE. It is India's oldest stock exchange. Companies listed on this index are together worth $5 trillion. As of today, only 3 other countries are ahead of India: the United States, China, and Japan. In January this year, India overtook the markets of Hong Kong. It became the 4th largest stock market. So the question is, what is driving this rally? Mostly retail investors, the ones who invest through mutual funds. Those are retail investors by making small contributions every month. Earlier, their participation was modest. But in recent years, more retail investors have entered the markets in India, and they're investing bigger sums. In the last 1 year alone, the value of their assets has surged by 44%. Mutual funds now hold almost 9% of all Indian stocks. Again, this is an all-time high. And what does this trajectory tell you? We've listed a few key takeaways. First of all, the changing approach of Indian retail investors. They're willing to take more risks, to make more bets with their savings. And the second point to note is that the markets have a buffer. Thanks to this steady inflow of funds, there's a buffer against sudden shocks, like a mass withdrawal from institutional investors or foreigners. Indian markets are less likely to experience extreme or volatile swings. But here's the flip side to this story. While retail investors are still bullish on India, foreign investors are shifting. They're selling shares in large volumes. Let me show you the numbers from this month. Foreign investors have sold stocks worth over 27,000 crore rupees. That's more than $3 billion US. And this selling or dumping of shares has been happening for weeks now. Since April, global funds have pulled well over $4 billion from India. Investments by FPIs have dropped to a 12-year low. What are FPIs? Foreign portfolio investors, 12-year low. Now, these are foreign individuals, companies or institutions who invest in the Indian stock market. So why are they pulling their money out? One reason is interest rates. They're still high in countries like the US, so investors who want to keep their money safe are putting it in US bonds. Some others are betting on prices to fall. In other words, they're shorting. They're shorting Indian stocks. Now, reports say there are more than 200,000 such contracts. What does shorting a stock mean? It's basically a bet against a company or a stock. If an investor feels that the company's shares are overvalued, they place a bet against the stock. This is what is called a short. So Indian stocks are being shorted. Does it make sense? Well, to some extent it does, because many Indian stocks are overvalued. So investors may be sensing an opportunity and looking to make a quick profit. But such transactions are often short-term in nature. They do not reflect the long-term outlook of neither the Indian stock markets nor Indian companies. And then there is one final factor, which is the Indian election. Some investors are still waiting for the results to come. They will make their next move after the results. And some of the recent sell-off was driven by low voter turnouts in the initial phases. It led to a lot of speculation. Some investors were unsure about the outcome. Well, they won't have to wait for long. In 12 days from now, we'll have the election results. On October 7th, Hamas attacked Israel. They took almost 252 people hostage. 7 months later, more than 100 of these people are still missing, including 5 women soldiers of the IDF, the Israeli Defense Force. Now their families have released a new video. It shows these women in Hamas captivity. Their hands are tied and their faces are bloody. The families hope that this video can build pressure. They want Prime Minister Netanyahu to bring back the hostages immediately. But is that even possible? Is a hostage deal still on the cards? Our next report tells you.
October 7th, 2023. 229 days. That's how long it has been since Hamas attacked Israel and took hostages. 252 people were taken during the attack. 112 have been released. 37 are presumed dead, but nearly 100 hostages remain unaccounted for. They are said to be in Gaza. Hamas hasn't talked about their whereabouts. Israel hasn't been able to rescue them. So their families wait day after day, hoping to hear some news about their loved ones. Now families of hostages have released a new video. It shows 7 female Israeli soldiers. It's graphic footage of their abduction. It shows 7 women. They are all IDF personnel. Their hands are bound. They are lined up against the wall. Some of their faces are bruised. They are being threatened by Hamas. These women were working as IDF observers. They're all 19 and 20-year-olds who were monitoring the border when they were captured. One of these women, Ori Megidish, was rescued by the IDF. She's now in Israel. Another hostage, Noah Marciano, was killed in Gaza. But 5 others are still in captivity. Now this video is not new. It was initially released by Hamas, but the IDF put out an edited version. A few weeks ago, Israel showed the footage to the families of the victims. They were given a copy of it. And now the families have made this video public.
Very hard emotionally seeing this video. I've actually seen this footage a few weeks ago for the first time, and I think it really emphasizes how urgent it is to get my little sister and the other young girls and all the hostages back, because we are dealing with people who are acting in such inhuman ways, killing, raping, kidnapping.
The video is an attempt to build pressure on the government. But will Netanyahu budge? After the release of the video, the Israeli Prime Minister did release a statement. He said he was horrified. Netanyahu said negotiators are continuing talks to bring the hostages back home. The families of the hostages even met with senior Israeli leaders. This includes Defense Minister Yoav Gallant and War Cabinet member Benny Gantz. They lobbied for an immediate agreement with Hamas.
We only see in that video a fraction of the horrible things that are going on in their surrounding, in the shelter. She is terrified and wounded. There is fear in her eyes. And she is saying whatever she can. She's begging for her life. The top priority is to bring her home. Bring them all home now.
But is a hostage deal even possible at this point? Right now, ceasefire talks are at a standstill. The last round of talks ended in Cairo without any deal. While Hamas accepted the ceasefire deal, they say that Israel's rejection took talks back to square one. Meanwhile, in early May, Israel began its assault on the southern city of Rafah, a move that has cast a shadow not only on a future ceasefire, but also on the fate of these hostages.
Rishi Sunak loves cricket. He may not look very good at it, but he likes it. We've seen him many times with bat in hand, but this time he was bowling a googly to his political rivals. On Wednesday evening, Sunak turned up outside his office, number 10 Downing Street. There was quite a bit of rain around, but the Prime Minister went ahead. He announced that he was calling for elections.
The King has granted this request, and we will have a general election on the 4th of July. These uncertain times call for a clear plan and bold action to chart a course to a secure future. You must choose in this election who has that plan.
The optics were not good. Loud music playing in the background, rain all over his suit. None of it looked very appealing, but Sunak had made up his mind. Elections will be held on the 4th of July. It was a surprise to some of his cabinet members. Apparently, even the finance minister did not know. Plus, a lot of Conservative MPs are unhappy. They think Sunak should have waited, maybe called the elections by the end of 2024. So I guess the question is, why did the Prime Minister do it? Well, this is a snap election, meaning it's being held ahead of time. Britain's elections were scheduled for January next year. But Rishi Sunak has moved it up. It's not clear why. One reason could be the economic data. Britain's inflation numbers were published this week. It was around 2.3% in April, a bit lower than what was predicted. Also, Britain has exited a technical recession. Their GDP grew by 0.6% from January to March. That's the highest rate in 2 years, 0.6%. So maybe Prime Minister Sunak thought, this is the chance. The economy won't get better than this, so might as well capitalize. Another reason could be leadership challenge. There were rumors of rebellion this month. Apparently, some Conservative MPs were plotting to oust Sunak. But that won't matter now because elections have been called. So Sunak will lead the Conservative Party. Which brings us to the campaign. All parties have hit the ground running. Today, Labour leader Keir Starmer held his first rally. He promised to rebuild the country.
If you want change, you have to vote for it. And if you vote Labour, it's a vote to stop the chaos. It's a vote to turn the page. And it's a vote to rebuild our country together. For a government to leave after 14 years, our country, with living standards worse than when they started, is absolutely unforgivable.
It's a great chance for Keir Starmer. He's not your Tony Blair sort of firebrand leader, but frankly, he doesn't need to be. Conservatives have ruled Britain for 14 years. Ideally, that should have given stability. One party ruling for 14 years, but not in Britain. They've had 5 prime ministers and 7 finance ministers in this time. One of the PM's Liz Truss lasted less than 50 days. So most British voters are quite fed up. They don't need Starmer to be extraordinary. They need him to be boring. And opinion polls support it. They show Labour Party with 41% votes and Sunak's Conservatives at 20%. If these numbers hold, it could be a landslide win for the opposition. The question is, can Prime Minister Rishi Sunak turn it around? Well, his pitch is quite clear. I am the man who guided Britain through crises, first as finance minister, then as prime minister, and he's got a point there. Just look at all of the events of the last few years. The Wuhan virus pandemic, Russia's war in Ukraine, tensions in the South China Sea, and now a war in West Asia. All of these have contributed to Britain's economic crisis. Plus, it wasn't just Sunak's mess. His predecessors created most of it. But getting this complicated message across will be hard. The Prime Minister made an effort today. He posted a video on social media.
The coronavirus has hit the UK.
Putin announced the military operation just before 3 a.m.
More than 700 Israelis are now feared dead.
Russia is now placing its economy on a war
Breaking
footing.
news,
China
in a major
and
escalation
Russia
of the crisis in the Middle
no
East, Iran has started a direct attack on Israel.
I half expected a caption at the end of that. Rishi Sunak in and as 007. Great filmography, but young Britons would probably say cringe. And that's his biggest challenge, messaging. Today, the Prime Minister visited a pub in Wales. He decided to talk football. The Euro Cup is starting next month, so Sunak asked if the locals were excited about it. But he missed one tiny detail. Wales has not qualified for the Euros.
Is he looking forward to all the football?
Not so much my bag. But
Well, get people in.
No, but that's because you guys aren't in it.
Well, get people out, there'll be people coming, it'll be good summer.
Same in Scotland. Their leader is not too happy about the election dates. He says it's disrespectful. Why is that? Because July 4th is the first week of holidays in Scotland. So my point is quite simple. Rishi Sunak cannot seem to catch a break. He probably wanted to surprise his rivals with the announcement, but his googly is looking more like a full toss. 24 hours. It's a long time to be on a flight. Ask Emmanuel Macron. The French president embarked on a day-long journey to land in New Caledonia. It's a French overseas territory, and since the 13th of May, it has seen deadly riots. People have died. Hundreds have been arrested. There's been arson and looting, all triggered by a controversial electoral reform. So the French president has landed, hoping to restore calm with his presence. But this crisis needs more than that. The question is, will Emmanuel Macron offer it? Our next report tells you.
This is New Caledonia, nestled between Australia and Fiji. It's a French overseas territory in the Pacific. It takes around 24 hours to travel from Paris to New Caledonia, so it's quite a long journey. But the French president embarked on it anyway. On Thursday, Emmanuel Macron landed in Nouméa. He called for peace and calm.
I know that many people suffer today from a great crisis, both in terms of their health and also in terms of finding food. So that is the priority of this visit. We will obviously look into matters such as economic recovery, support and rapid response, and also the most delicate political matters, in order to discuss about the future of New Caledonia.
So how did New Caledonia erupt into riots? In the mid-1800s, France took control of New Caledonia. That led to deep divisions between the indigenous Kanaks and the white settlers. There have been bouts of violence. But this year, the island saw its worst violence since the 1980s. 6 people were killed, hundreds were wounded, there was looting, there was arson. The trigger was a controversial election reform. The French government wants to change who can vote in the elections. They want to give residents who have lived more than 10 years a vote in the provincial elections. New Caledonia's voter roll has been the same since 1998. The power usually lies with the indigenous Kanaks. They make up 40% of New Caledonia's 270,000-strong population. But giving the new residents an opportunity to vote will dilute that. It will add more than 25,000 people to the voter list. And that's what triggered the violence. The islands are now under a state of emergency. Police have held at least 300 people. A 3,000-strong force deployed from France will remain in New Caledonia. Macron paid respects to the victims of the riots. He also met local political and business leaders and even discussed the future of the French territory.
We need to look at the whole picture and see how we can find what I would call constructive appeasement. In other words, restoring calm, the ability to find dialogue and a solution, but appeasement cannot mean going backwards. Appeasement cannot mean not respecting the popular expression that has already taken place. Appeasement cannot mean denying a path that has already been taken.
The challenge for Macron right now is to find a political solution to this crisis. Calm may be returning, but the situation is not back to normal, and it won't be anytime soon. Divisions are only rising between the Kanaks who seek independence and the descendants of the colonizers, those who want to remain a part of France. Until now, 3 referendums have been held on New Caledonia's independence. People opted to stay in France in the first 2 votes, but the third one saw very low turnout. For now, Macron's biggest priority is restoring calm. The change in the electoral reform requires a constitutional amendment, and it needs to go through the French president.
Now let's turn to the US, where a foreign leader is on a grand state visit. Kenya's president, William Ruto, is in Washington, D.C. It's the first state visit by a Kenyan leader in over 2 decades and the first by an African leader in 16 years. We told you about this yesterday. So this visit is a big deal. It also serves as Biden's fig leaf. Because when it comes to Africa, the US president has been found wanting. For 4 years, he kept promising to visit the continent. Now his term is almost up and no trip has materialized. So calling President Ruto looks like a gambit before elections, a last-ditch attempt to maintain ties with the African continent. But Ruto won't mind. He does like to travel after all. We spoke about this too yesterday. We told you how Ruto had chartered a luxury jet for this trip. He chartered it for $1.5 million, and great expenses like that raise great expectations. So besides possibly helping Biden with his guilt, what exactly has Ruto achieved so far? Well, as we speak, he's wrapping up a meeting with the US president. They're going through a host of subjects, from investments to debt relief. We might not get all the details right away, but let's look at some of the biggest issues, starting with the debt. Kenya is in a tough spot. It has a mounting pile of national debt. In January, it was worth more than 11 trillion Kenyan shillings. That's 82 billion US dollars at today's exchange rate. Almost 47 billion of that is external debt. And when it comes to Africa's external debt, the loan shark is usually China. In 2022, 70% of Kenya's external debt was owed to China, 70%. It's a safe bet that China is Kenya's biggest creditor. So what does President Ruto do? He goes to China's rival for a better deal.
Of course, working together also on how the United States, being the leader of free market economy, how we can have a fairer international financial system where all countries are treated equally.
That was from yesterday. Ruto was meeting with Mike Johnson, the US House Speaker. But Johnson is not from Biden's party. He's a Republican and he may not be keen on extending a hand to Kenya. Reports say he declined to let President Ruto address a joint session of the US Congress. So instead of the Republicans, Ruto is going to have to bank on Biden. The US president is preparing some concessional loans for Kenya, like a $180 million loan to develop affordable student housing. But that's not going to be enough for Kenya to overcome its dependency on Chinese loans. So Ruto will be hoping that Biden loosens some more purse strings, because who knows what will happen after the next election. And that's the debt part of things. Now let's look at the investments. Ruto and Biden met business leaders at the White House yesterday. Biden was all praise for technological innovation in Kenya.
Nowhere is it more important than in the realm of innovation. That's why we have so many business leaders around this table. From Silicon Valley to Silicon Savannah, our people have brought us forward and they've pioneered new technologies that are transforming millions of lives.
From Silicon Valley to Silicon Savannah, Biden was basically trying to sell Kenya as an investment destination. It seems to have worked. Yesterday, Microsoft announced a $1 billion investment in Kenya. This is to build a data center. Another American giant, Coca-Cola, says it will invest $175 million over the next 5 years. So Ruto seems to have concluded some investment deals, and more announcements may follow. There are other things that were on the agenda, like security in East Africa, where the Al-Shabaab terrorist group has been a menace for years, or troop deployments in Haiti, the Caribbean nation that is reeling under gang violence. Ruto and Biden had a lot to discuss, and we'll see the results in the days and weeks to come. Our next story is from Thailand, where the Prime Minister may soon be ousted. That's Prime Minister Srettha Thavisin. He is under scrutiny by Thailand's Constitutional Court. The body is acting on a complaint by some senators. They say the Prime Minister should be removed. Why? For appointing a questionable minister to his office, a person who has served a 6-month jail sentence. The minister in question has resigned, but the Prime Minister is still under the scanner because he dared to appoint a tainted minister. Now, on the face of it, this looks like a good move. It seems like Thailand is showing zero tolerance for unethical behavior. But is that the whole story? Or is it a ploy to destabilize Thailand's civilian government? Our next report has the details.
This is Srettha Thavisin, Thailand's Prime Minister. But his premiership is under threat. Earlier today, Thailand's Constitutional Court decided to put Srettha under the scanner because he appointed a controversial figure to the Prime Minister's office. This man, Pichit Chuenban. Pichit is a lawyer with long-running ties to Srettha's political party, the Pheu Thai Party. Pichit was once a lawyer for the party's founder, former Thai PM Thaksin Shinawatra. In 2008, while fighting a case for Thaksin, Pichit was involved in a scandal. He dropped a lunchbox at Thailand's Supreme Court. The lunchbox contained both snacks and 2 million baht. That's about $54,000 at today's exchange rate. This was seen as an attempted bribe. So Pichit was sentenced to 6 months in prison for contempt of court. After completing his imprisonment, Pichit continued to serve the Shinawatra family and the Pheu Thai Party. For the last few months, he has been the PM's advisor on legal affairs. A bit ironic considering his past. Earlier this month, Pichit was elevated to the position of Minister in the Prime Minister's office. But the move was denounced by 40 Thai senators. They petitioned Thailand's Constitutional Court to step in. The senators wanted both Pichit and Prime Minister Srettha ousted. They've already got part of what they wished for. Pichit resigned on Tuesday, 2 days before Thailand's Constitutional Court was to decide on the petition. Pichit stepped down to protect Srettha's premiership. But that did not stop the court from accepting the petition against Thailand's Prime Minister. As for Pichit, the court said that since he stepped down, he is no longer under the scanner. But Srettha, on the other hand, will be judged for choosing to appoint him. The court's approach may seem too righteous to some, but this is Thailand, a country that has seen 12 successful military coups since 1932. The last one took place in 2014, and the military still controls all the levers of power. Take Thailand's Senate. After all, this chaos began when 40 senators raised the complaint against Pichit and Shretha. Thailand's Senate currently has 250 members, all of whom were appointed by the military. They are effectively a rubber stamp. So it seems that it is Thailand's military that wants to remove Shretha from his post. The Constitutional Court also has a history of murky judgments. In 2022, they ruled that Thailand's junta leader turned prime minister could contest elections despite him having exceeded the term limit. The court disbanded an anti-junta political party in 2019. And at this very moment, they're looking at dissolving the biggest party in parliament, the Move Forward party that technically won last year's election. So the court's neutrality has been called into question. Thailand's Prime Minister has been given 15 days to submit his defense. He maintains that he has done nothing wrong. But can he convince Thailand's Constitutional Court of his innocence and save his job?
Have you ever tried to grab a midnight snack, flicked on the kitchen light, and found an army of tiny brown thieves? They give you a combative stare, then scuttle to make a quick escape while you hunt for the nearest shoe. You guessed it, I'm talking about cockroaches. At this very moment, cockroaches are hiding in countless buildings, hotel rooms and restaurant kitchens. They are everywhere, technically in every continent except Antarctica. There are 4,500 species of cockroaches, but in all probability, only one type of cockroach is the source of your frustration. The German cockroach. It has overpowered all other cockroach species. It has conquered the world and stood on the shoulders of world leaders.
I think you know better than I do.
That was the former Philippines President, Rodrigo Duterte, getting a taste of roach diplomacy. And fun fact, despite the name, the German cockroach is not from Germany. This moniker was a gift from a Swedish biologist in 1767 when Sweden was fighting a war against what is now Germany. Now that's what you call revenge. But since then, scientists have repeatedly tried and failed to find the pest's natural habitat. It has been a centuries-old mystery. That is, until now. A landmark study is out and it describes the scavenger's story of origin. It all began 2,000 years ago. German cockroaches originated in South Asia, mainly in India and Myanmar. The bugs lived near human settlements. They started eating our crop, liked it and moved indoors, where they found similar food sources. Eventually, they became household pests. Cockroaches were living the best life. They loved the food and soon they fell in love with travel. 1,200 years ago, they hitched rides with soldiers and settled in West Asia. Then they moved to Europe. Global trade expanded in the 19th and 20th centuries, so cockroaches hid on trains and automobiles. Pardon the pun, but they even traveled roach in airplanes. And slowly they colonized the world, one sewage pipe or red carpet at a time. The health and economic cost of their spread is huge. Cockroaches are pests, after all, and the sworn enemies of humans. But you have to give it to them. German cockroaches are a testament to adaptability. No wonder they've inspired many things, from iconic books to robots.
From the perspective of bionics, the cockroach is an insect with excellent performance, and we also learned a lot of bionic mechanisms from it. Inspired by this phenomenon, we hope to invent a robot that can move that fast.
Now, even startups want to be like cockroaches instead of unicorns so they can survive funding winters. As absurd as it sounds, cockroaches can indeed be inspirational because they are survivors. Cockroaches have hostile human roommates whom they traumatize only when necessary. Otherwise, the bugs remain carefree, all while building resistance. Most poisons do not work on them anymore, neither does climate change. Cockroaches adapt so quickly, they've built an incredible heat tolerance. Researchers say today's cockroaches are nothing like those of the past. They have supercharged into mutant cockroaches, which is a scary superpower. But these roaches remain goal-oriented. Even in the most unnatural environments, they know how to get what they want: food. And they mix work with play. Much like ants, cockroaches are highly social. They help each other forage for food. But the best part? Roaches have built a stellar reputation for themselves, especially among us humans. Many of us still believe that these bugs can survive a nuclear holocaust. Granted, roaches are tougher than humans, but they absolutely cannot survive a nuclear bomb. Even so, that's a very cool rumor to have about yourself. So that's the cockroach survival guide. Keep calm, be persistent, try to be sociable, and build resistance to hurdles. Basically, adapt like an ace. Also have a cool rumor about yourself. That last bit cannot hurt. Most world leaders know it already. And now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. The European Space Agency releases stunning new images of dazzling stars and swirling galaxies. Romania is finding new ways to rescue people from the mountains by using a jet suit. And in Germany, a company is turning sewage water into beer. Finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 1947, the British cabinet approved the partition plan for India. The plan was to divide the country along religious lines into two states, a predominantly Hindu India and a Muslim-majority Pakistan. The partition led to one of the largest mass migrations in human history. More than 1 million people died and more than 15 million people were displaced. We're leaving you on that note. Thanks for watching. We will see you tomorrow.
Of the cabinet's first meeting. In the words of Pandit Nehru himself, so along the Punjab highways, the endless procession goes on. The endless procession goes on. Men, women, and children fleeing from the storms of hatred and distrust. A tragic problem, and one to which mutual tolerance is the only answer.
From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
We're beating Biden.
How dare he say that? If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill, we know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America. We begin in the Middle East. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has dismissed accusations of starving Palestinians to death in Gaza. Speaking to American media, Netanyahu said that the International Criminal Court's arrest warrant against him was based on a pack of lies. He added that the World Court was creating false symmetries between a democratically elected government and Hamas. The International Criminal Court's prosecutor has sought an arrest warrant for Israel's prime minister and defense minister while accusing them of starvation as a weapon of war. Now, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says the charges are outrageous and that the World Court prosecutor was acting like a rogue agent. The Israeli Prime Minister says that he has in fact allowed entry of 500,000 tons of humanitarian aid into Gaza. And now the Israeli leader has dragged its biggest ally, the United States, into its disagreement with the World Court. Netanyahu said that he was not using starvation as a weapon of war, claiming that the United States had more malnutrition-related deaths when compared to Gaza. He said, quote, "There are 23 or 30 cases of malnutrition in a population of 2 million. The United States in 2022 had 20,000 deaths of malnutrition. That's 3 times more than in Gaza," end quote. Now, despite what appeared to be an attack, Netanyahu did thank the White House for calling out the ICC for demanding arrest warrants against the Israeli leadership. Meanwhile, as the Israeli Prime Minister battles it out with the International Criminal Court, a bigger diplomatic challenge has him cornered as more nations agree to recognize Palestine as an independent state. Just yesterday, Norway, Ireland, and Spain announced their support for Palestine, and now Colombia will open its embassy in Palestine. Now, in response, Israel has recalled its ambassadors from these countries, and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has also accused them of rewarding terrorism.
The intention of several European countries to recognize a Palestinian state is a reward for terrorism. 80% of the Palestinians in Judea and Samaria support the terrible massacre of October 7th. This evil cannot be given a state. This would be a terrorist state. It will try to repeat the massacre of October 7th again and again. We will not consent to this. Rewarding terrorism will not bring peace, and neither will it stop us from defeating Hamas.
With international pressure mounting on Netanyahu and thousands rallying at home calling for him to step down, the prime minister's days in office look to be numbered. Staying in the Middle East, families of female Israeli soldiers captured by Hamas on October 7th have released graphic footage of the abduction. The video shows the women lined up with their faces and bodies covered in bruises and blood. The families say this is an attempt to put pressure on Netanyahu to negotiate a hostage release deal with Hamas. Members of Israel's war cabinet say the gruesome clip made their stomachs churn. Yet a hostage release deal is nowhere in sight. Our next report brings you the plight of Israeli families whose loved ones continue to be held captive by Hamas.
Someone speak English. Please, sit down. That's what you mean? What? Where from? No.
What you just saw was a graphic video of Israeli women soldiers being taken hostage by Hamas on the 7th of October. The video shows the women lined up against the wall, with their hands, feet and face bloodied and bruised. The disturbing 3-minute-long visual was released by families of the Israeli women who've been taken hostage. The families say they are desperate to get their loved ones back. And the video is meant to put pressure on Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to do more for securing a hostage release deal. The original footage was first released by Hamas. The 13-minute-long video has now been cut short and reshared by Israeli families. Families say they have taken out the most gruesome scenes. In the chilling video, Hamas fighters threaten the women with death. Some Hamas fighters are seen leering at the women, calling them cheap and beautiful. The video also shows Hamas fighters loading the women into vehicles before taking them into Gaza. Out of the 7 women, 1 has been rescued and 1 has been found dead, while the remaining 5 are still in captivity. After seeing the video, a mother of an Israeli soldier says she was terrified for her daughter's safety.
Of course, it's something that it's one of my biggest fears, that, as a young woman, to be there in their monsters' hands. You don't know what they're capable of, and it's something that's very frightened.
Other family members of the Israeli women soldiers say they couldn't sit through the gruesome footage.
I saw the video for the first time. I cried while watching it, and towards the end I felt like I was going to throw up. I think any person who watches this video will understand that feeling, especially as a woman.
After the video was released by family members, there was a massive uproar in Israel. Protesters rallied in the thousands against Netanyahu. They accused the government of not wanting to secure a hostage release deal.
Actually, we're sick of those demonstrations. We want our beloved back home, but we have no choice to demonstrate. Even today, this video that was released of the women soldiers, how they were molested in the 7th of October. We had to use this weapon against our government, so they will see it.
Ministers of Israel's war cabinet say the video made their stomachs churn. Netanyahu himself called the video horrifying. Till now, more than 100 hostages have been released. However, at least 130 are still being held captive by Hamas. Efforts to reach a hostage release deal have failed repeatedly, and the Israeli families are hoping that this video will put more pressure on Netanyahu to negotiate a hostage release deal with Hamas and end the suffering of their children taken hostage.
And now here in the United States, former President Donald Trump has made some serious allegations against President Joe Biden. Shocker. On social media and in fundraising email, Donald Trump said that President Biden wanted to have him assassinated. The Republicans' campaign email said, quote, Joe Biden was locked and loaded, ready to take me out and put my family in danger, end quote. On social media, Donald Trump made the outlandish claims that President Biden authorized the Federal Bureau of Investigation to use deadly lethal force against the former president. Donald Trump was referencing the search warrant order executed in August of 2022 when federal agents raided his Mar-a-Lago estate in search of classified documents which Trump had refused to turn over to the government. Now, Donald Trump's claims were in response to court filings which clearly included standard FBI wording stating that agents were allowed to use deadly force if someone was in imminent danger. However, it did not take long for the former president to distort the statement to say that the Department of Justice was ready to shoot him. The strange remarks add to the pile of false claims made by Donald Trump against President Joe Biden. The Republican Party's presumptive presidential candidate has also falsely accused President Biden of carrying out a political witch hunt. Donald Trump often calls the commander-in-chief Crooked Biden, knowing that the executive office plays no part in managing the judiciary.
The White House is the person or the group, whatever, they're the one trying this case. You heard who was doing all the talking. Representative from the White House, just recently. This is all about Biden can't campaign, so he's trying to injure his opponent. They're trying to hurt the opponent because they can't win it fair and square.
Donald Trump has even accused President Biden of interfering in the Republicans' electoral campaign.
They're doing it in 2024 just like they did in 2020. Can you imagine with all of the wrongdoing that we found and that you know existed, They're coming after me for election interference? That's the classic of all.
Now, the ex-president is known to often bend the truth and make outlandish claims. In fact, after becoming president in 2017, he stunned reporters when he accused former President Barack Obama of spying on his presidential campaign. But accusing a sitting president of wanting to assassinate a former president, especially in this politically charged environment, is definitely taking things too far, even for Donald Trump. And in Mexico, 10 bodies were found scattered across the beach town of Acapulco. In separate incidents, 6 people were strangled with their hands tied behind their backs, while 4 victims were shot dead. Now, media reports have linked these killings to organized crime syndicates. In fact, Mexico's drug cartels are infamous for killing their victims either by strangling them or by gunning them down. Acapulco was once a glamorous tourist spot. In fact, many A-list celebrities had homes in the seaside town before it was overrun by drug gangs. Last year, disputes between cartels led to almost 2,000 murders in the area alone. And while cartel violence is nothing new to Mexico, bloodshed in the country has spiked ahead of the country's general election, which is scheduled for June 2nd. Gangs have even started using sophisticated methods like bomb-dropping drones and improvised explosive devices to instill fear among the electorate. Government data shows April marked the most lethal month in Mexico this year, as the drug cartels see the election as an opportunity to seize more power. Reports say they've murdered more than 100 people in politically motivated killings, including around 20 political candidates since January. Now, this has put both politicians and civilians at risk across the entire country.
When my phone rings, I'm terrified that it'll be the school saying something has happened to my kids. Whenever the phone rings, I'm always afraid it's bad news.
Mexicans say they are disappointed in President Emmanuel Lopez Obrador over his handling of gang violence.
I don't know why my government, my president, doesn't come down with a heavier hand against these cartels. I feel disappointed. I expected more.
Now, despite disbanding a corrupt federal police and replacing it with 130,000 strong National Guards, Obrador's government has failed to stop drug cartels from running rampant. And the 2 candidates vying to be Mexico's next president have not offered any concrete proposals to tackle the cartels either. It's also worth noting that Mexico will choose between 2 women presidential candidates, a first in the country's history. Now, as the battle between the government and drug cartels continues, innocent Mexicans are caught in the crossfire. And finally, Prime Minister Rishi Sunak has announced the date for the United Kingdom's next general election. Voters will cast their ballots on the 4th of July to elect 650 parliamentarians. The surprise announcement has come early, as the election was expected to be held after September. Now, opinion polls show the Conservative Party, which has been ruling for 14 years, could lose to the opposition Labour Party. The economy and immigration remain the core electoral issues for the voters. Our final report explains what's at stake for Britain in this election.
And we will have a general election on the 4th of July.
Prime Minister Rishi Sunak has locked the date for the United Kingdom's next general election. Britons will cast their votes on the 4th of July. The surprise announcement ended months of speculation as to when Sunak will call a new vote.
Earlier today, I spoke with His Majesty the King to request the dissolution of Parliament. The King has granted this request, and we will have a general election on the 4th of July.
The 44-year-old Prime Minister said the British Parliament will be suspended and will be formally shut down next week. Following this, a 5-week election campaign will begin. The high-stakes gamble has come early, as the election was expected to be held after September this year. This would have given Sunak at least 2 years in office. He took over as the UK's Prime Minister in October 2022.
I hope that my work since I became Prime Minister shows that we have a plan and are prepared to take bold action necessary for our country to flourish. Now, I've stuck with that plan and always been honest with you about what is needed, even when that's been difficult. Because I'm guided by doing what is right for our country, not what is easy.
Now, Conservatives have been in power in Britain for 14 years, but this time they are widely expected to lose to the opposition Labour Party. Leading the way is Keir Starmer, the main opponent of Sunak, who could potentially become the country's next Prime Minister if his party wins the election.
But no matter what else is said and done, that opportunity for change is what this election is about. Over the course of the last 4 years, we've changed the Labour Party, returned it once more to the service of working people. All we ask now, humbly, is to do exactly the same for our country and return Britain to the service of working people.
Reports say Sunak's announcement was met with alarm by his party's senior leaders, who are concerned that their party could face an electoral wipeout. Pre-election polls suggest that Britons prefer Starmer over Sunak, with over 70% people having a negative view of the current Prime Minister. Starmer is not too popular either, but remains a favourable choice. Polls show that the economy continues to be the core issue for voters, with younger generations being concerned about the rising cost of living in Britain.
The Conservatives came to power when I was 9 years old, and since then the chances for me or my friends to even think of affording a house have completely evaporated, or the chances of us to afford to have a family have completely evaporated, and now finally feels like the first time where change is possible and we can start to turn the tide on that, which I think is vitally important that we make that happen.
Official data shows that Sunak's government has managed to bring down the inflation rate to its lowest level in almost 3 years. And the Prime Minister is looking to frame his campaign around the narrative of economic recovery. But the Labour Party has frequently attacked Sunak, saying the country needs more economic stability. Another electoral issue that Sunak faces is immigration and his controversial Rwanda deal, where he seeks to send Britain's illegal migrants on a one-way flight to the African nation. Sunak says the first flight will take off in July. However, the Labour Party says it will withdraw Sunak's scheme as soon as it wins a majority in the parliament. Now, the election for 650 parliamentary seats will be the first time Sunak faces the public while in charge. The UK's last election was held in 2019, where former Prime Minister Boris Johnson won an 80-seat majority as he fought to get his Brexit deal through Parliament. Soon after, British politics faced an extremely volatile period. Johnson was forced to resign over a series of scandals. His successor, Liz Truss, lasted just over 40 days on the job before she quit over controversial tax and spending plans, paving the way for Sunak to become Britain's first Indian origin Prime Minister.
That's our show for today. We certainly thank you so much for tuning in. We hope to see you right back here again tomorrow. Thanks again for watching.
Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. We will bring you all the election updates Hello and welcome. Starting with our top story. It is the final countdown to the general election in South Africa. Now, the May 29th election looks set to be the most tightly contested since the end of apartheid. So who are the key faces in South Africa's general election? Let's take a look. Starting with Cyril Ramaphosa of the African National Congress. 71-year-old Ramaphosa is hoping for another term as president. He rose to prominence in the 1980s as a union leader. In 1991, when he became an ANC Secretary General, he was a leading negotiator in talks with South Africa's then white minority government that led to the end of apartheid and the beginning of democracy in 1994. In 2017, he took over as the ANC leader and as president in 2018, leading the party to victory in the 2019 national election. In 2022, Ramaphosa was embroiled in a scandal after the theft of over $500,000 in cash from his farm, which raised questions about the origin of the funds. But he still won re-election as the ANC leader that year. Ramaphosa denies any wrongdoing and has so far not been charged with any offence. Ramaphosa and the African National Congress have been under immense pressure. High unemployment, corruption allegations, and frequent power cuts have reduced its popularity. But the ANC is promising to turn this around. It has promised to create millions of jobs over the next 5 years, to boost investment, support private sector, and end corruption. Next is Jacob Zuma, who Ramaphosa had replaced as the ANC leader in 2017 after a corruption scandal. The 82-year-old former president is a veteran of the anti-apartheid struggle. Zuma was jailed for 10 years with Nelson Mandela by the white minority regime. Over the years, Zuma rose through the ranks and became South Africa's president in 2009. But in 2018, he was forced to step down owing to a public inquiry into government corruption. He was sentenced to 15 months in jail in 2021 for defying a court order to provide evidence. The veteran leader, however, is now openly hostile to the ANC leadership. He has thrown his weight behind his newly formed MK party, which is named after the ANC's former armed wing from apartheid years. In the latest, Zuma was barred by court from running for parliament due to his prison sentence, but his name will still appear on the ballot paper as leader of the MK party. In its manifesto, Zuma promises employment and free education to the country's youth. He also pledged to change the constitution to restore more powers to traditional leaders. The third key face in South Africa's political race is John Steenhuisen. The 48-year-old is the leader of the opposition Democratic Alliance. Steenhuisen has been active in politics from a young age. At 22, he was elected as a DA city councillor in Durban. He then became a member of the Provincial Assembly in KwaZulu-Natal before entering National Assembly in 2011. In 2019, he became the party leader after two of its most senior black leaders resigned, one of them citing difficulties expanding the DA's appeal beyond its traditionally white base. But Steenhuisen rejects criticism that the DA is a party of white privilege. However, he still faces skepticism over who the party truly represents. The Democratic Alliance promises to liberalize the economy, including a greater move towards privatization. Steenhuisen has vowed to create 2 million new jobs, end power cuts, and halve the rate of violent crime. Another face in the election is Julius Malema. Often labeled a firebrand, Malema is a former leader of the ANC's youth wing. He was suspended in 2011 by the party's disciplinary committee, after which he set up the Economic Freedom Fighters, or the EFF, which advocates seizing land from white farmers to redistribute to black people. Apart from politics, this firebrand leader's penchant for flashy cars, gold watches and other trappings of wealth is also well documented. In 2015, a court threw out money laundering charges against him because of delays. Julius Malema and the Economic Freedom Fighters are to address unemployment and inequality. The EFF has radical economic solutions. It wants to redistribute land to the less well-off. It also wants to nationalize mines, banks, and other key parts of the economy. Nearly 28 million South Africans will vote in the upcoming election. Opinion polls say the ruling African National Congress may lose its majority for the first time after 30 years in power. The African National Congress is still expected to win the largest share of the vote, so President Cyril Ramaphosa is likely to remain in office, unless he faces an internal challenge within the party. If the ANC falls short of a majority, it will have to negotiate a coalition. It could even form a deal with other smaller parties, depending on the share of votes that it gets. Now, earlier today, I spoke to Naren Singh, the National Campaigns Committee chairperson and the Treasurer General of the Inkatha Freedom Party. Naren Singh, who is also the chief whip of the IFP in the National Assembly, says the 29th of May election is the most crucial for South Africa since the dawn of democracy. He also elaborated on South Africa's future with coalitions at the national level and the key issues this election. Here's the full conversation.
Considering the elections are just more than a week away, how do you see the national picture evolving for the IFP, and what role do you envision the party playing in shaping South Africa's political landscape?
Oh, thank you for that question. Yeah, it's just 7 days to go, and it's going to be D-Day for many of us. This is going to be a very, very interesting election since the dawn of democracy in 1994 because of the split in the African National Congress, the fact that many new parties have come on board and many new leaders who belong to prominent parties have now formed their own parties. So I think after 30 years, this is really going to be the litmus test for South Africa as we move forward. For the IFP, we are pretty confident that we will do much better than we've done before. And that's born out of the fact that our rallies have gone on very well. Our message has been well received by the public. And by and large, the groups that we try and entice to vote for us are fed up with the ruling party and the lack of governance and the corruption and the load shedding, and there's so many other things, and they're looking for an alternative. And we are pleased to say that they are looking at us as that alternative for South Africa.
Could you elaborate on the party's policy towards forming coalitions at the national level, especially in light of the current political dynamics as you've just laid out?
Yeah, coalitions are here to stay, and like in India and in Germany and many other countries, you'd find that the major party does not become majority because they have 50% plus one, but they work with other parties who have common values, common aims, a common vision to ensure that service delivery is utmost in their minds, and that the public and the constituencies benefit from the kind of good governance they offer. So for the first time, I think South Africa is going to go into coalitions at a national level. We've got coalitions at the local government level, but all predictions are that the ANC, who have been the majority party for a number of years, for the last 30 years, will dip below 50%, and they will be looking for partners. We, as the IFP, we've formed a loose alliance with 6 or 7 other parties where we share common values. We are in opposition to the ruling party at the moment in the national government. And hopefully, if we can get 50% plus one, it's called the multi-party charter, then we will form the government of the day.
What are the key issues that the IFP is focusing on in these upcoming elections? And how does the party plan to address the numerous challenges that are being identified as most critical by your constituents and supporters?
Well, I think one of the big issues that's impacting on South Africa at the moment is the question of unemployment. And growing the economy is one of the cornerstones of our manifesto. And the way you grow the economy is for government to ensure that the environment for the private sector to invest is conducive. You have good roads, you have good ports, you have no load shedding, you have electricity available, you have regulations in place that would make it easier for businesses to start up, whether it's a large business or small and medium enterprises. And I think our government has failed us in that regard. The ANC government has failed us in that regard. Then educating our communities. I think in the last 30 years, the ANC government has not done justice to the millions of South Africans who fought hard for this democracy in ensuring that the type of education that's meted out is one that can compare with standards not only across Africa but internationally. And if you don't have a society or don't have young people that are educated enough in skills that the country requires, then we're going to find this high rate of unemployment increasing. So that's another area that we're going to focus on, is unemployment. And then there's the issue of the provision of water. I mean, as we speak, I mean, South Africans are really in many parts, including large metros like Johannesburg, complaining about the fact that there's no water. And then we have water. Government and its agencies are not ensuring that the water is reticulated and when you open your tap you get water. We've allowed infrastructure to crumble to such an extent that that is the cause of many of our problems. So we would say that we want to invest in maintenance of infrastructure. The number of other areas, safety and security. I mean, many South Africans and non-South Africans who want to invest in South Africa are turned away because of the levels of crime in our country. And we believe as the IFP that this ANC government is not tough on crime. We've allowed mafia to penetrate every kind of industry, whether it's a building industry, the funeral industry, the tow truck industry, and the levels of corruption that we have, something that we don't see in many other countries in the world. And if we can stem corruption, especially at a government level, then we'll have more money available for the public.
Now moving to Kenya, the country's President William Ruto is in Washington as a part of a 3-day state visit to the United States, a first by any African leader in nearly 2 decades. US President Joe Biden rolled out the red carpet for his Kenyan counterpart as he seeks to catch up with the African continent. The visit comes amid Russia and China's rising influence in Africa, and that, experts believe, might have been America's motivation to schedule the visit at this time. China has been investing in Africa for over 2 decades now. A host of other players from West Asia have also gained ground, and that has likely made the US cautious of not losing its edge. Biden welcomed Ruto to the White House and joined him for a US-Kenya CEO summit.
And I bring you very warm greetings from the people of Kenya and our brothers and sisters from across the continent. And I undertake this state visit on the background of 60 years of solid friendship between the United States and Kenya.
The two leaders will hold formal talks, which will culminate in a lavish state dinner. Now, the talks will cover a wide range of topics, including debt relief for Kenya. Kenya has been grappling with acute liquidity challenges, and China is Kenya's biggest creditor. Meanwhile, credit ratings agency Fitch estimates that 1/3 of the Kenyan government's revenues will be spent just on interest payments this year. Amid this, Ruto said that talks with the US president will focus on developing a fairer financial system. Meanwhile, the US is also expected to designate Kenya as a major non-NATO ally. If that happens, Kenya will be the first sub-Saharan African country to receive the designation. It will also mark a significant upgrade in the relationship between the two nations and will likely give Washington a greater influence in East Africa.
Today, as we honor 60 years of ties between our countries, It's clear that our people are the true strength of this partnership and a partnership that's working well. Nowhere is it more important than in the realm of innovation. That's why we have so many business leaders around this table. From Silicon Valley to Silicon Savannah, our people have brought us forward and they've pioneered new technologies that are transforming millions of lives.
That's not all. The US president has also announced plans to schedule a visit to Africa next year after being re-elected, marking a very confident outlook for a second term in the White House. All of this as Biden says he is all in on Africa and all in with Africa. However, as he sets the stage for newer pledges and enhanced cooperation, the US president is yet to deliver on his previous promises. In December of 2022, Biden said that he would visit sub-Saharan Africa the following year. This would have made him the first US president to travel to the region in a decade. But 2 years later, he has yet to set foot on the continent. Shifting focus to the Democratic Republic of Congo, where intense fighting has resumed between the Congolese army and the M23 rebels. The army launched an offensive against positions of the M23 rebel group. A spokesperson for the army said that several localities have been recaptured from the rebels. Now, clashes were reported on several fronts in the North Kivu province in the east. Meanwhile, residents said that fighting was underway in several regions northwest of the provincial capital, Goma. In South Kivu province, bombings were reported in several regions. Now, the offensive comes as the M23 rebel group has amplified attacks in recent months. The March 23 movement, or M23, is one of the prominent insurgent groups active in the eastern region of the DRC. It is a primarily Tutsi-led rebel group which claims to be fighting for the interests of the Tutsi community. After laying dormant for several years, M23 began to re-emerge in late 2021. And ever since, it has made significant gains, capturing swathes of territory, virtually encircling Goma. In April this year, the rebels captured the mining town of Rubeya. Now, Rubeya is a hotbed of strategic minerals, especially coltan, which is a key ingredient used in making mobile phones. The worsening violence has also led to an escalation in tensions between the Democratic Republic of Congo and Rwanda. The government of the DRC accuses Rwanda of supporting the M23 rebel groups, and the allegation is also echoed by Western countries. In fact, earlier this year, Rwanda's president defended the rebel group's cause. He said that the group exists because they've been denied their rights. However, he stopped short of answering whether Rwanda supported the rebels.
M23 is an organization born in and out of Congo. That's number one. Number two, these are Congolese. And you will hear even Congo admit it. Now, why do they exist? Why are they fighting? Why do they have arms? Is another question. It is also a simple question. They exist because they have been denied their rights as citizens of that country. They are called Tutsis of Rwanda.
Now, the years-long conflict has resulted in widespread nationwide displacement.
I left Kiwanja to come and live in Sake, thinking that Sake was safer and that I would find peace here. But there is no peace here either. We continue to suffer on a day-to-day, a life of suffering where I flee from war every day. I'm very angry.
As per the United Nations estimates, nearly 7 million people were internally displaced by the end of 2023. In North Kivu alone, about 2.5 million people were displaced. Amid the coups and the crises, there are many positive stories from Africa that often get overlooked, but not on this show. In our special segment, Resurgent Africa, we go back to Kenya to get you an inspiring story. A group of dedicated people are on a mission to rescue and rehabilitate birds of prey teetering on the brink of extinction. Experienced veterinarians and their teams are providing shelter and medical care to these majestic creatures and giving them a second chance at life. Our final report explains how.
In central Kenya, a crucial battle is being fought for the wildlife. A battle to save birds of prey from the brink of extinction. Dozens of veterinarians are dedicated to healing and protecting these magnificent creatures. The Soisambu Raptor Center is one of the few sanctuaries providing safety for these birds. According to a recent study by a US-based non-profit organization, the Peregrine Fund, Africa's raptor population has plummeted by 90% over the past 40 years.
You can go down a road today for maybe 200 kilometers and not see a single raptor. As you did that 20 years ago, you would have seen 100. It's that obvious a decline.
In these sanctuaries, raptors may stay for days or years. It all depends on their recovery needs. The staff frequently travel across Kenya to rescue injured birds. Sometimes even members of the public bring them to these sanctuaries. At least 70% of the birds eventually recover enough to be released back into the wild. The decline in raptors is attributed to multiple factors. Vultures and other scavengers often die from consuming poisoned livestock carcasses. It's a method used by cattle farmers to protect their herds from predators like lions. Additionally, there is deforestation which has destroyed their habitat. And the proliferation of power lines also have devastating impacts. Birds frequently perch on these power lines to hunt, resulting in fatal encounters. The Soisambu Reserve is also now marred by dozens of giant electricity pylons installed in recent years. Veterinarians are concerned about the rapid decrease in some species, fearing that the conservation efforts may be too late.
Some species are on such a precipitous decline that it doesn't matter if we do put in those conservation initiatives, they will go to extinction. We're too late.
Raptors, which can live up to 50 years, reproduce slowly. They only lay one egg annually. Conservation is further challenged by limited funding. Kenya prioritizes resources more towards prominent wildlife such as lions and elephants. But how much can these veterinarians do all by themselves? They say they need full assistance, permissions and finances from the government.
The status of vultures in Kenya is not good. Of the 8 species that occur in the country, 4 are critically endangered and the other 4 are endangered. So they depend on conservation measures for their survival.
Birds of prey also struggle with negative public perceptions. Experts say vultures are seen as ugly, unsightly, dirty and disgusting. These misconceptions have led to harmful practices. Some communities also fear owls and lappet-faced vultures due to superstitions. Despite the daunting decline in raptor numbers, veterinarians still remain hopeful. They say there's room for optimism, as some severely injured birds have made remarkable recoveries. Some even return to visit after being released. It demonstrates their resilience and the sanctuary's impact. The fight to save Africa's birds of prey continues. The dedicated efforts of these sanctuaries provide a glimmer of hope. Their work is proof that even in the face of overwhelming odds, every act of conservation is vital and can make a difference.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching and goodbye.
Hello, namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma.
A 演习，岛链内联合打击药域战控能力。今天上午，东部战区发布多方向抵近台岛和环外岛战巡演练模拟动画，
全程开展突发情况迅疾处置，有效检验提升部队随行任务的能力。对台岛西南海域组织舰机联合反潜、药域战控等科目演练，与台岛以东海空兵目标单密切战术协同。对关键要道。
Did you see that? This video was released by CCTV, the official mouthpiece of the Chinese government. It's an animated video. It shows the bombing of Taiwan by the Chinese military. It shows missiles hitting targets like Taipei. And this video has been released with an ominous message.
We are able to achieve firepower precision strikes on combat targets anywhere and at any time, as long as the Party Central Committee, the Central Military Commission, and President Xi give an order, we will be ready to fight at any time.
That was a Chinese soldier outlining China's attack capabilities. He explained how the Chinese military can hit Taiwan with great accuracy. All they need is an order from Xi Jinping. And this message is for Taiwan and their new leader, their new president, Lai Ching-te. China calls him a separatist. He took oath of office on Monday. 2 days later, China launched these drills. In his inauguration speech, Lai had told China to stop threatening Taiwan, and in response, China chose to double down. They began what they're calling punishment drills. Today was the second day of this exercise. In the last 24 hours, China has sent at least 49 aircraft, 19 military vessels and 7 Coast Guard vessels. This is according to Taiwan. Reports say the PLA, the Chinese army, tested its ability to quote-unquote seize power in Taiwan. In fact, China is almost confirming it. Look at the statement that the Chinese military issued today. It says they tested the PLA's capability to quote-unquote occupy key areas. Occupy key areas in Taiwan. Simply put, China practiced how to invade Taiwan and take control by force.
Taiwan is China's Taiwan, and it is not the turn of the United States to say anything about it. The root cause of the tense situation in the Taiwan Strait lies in the attempts of the Democratic Progressive Party authorities to use the United States to seek independence.
China's tone is aggressive and the world has gotten used to it. Yet this time, it's more worrying because of the Chinese military's maneuvers around Taiwan. Let me show you a map. This is Taiwan. Look at how Chinese forces have surrounded the islands. They're conducting drills in every corner. Beijing has picked 5 target areas for this exercise, plus they've targeted at least 4 small islands. Now these are close to Chinese shores, but these islands belong to Taiwan. The PLA has been conducting drills near them, and then they sent this message to Taipei.
Since taking office, the leader of the Taiwan region has seriously challenged the One China principle, nakedly peddled the two-nation theory, and attempted to use force to seek independence and rely on foreign countries to seek independence. This is purely playing with fire, and those who play with fire will surely get themselves burned.
So this was a comprehensive drill. They were not just meant to scare off Taiwan, they were supposed to demonstrate China's capability for a military takeover of Taiwan. And this is in line with Xi Jinping's orders. On multiple occasions, he has told his forces to be war ready. He says reunification with Taiwan is inevitable, and he doesn't rule out the use of force to achieve this goal. He has even locked horns with the United States over Taiwan. In April, Xi spoke with Joe Biden on the phone, and Xi Jinping told the American president that Taiwan is a red line, and the US should not cross that red line. He wants America to stop sending military aid to Taiwan, so these drills were supposed to be a message to the US too. Again, a demonstration of China's military strength, which brings me back to the video we started with. It gives an insight into the minds of the Chinese military leaders, the military planners. It shows how they would go about invading Taiwan. This video identifies 4 potential targets: Taipei, Hualien, Taitung, and Kaohsiung. The video further shows Chinese jets being loaded with live ammunition, bombers conducting mock strikes, and mock missile launches. So the focus is on aerial attacks. And this will be a big part of Chinese military strategy against Taiwan, the aerial attacks. And their scope won't be limited to Taiwanese cities. Ships on the high seas are also vulnerable. In the past 2 days, Chinese planes have rehearsed this too. How to bomb foreign vessels in the Bashi Channel. This region falls between Taiwan and the Philippines, and the Chinese Coast Guard will have a role to play here. They too, the Coast Guard, were also part of the drills. They conducted mock inspections of civilian boats. How does Taiwan see all of this? They've called China's drills military intimidation.
Any use of threats of force to undermine regional peace across the Taiwan Strait will not help improve cross-strait relations. It will not only have an impact on regional security and peace stability, but will also have a negative impact on global peace and economic development. Therefore, we are not happy to see China's military intimidation.
So tensions are high around the Taiwan Strait. China's military activities pose a serious threat, not just for the regional players, but for everyone who relies on Taiwan's economy or sends ships through this region, which is pretty much the whole world. They should be worried about China's aggression. So you can hear the drumbeats of war, much like in Europe or West Asia. But the question is, will Xi Jinping give the order? Will he decide to invade Taiwan? It's always been his goal. Taiwan is unfinished business from China's civil war. Mao Zedong could not capture it, so Xi Jinping would love to do it. It would immortalize him and secure his legacy. So tonight we're looking at 3 questions here. 1, how difficult would an invasion of Taiwan be? 2, is China ready for it? And 3, what is the world's strategy? Let's start with the first question. An invasion would be extremely difficult. Taiwan is not some helpless island. They're armed to the teeth. Just look at the global firepower rankings. Taiwan ranks 24th. They are ahead of NATO allies like Sweden and Canada. And where does China rank? At number 3. But wars are not fought on tables. In the real world, China will face added challenges like geography and weather. They will have to land soldiers in Taiwan, and that means crossing this stretch of water, the Taiwan Strait. It's around 140 kilometers long. It's also very choppy waters, not ideal for an amphibious operation. But let's assume that China beats the elements. Taiwan will still be prepared. Their strategy is called porcupine defense. I'm talking about this animal, porcupine. It has sharp spikes all over its body and tail, so no one dares to attack it. Why? Because they know that the cost will be too high. And that is Taiwan's strategy. They have invested a lot in defense. Under the last president, defense spending increased by 5% every year. As a share of GDP, it's 2.5%. They spend 2.5% of their GDP on defense. We're talking about a variety of defensive weapons like anti-ship missiles, naval mines, landing spikes, and mobile missile launchers. But again, let's assume that China beats all of this. They land on Taiwan shores. Then once more, they would face geography. Taiwan has a lot of rugged mountains. They offer natural protection to the island's regime. And if you reach the cities, it's going to be urban warfare, like what you're seeing in Gaza. So long story short, it won't be easy. Taiwan has prepared and practiced to repel a Chinese invasion. Their way of life depends on it. So expect a tough and bloody fight if it comes to that. Which brings us to the second question. Is China ready for it? Does Xi Jinping have the appetite for war? US officials have made their own assessment. They think that Xi will wait until 2027. By then, he should have enough firepower. But could he strike earlier? And I ask this for a reason. China's growth is losing steam. Their GDP growth has largely stalled. It is expected to be 3.5% by the end of this decade. Same with their population. China's labor force will be shrinking in 2030 by almost 1%. So there are two ways of looking at it. One, it may force Xi Jinping to advance his invasion because he may think now is the time. If this window closes, it may never happen again. That's one way of looking at it. The second option, he may take the advice of Deng Xiaoping. Deng said, hide your strength, bide your time. Xi Jinping may tweak that advice. He may bide his time and rebuild his strength. The Chinese president is not known to be a maverick. So all bets are on delaying the attack. Plus, any invasion would trigger sanctions, and Beijing must prepare for that too. China has almost 1.4 billion people. You need to secure basic resources for them like food and power. Now, Beijing is already stockpiling food grains. Reports say they have rice and wheat for up to 2 years. But energy is a bit tricky. Most of China's fuel and gas comes from friendly nations like Russia and Saudi Arabia. But they're transported in shipping tankers that can be cut off. So China is working on a solution for that. Their Belt and Road project is trying to link West Asia via land. They're also building gas pipelines from Russia. So China needs to tick a lot of boxes here before they invade. They will get one chance at this. Which brings us to the final question. What is the world's strategy? The Americans are at the forefront of it. A US law requires the White House to support Taiwan, but it does not say how. Is it by deploying soldiers, or giving weapons, or simply offering political support? This lack of clarity is called strategic ambiguity. And Joe Biden has stirred this pot many times. He has said that the US will defend Taiwan. His plan is to build alliances. Let me pull up the map for you once again and show you the countries with US bases. You have the Philippines, you have Japan, South Korea and Guam. There are thousands of US soldiers stationed in these bases. And not to mention lots of firepower. So if China invades, the US will be close by either to intervene directly or to run support operations. And that's the military side of things. But frankly, the US alone won't be enough. We're talking about a very important region. Taiwan supplies 90% of the most advanced semiconductors to the world, 90%. The waters around it are also crucial. It carries around 21% of global trade. So trouble in Taiwan is trouble for the whole world, yet most countries don't seem bothered. We've seen a lot of activism for Palestine, but we haven't seen the same for Taiwan. They don't even have a seat at the United Nations organizations. The first priority is to change that because China's biggest weapon is the one China policy, and most countries recognize Taiwan as part of China. The one China policy. So these countries may criticize the Chinese invasion, but how can they actively oppose it? Because their own policy is anti-Taiwan, and diluting this policy will be hard. Taiwan could use its chip superpower to woo other countries. It could set up factories or investments abroad. And frankly, that's the only way. For most countries, China is way more important than Taiwan. Until that changes, their policy will not. Let's turn to Pakistan now. Their Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif was in the UAE, the United Arab Emirates. He made a bold declaration there. Sharif said Pakistan's days of begging are over. He says he's broken the begging bowl. Listen to this.
Gone are the days that I will go to a brotherly country with a begging bowl. I have broken that board.
Quite a bold thing to say, especially when your country is $130 billion in debt. So what's the catch here? If not begging, what is Pakistan's plan? Apparently investments. Shehbaz Sharif's UAE visit was quite a short one. He was in Iran for President Ibrahim Raisi's funeral, so he hopped across to the UAE for one day. He held talks with the UAE's President MBZ, Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, MBZ, and afterwards he made a major announcement. Shehbaz Sharif said that the UAE will invest $10 billion in Pakistan, and that's a lot of money. Do we know where it will be invested? Well, there is no clarity on that part. Pakistan's statement said that investments will be made in multiple sectors, and the UAE is not alone. Saudi Arabia was the first to invest. Riyadh promised around $25 billion of investments in Pakistan, again in the form of investments, like I said, and their foreign minister traveled to Islamabad for this. A massive business delegation flew down, so the assumption was the deals would be signed soon. In fact, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman was expected to visit Pakistan, but the trip has not happened yet. Meanwhile, Pakistan is also talking to the IMF, the International Monetary Fund. They want another bailout from them. How much money this time? Between $6 and $8 billion, but apparently the fund is playing hardball. The IMF wants Pakistan to prescribe some bitter pills first. Like what? Increasing tax revenue, cutting expenditures like subsidies, hiking power and gas tariffs, and selling off state assets. Only then will the IMF approve the bailout. But Prime Minister Sharif is wary of this. These measures would drive up Pakistan's inflation. They would make matters worse for the common man, and Sharif's government is already unpopular. So will he risk this bitter pill? There's only one way to know: to wait until their budget is presented. But the IMF is not Pakistan's only lender. How can we forget China? They make up almost 30% of Pakistan's foreign debt, and Islamabad wants to restructure some of it. Around $15 billion of debt. They want it restructured. This money is owed to Chinese energy producers. They run power plants in Pakistan, but the government of Pakistan has not paid them. Now, Prime Minister Sharif wants to extend these loans by around 5 years. And if China agrees to it, Pakistan will save money on repayments, around $2 billion of it. At the same time, it could risk future Chinese investments. Because just put yourself in China's shoes. You give loans worth billions, you build infrastructure in Pakistan, but in the end, you don't get paid back. You're asked to extend or restructure that loan. Naturally, you will feel betrayed, but Pakistan does not have a choice here. They're hoping to strike a deal before the 4th of June. That's when Sharif will travel to China, his first trip to the country after taking office. So let's recap Pakistan's different moves. They're getting investments from the Gulf, asking for a bailout from IMF, and negotiating loans with China. It's a multi-front financial battle. Only investments will kickstart Pakistan's economy. Investments equal revenue, revenue equals loan repayment, and loan repayment equals debt, less debt. And that is broadly Shehbaz Sharif's plan. The question is, will it work? Well, Islamabad has put everything on fast track. State assets are being sold at record speed. Resources are being granted at record speed. And so are license approvals. It's basically a fire sale of resources and assets. So I guess Sharif's bold declaration was wrong. He hasn't broken the begging bowl. He has been forced to pledge everything, including the begging bowl. Now let's discuss Israel's war in Gaza. The ICJ, or the International Court of Justice, has ordered them to immediately halt the Rafah offensive. Israel is unlikely to follow the order because it's not legally binding, but it further chips away at Israel's moral standing, or whatever was left of it. The prolonged conflict is hurting not just Israel, but all those who are associated with it, including players in the business world. Companies with links to Israel are facing intense scrutiny, even boycott calls. One of them is BlackRock, an American investment giant and the world's biggest asset manager. As of December last year, BlackRock was managing some $10 trillion in assets. So this company is both rich and powerful. Now they're pursuing a deal in Malaysia. It involves a firm called Malaysia Airport Holdings Berhad, or MAHB for short. Now, MAHB is the biggest airport operator in Malaysia. The country has 40 airports. MAHB operates 39 of them, 39 out of 40. It is clearly a major player. And BlackRock is planning to buy this company. The deal is worth $2.6 billion. BlackRock is offering this money as part of a consortium. They want to buy this company, this Malaysian company, and control it. And this should have been a straightforward acquisition. But the deal has run into trouble. BlackRock is facing boycott calls. Malaysia's civil society groups have started a protest. 22 of these groups have written to the Malaysian government. They want to block BlackRock from buying the airport company. The reason? BlackRock's links with arms manufacturers, the ones that supply military goods to Israel. BlackRock owns stakes in multiple weapons companies, and one of them is Lockheed Martin. This is the company behind the F-35 fighter jet. Israel's military has these planes in its arsenal. BlackRock is a major investor in Lockheed Martin. In fact, its third biggest investor. It owns about 7% of the shares. Such holdings are now hurting BlackRock in Malaysia. It is being called a genocide enabler for its financing to weapons companies. And this campaign is gaining traction. This month, Kuala Lumpur hosted a defense exhibition. More than 1,300 companies participated from 60 different countries. US weapons makers were also present, including Lockheed Martin. They faced backlash from the locals. Protesters showed up at the venue with banners like these: "Murderous arms dealers, damned America, and we will fight." There were some messages for the Malaysian government too.
We urge Malaysian government to take a firm and consistent stand. Do not allow this arm dealer to be present and promote their warmongering ideology.
Accepting sponsorship from Lockheed Martin is despicable. It is blood money. It is profit made from the deaths of thousands, tens of thousands of innocent civilians.
Now, the campaign is picking pace. The protesters want to punish not just the weapon suppliers, but their financiers too. They're building pressure on Anwar Ibrahim, the Prime Minister of Malaysia. Throughout this war, he's been on the Palestinian side. He's been against Israel. Prime Minister Ibrahim has even tried to project Israel as a colonizer in Gaza.
I've said the whole issue is not what happened 2 weeks ago, but it's what we term as politics of dispossession. I mean, countries cannot continue to colonize another part of the Palestinian lands. But what is critical for now is, of course, peace.
That's been Ibrahim's position. But when it comes to taking on big business, it appears Prime Minister Ibrahim likes to be careful. His government has been accused of being unresponsive to these concerns. Earlier this month, Ibrahim spoke out about this deal. He did not name BlackRock, but he said a pro-Zionist company, those are the words he used, a pro-Zionist company will not own 25% of MAHB. So will the deal with BlackRock be blocked? The Prime Minister did not say it in so many words. Perhaps he does not want to push away a major investor like BlackRock. Though sooner or later, he will have to take a clear stand because Malaysia is a Muslim-majority country where anti-Israel sentiment runs deep. And BlackRock is not the first to face this challenge. Many Western companies have been at the receiving end, like McDonald's, one of the world's biggest fast food chains. It has faced boycott calls in Malaysia and Indonesia. Coffee chain Starbucks has seen a decline in business. Sales have slowed in West Asia. Their stores in the West have also seen protests, though Starbucks has denied taking sides in the conflict. Others like Coca-Cola, Pepsi and Puma have also faced boycott calls. And this may not end anytime soon because the war shows no sign of ending. There's no way big business can avoid getting caught in the crossfire. Our next story is about a long-discussed medical concept, a head transplant. How does it work? Basically, you take the head of the living person and place it on the body of a brain-dead but healthy recipient. It sounds simple enough, but of course it isn't. Our bodies are not Lego. A head transplant would require complex surgeries involving our nervous system. And the scientific challenges aside, there's also the ethical question of body swapping. Nonetheless, a new company wants to explore this. It wants to use cutting-edge robotics and artificial intelligence to do head transplants. Will it work out? More importantly, are we as a society ready for this? Our next report tells you.
At first glance, it looks like a scene from a dystopian movie, maybe even some evil robot factory. Imagine this, a robotic surgeon hovering over a body, its octopus-like arms at work. It swiftly removes the head of a dying man, and with the same speed, puts it on a healthy body. If you think this is some video game, think again. This is BrainBridge. It's the world's first such concept for a head transplant. The aim is to use cutting-edge robotics and artificial intelligence. That way you can swap heads and ensure faster recoveries. So how will it work? The head will be placed on a brain-dead donor. That way it will maintain the memories, the cognitive abilities, and the consciousness of the transplanted individual. But it's not as easy as it looks in the video. It requires very sophisticated systems, ensuring a precise connection between the spinal cord, nerves, and blood vessels. Otherwise, it won't work. BrainBridge says the first procedure can happen in 8 years. But there are a few challenges. The first is our nervous system. Removing a brain requires cutting through 12 pairs of nerves. And it's not like a circuit. It doesn't just join back together. Nerves die when they are cut, so reconnecting them will be a task in itself. But imagine all of this does work out. The nerves are reconnected, the transplant works perfectly. The head is now on a new body. The question is, what happens after that? This is a process that's never been done, so there are many speculations. Will they gain consciousness? How will they react to the new body? Will the human be able to live in a new body? All of these are scientific challenges. And then there's the ethics of body swapping. Is it even right? Can you adapt to a different body? Preserving the patient's identity raises many questions, especially about the continuity of the self. Plus, how will they deal with such a profound alteration of the body? But ethics and challenges aside, it's a concept that's gaining popularity. Why? Because people think it's the best way to cheat death, to bypass age and diseases. From biohackers to techno-anarchists, everyone believes it's a concept worth exploring. BrainBridge's announcement represents a groundbreaking medical breakthrough. It has the potential to transform lives and the way we see medical science. As we stand on the brink of this medical marvel, one thing is clear: the future is now. But we can't embrace it without addressing scientific, ethical, and societal challenges. Those must be carefully navigated to make body swapping a success.
Many of you may have heard the saying, the long arm of the law will catch up. It means the cops will eventually get to you. Well, we don't know about the arm, but in this case, the wheelbase certainly did. Confused? Well, watch this video. Explanations are in order. That incident happened in the city of Rishikesh at the AIIMS hospital. Staff there complained about a male nurse. They accused him of harassing and molesting them. Soon an internal committee was formed. A police complaint was also filed. Meanwhile, the accused checked himself into the psychiatric ward. How original. You lose sanity the moment you were accused. Now, the staff was quite upset about this, so they decided to call the police again. That's when the sequence unfolded. The cops drove their vehicle up the hospital's ramp, climbed up to the 4th floor, reached the psych ward and arrested the accused. While going back, there was trouble. Apparently, some doctors were protesting the arrest. So the car took a different route through a busy emergency ward. Let me repeat. These cops drove a vehicle inside a hospital full of patients. We don't know the names of these officers, but I assume it was Jason Bourne, Rambo, and Ethan Hunt? If not, this makes no sense. We're not saying don't arrest the accused. By all means, arrest him, drag him out from the psych ward. But what was the point of this spectacle? Why jeopardize the lives of patients? Listen to what the police are saying, and I'm quoting. Since the staff was very angry because of the sequence of events, we needed a safe passage to take the accused out. So we used the emergency/VIP ramp to safely evacuate the patient cum accused. No patients were hurt or troubled because of this. Let me repeat the last line. No patients were troubled. I think the pictures tell a completely different story. You can clearly see patients being shoved aside, that too patients on stretchers. Also, what does safe passage mean? Was the accused holed up in the psych ward with explosives? If not, this was completely unnecessary. Our police officers are more than capable of dragging an accused out of a hospital. Which brings us back to the same question. Why did they do it? Well, because they could. Police high-handedness is not new in this country. Sometimes it happens on a small scale, like abusing or cussing during traffic stops, and sometimes it happens on a large scale, like fudging evidence or beating up suspects. It all boils down to the same thing, a culture of impunity, the feeling that you can get away with anything. Why else would you drive into a hospital building? And that feeling was right, by the way, because those officers have faced no action. Instead, they're being defended by their senior officers. Even the Supreme Court of India has addressed this issue in the past. In the month of March, they issued orders to all law enforcement authorities. And what did the order say? Follow the rules, uphold the statutory safeguards, and don't bring shame to the justice system. Now, that order related to a much more serious offense. Cops had cuffed and paraded a half-naked man. They also verbally abused him. So the Supreme Court took a zero-tolerance approach. But honestly, severity does not matter. What matters is the principle. When you put on a police uniform, you become an officer of the law. You don't become the law. Understanding this difference is very important. It applies to politicians too. How many times have we seen lawmakers slapping people in public or abusing civil servants or holding up traffic to have a breezy ride? All of this stems from the same attitude, that responsibility equals power. We need a massive overhaul to address this, whether it's during training programs or with attitude coaching or on-the-job learning. Public officials need to understand that they are here to help, not to intimidate or ride roughshod over us. Today, there was a historic announcement from the United Nations, from their World Intellectual Property Organization. After more than 20 years of negotiations, a new treaty has been signed. It will help protect the global south from biopiracy. For those of you who don't know, biopiracy is the stealing of indigenous knowledge, knowledge about genetic resources like medicinal plants, indigenous crops, or local animal breeds. For too long, Western individuals and companies have exploited this ancient knowledge. They see this traditional knowledge in action, and then they go home and patent it. Then they sit back and make profits of it, pretending to have discovered something that the global south discovered centuries ago. Well, starting today, that just became a lot harder. Here's our report.
The diplomatic conference meeting in plenary adopts the WIPO Treaty on Intellectual Property, Genetic Resources, and Associated Traditional Knowledge, and the agreed statements it contains, as contained in document GRATK/DC/7-PROV. If I see no objection, and I see no objection, it is so decided.
And with that, a historic injustice is on the verge of being undone. The treaty that was adopted today may finally curb a menace to the global south. To understand biopiracy, let's look at a few examples. We'll start with turmeric. In 1995, two scientists at the University of Mississippi in the US were given a patent to use turmeric to treat flesh wounds. Turmeric is a plant that resembles ginger. It is indigenous to India and other parts of Asia. Indians have been using it to treat wounds for thousands of years. But scientists in the US were allowed to get a patent on this. This patent was soon challenged by an Indian research organization and revoked in 1997. But for 2 years, the US-based scientists were profiting off indigenous Indian knowledge. Another famous case related to India is of the neem plant. In 1994, an American multinational chemical corporation, W.R. Grace, patented the neem tree seed extract for an anti-fungus spray. Again, Indians have known about neem's fungicidal properties for millennia, but the American company had the audacity to try and charge royalties for ancient Indian knowledge. The patent was eventually overturned in 2000, but for 6 years, W.R. Grace was allowed to try and shake down Indian farmers. India isn't the only country to suffer from biopiracy. Another infamous case involves the Hoodia cactus. It's a plant found in southern Africa. It has hunger and thirst quenching properties. A British firm and the pharmaceutical giant Pfizer tied up with a South African firm to produce an anti-obesity drug using the Hoodia, while giving no credit or royalties to the indigenous San people who had been using it for generations. This prompted the San people to demand compensation, and they managed to sign a benefit-sharing agreement. But often, the exploitation is never undone. South Asian basmati rice, South American quinoa, Mexican yellow beans, Ethiopian teff. There have been biopiracy attempts on all of these resources, and countless others. But it may finally stop now, because of today's new law.
So this is it's an historic moment. I was recalling as we were preparing for this, how many years we have been dedicated to the cause of a disclosure requirement on genetic resources and associated traditional knowledge.
After negotiating for over 20 years, all 193 UN members have agreed on the new law on patents involving genetic resources and associated with traditional knowledge. Anyone filing a patent for those will be required to disclose where they got the idea from. Credit will have to be given to indigenous communities where it's due, so patents will become harder to acquire, at least for things that indigenous communities have been doing forever. This won't be the end of biopiracy, but it's a crucial first step to bringing about its downfall.
Now let's turn our attention to Africa. First to Ghana in the west. Ghana is inviting bids to set up a nuclear power plant. It wants to boost its electricity production, and Ghana thinks nuclear energy is the way to go. It doesn't have any existing nuclear plants so far. Presently, in fact, only one country in all of Africa has nuclear energy, and that is South Africa. All other African nations rely only on conventional sources like fossil fuels or in some cases renewable energy. But Ghana has opted for the third path, nuclear energy. Right now, 5 countries are in the mix to become Ghana's nuclear partner: the US, France, Russia, China and South Korea. Firms from these 5 countries want to build Ghana's first nuclear power plant. It will be a long-term project expected to last a decade or more, and it won't be cheap. There will likely be loans and financing involved, which means there is potential for profit. How do we know all this? Because Ghana is not the first African nation to look at nuclear power. There has been a surge of interest in the technology lately, and one country has been reaping the benefits for a while now, and that is Russia. A Russian state-owned firm, Rosatom, has been forging partnerships across Africa. It began with Egypt. Back in 2017, Russian President Vladimir Putin signed a deal with Egypt's Abdel Fattah al-Sisi to build the Daba nuclear power plant, the first nuclear plant in Egypt, and just the second in all of Africa. The deal is reportedly worth $30 billion. Construction began in the year 2022, and every few months, Rosatom gets more permissions to build more units at the site, expanding the plant's capacity. This makes it seem as though things are progressing well. And the Russian company comes across like a reliable partner, making it the partner of choice for African nations. South Africa wants to expand its nuclear capacity, and it is also leaning towards Russia as a partner. Burkina Faso and Mali, two coup-hit states in West Africa, also want Rosatom to build their first ever nuclear plants. Both nations signed memorandums of understanding, or MOUs, with the Russian company last year. Everywhere you look, Russia's nuclear firm is making inroads. And there are two things to note about this. One is, of course, that Russia has the first mover's advantage. The second point is that Africa is moving towards nuclear power. The question is why? Why are Ghana, Egypt, South Africa and the rest opting for nuclear energy? Because of the soaring demand. The population of Africa is booming. It's the world's fastest growing continent. Reports say that by 2050, 1 in 4 people on the planet will be African, 1 in 4. But the continent has not been able to keep up with its population explosion. About 600 million Africans currently lack access to electricity. 600 million, that's almost twice the population of the US. They don't have power. African governments need to move fast because young populations are a gift, a demographic dividend. They can be productive members of the workforce and fuel economic growth. But for that, they need access to the basics like electricity. Without electricity, productivity suffers. Businesses do not invest in your country, jobs are not created, and you end up wasting the demographic dividend. So African nations need electricity. They need efficient sources of power, and they need them fast. Fossil fuels are not as efficient as nuclear energy. They can generate far more power. You can generate rather far more power than from 1 kilogram of uranium than from coal. Renewable energy is also unreliable. A few foggy days will severely curtail solar power production. Nuclear power is the most efficient option for Africa at the moment. Of course, it comes with its own challenges. But at this point, Africa's countries, Ghana and the rest, are going down that road. Britain has had a tough year. There's inflation, the cost of living crisis, elections in July, and the ever-present threat of a soggy summer. But amid all this, it finds itself united over a single pressing issue, the new royal portrait of Kate Middleton. It is inciting debates that rival Brexit in their fervour. Why? Because it looks nothing like her. But royal artists are not the only ones missing the brief. Portraits across the globe are getting an ugly twist. Is it too avant-garde for common taste? Or is ugly the new regal? Our next report tells you.
Portraiture in England began with the Tudor dynasty. That's in the mid-15th century. The UK already had a few painters. They were established names. They promoted realism and a great detail to likeness. For the royals, portraits were the perfect form of propaganda. They could carefully curate an image, portray themselves exactly the way they wanted people to see them. To the untrained eye, a royal portrait is a grand affair, a timeless token of grandeur, a testament to centuries of regal bearing. But modern art has ushered in a new aesthetic. Gone are the days when royalty was depicted with angelic perfection. Today, it seems, the more unflattering the image, the greater the acclaim, or at least the greater the social media buzz. Take this portrait of Kate Middleton, for example. The artist says it was her quest to peel back layers of Princess Kate's personality to produce something no other royal artist has done. Sure, it sounds like a deep, layered process, but as the internet says, the only thing that is recognizable is the dress. The portrait doesn't look like the Princess of Wales at all. At first glance, the portrait looks harmless enough, but the more you look at it, the more it confuses you. And it isn't the first such royal portrait to do that. Take the recent King Charles portrait. Maybe the king mentioned in passing that red was his favorite color, or maybe the artist ran out of other paints and was working with a strict deadline. Either way, what we have is this: King Charles swathed in hues of red. It's a bold choice. It could scream modern art, but maybe the Crimson Enigma was better suited for a modern gallery and not a palace. To be fair, Charles should be happy with this one, because others have had it far worse. Like this Prince Philip one, or one where Princess Diana looks like a Barbie. But it's not just the royals who bear the wrath of this. Australia's richest woman was also not spared. She may be a mining magnate, but her portrait has led to a peculiar reaction. Just look at it. It's nothing like her. It was meant to be a caricature. But what if something doesn't look like you at all? That was the concern of billionaire Gina Rinehart. Portraits have long been a battleground between artistic expression and public expectation. It may be divisive, but it has succeeded in one aspect. It has everyone talking. And at the end of the day, isn't that the true purpose of art? In a world where silence can be as damning as 1,000 words, that might just be the best compliment of all.
The three most annoying words in the English language. Kids these days. Either you've said this phrase before, or it has been thrown your way. But in all likelihood, both cases are true. Because this is only natural. People complain about those younger than them. It is a cycle of life. Researchers call it the kids these days effect. Creative, I know. Now, this effect is in full swing because Gen Z, or those born between 1997 and 2012, has entered the workforce. People say the young ask for too much but work too little. They don't respect hierarchies. They don't want to pay their dues, and they always have one foot out the door. Plus, they despise skinny jeans, which, let's face it, is half the millennial wardrobe. And this is not too far off. More members of Gen Z are entering the C-suite. Don't worry, the average age of the CEO is still 54, but the number of young CEOs is on the rise. And what's on their agenda? Few meetings, fewer email chains, and lots of emojis. This generation, you see, grew up with technology, so they're using it to make life simpler. Instead of holding meetings, they're sending voice notes. Instead of using words, they're using emojis and GIFs. Plus, Gen Z workers love flexibility. Some hate cabins or desks. Some don't want to show up to work. Some despise fixed working hours. A quarter of Gen Z say their productivity peaks at night. That's when they want to work. But less than 15% of the older generations log on after 6 p.m. So that's quite the conundrum. But Gen Z want workplaces to be more casual. The young are more open to talking about mental health. They want to discuss political opinions, and they despise formal email sign-offs. So they're saying goodbye to professional language. 41% workers say yours truly is dying, and 36% claim yours sincerely has been given a death sentence. And lukewarm regards are taking their place quite literally. It is no wonder that 3 in 4 managers find it difficult to work with Gen Z. Many complain of walking on eggshells, like they can't speak their mind, because one argument and their young employee is out the door. At least that's the impression. Because Gen Z is thinking differently about loyalty. For young workers, job hopping has lost its stigma. In fact, they are willing to change careers thrice. That's blasphemous to boomers, and it can hurt careers. Sure, work life is slowly changing, but some perceptions still persist. Repeatedly switching jobs is a red flag for traditional employers. So is informality. Many young workers want to be themselves, so they communicate casually or express political views non-stop, but this may not sit well with all companies. Workers still have professional responsibilities, there are certain expectations, and studies show that poor communication can stall career progress. Yes, some things are worth fighting for, but if every battle seems worthwhile, then you ought to rethink. I guess the smart approach is to be pragmatic, and this applies to older workers as well. Working with Gen Z poses its challenges, as it should, but they are the future of work. By next year, Gen Z will form a quarter of the global workforce. They will shape hiring, they will shape workplace trends, they will influence technology, public policy, clothes, food, all of it. In short, they will change how companies function. So ignoring the divide between the young and the old is not an option. It is time we rethink our perceptions and find a middle ground by balancing formality with approachability and tasks with relationships. It is not about changing who you are, it is about adapting. And now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. In India, a helicopter makes an emergency landing after spinning out of control in Kedarnath. Sydney lights up with fireworks and installations as Australia's biggest festival of light returns. And the world's largest known living tree gets an annual health check amid climate threats. Finally, taking you back in history, on this day in 1964, more than 300 people died in the world's worst stadium disaster. It took place in a football match between Peru and Argentina. An unpopular decision by the referee sparked a riot. The police retaliated by firing tear gas. It led to a mass stampede, killing hundreds of people. We're leaving you on that note. Thanks for watching. Have a good weekend.
From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
We're beating Biden.
How dare he say that?
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill, we know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America. We begin with escalating tensions in East Asia. China is conducting a large-scale military exercise around the island of Taiwan. And Beijing says the drills are the largest in more than a year and are aimed at quote-unquote punishing Taiwan. The two-day-long drills come after William Lai was sworn in as Taiwan's new president earlier this week. Beijing has repeatedly labeled President Lai as a dangerous separatist. Now the drills are happening all around Taiwan as Chinese ships and aircraft encircle the island in the north, the west, the south, and the east. Chinese state media says that the exercise is meant to test the ability of Chinese forces to seize and occupy key areas. Beijing says the drills are aimed at strengthening and safeguarding China's sovereignty.
The joint exercises and training carried out by the Eastern Theater Command of the People's Liberation Army in the vicinity of the island of Taiwan was to safeguard national sovereignty and territorial integrity, to vigorously punish the separatist forces for seeking independence in Taiwan.
Meanwhile, Taiwan has responded to the Chinese drills with almost a mirror-like deployment of its forces. The embattled island has shared footage taken from its fighter jets as they track Chinese warships near the area. The newly elected president toured military bases in a major morale boost for his troops.
I will stand on the front line with all the brothers and sisters from the National Army to defend the national peace together. At this moment, international society is paying lots of attention to the democratic Taiwan. And while facing the external challenges and threats, we will continue to defend the values of democracy, protecting regional peace and stability.
Meanwhile, the United States Pacific Command say they are monitoring the Chinese military activity, calling it concerning but predictable. China has now warned the United States from supporting Taiwan by sending the island weapons and fighter jets worth billions.
We urge the United States to stop condoning and supporting the forces of Taiwan independence and interfering in China's internal affairs. Any act that jeopardizes China's national sovereignty and territorial integrity will be met with a resolute and forceful response from the Chinese side.
Now, Beijing has also sanctioned 12 of the biggest American defense firms, including Lockheed Martin, Boeing, and General Dynamics. The communist nation says the sanctions are in response to the U.S. legitimizing Taiwan's government. Now, the U.S. does not consider Taiwan a country. However, Washington is obligated by federal law to ensure that the island's government can defend itself. And shifting focus to the Middle East, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has suffered another diplomatic setback, this time from Israel's second biggest weapons supplier. Germany says it will not defy the International Criminal Court's arrest order against Prime Minister Netanyahu and his defense minister Yoav Gallant. German Chancellor Olaf Scholz's office says that they will abide by international law. The statement has drawn a sharp response from Israel, calling it outrageous, while reasserting that Israel has the right to defend itself. Now, Germany has been a strong ally of Israel for years and has provided Israel with weapons worth billions over the last 2 decades. However, Berlin's move to accept the World Court's order to arrest Prime Minister Netanyahu has sent shockwaves both at home and abroad. Israel's biggest ally, the United States, has condemned the World Court's ruling. In fact, just yesterday, President Biden said that Washington will not accept the International Criminal Court's orders.
We made our position clear on the ICC. We don't recognize the jurisdiction of ICC the way it's being exercised, and it's that simple. We don't think there's an equivalence between what Israel did and what Hamas did.
Meanwhile, in a rare show of American unity, Republican leaders are backing President Biden for supporting Israel against the International Criminal Court.
We must proclaim never again, and at the same time we have to affirm that all hope is not lost, that darkness will not prevail. Today, as international bureaucrats have issued arrest warrants for Israel's leaders and likened Israel's just war to the barbarism of October 7th, Washington has been united, I'm proud to tell you, in a bipartisan manner against this madness, and we will stand together.
Now, despite the tensions between Biden and Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister is likely to visit the U.S. soon and address Congress.
Tonight, I'm happy to announce something else to you, that we will soon be hosting Prime Minister Netanyahu at the Capitol for a joint session of Congress. Yes. This will be a timely and I think a very strong show of support to the Israeli government in their time of greatest need.
Netanyahu becomes increasingly more isolated with each passing day. Nevertheless, Israel's oldest ally, the United States, remains firmly committed in its support. But as more and more nations denounce Netanyahu, the larger question becomes, in an increasingly shifting geopolitical landscape, does U.S. support for Israel even matter? And now moving to South America, Argentina's President Javier Milei looked more like a rock star than a politician at a recent concert in Buenos Aires. He declared himself a monarch as he bellowed, "I'm the king and I'm the lion," into the microphone on stage. President Milei donned a black leather coat as he jumped around while an audience of 8,000 supporters waved at him. Now, the concert, which drew hordes of adoring right-wing fans, was President Milei's first stadium gig since his election last year. However, Argentina's opposition was less impressed, calling the jam session an attempt to distract the public from domestic woes. The South American nation is struggling with its most severe economic crisis in 2 decades. Argentina has one of the world's highest inflation rates, with surges nearing an astounding 300%. Poverty has crept up to nearly 60% under Milei's administration, and layoffs are growing. Hours before Milei belted out his hard metal music, Argentina's Statistics Bureau announced that economic activity had fallen by a whopping 8.4% in March compared to the previous year. The country has been rocked by massive protests as police officers and school teachers demand pay hikes to help them deal with the rising cost of living.
The truth is that even though I have the maximum seniority, I'm tight at the end of the month. A teacher who has just started is below the poverty line. There are salaries of more or less $280 in the country. That person does not have enough to pay for electricity and gas, not even mention talking about food or recreation, which is also a social right that workers have. We are talking about not being able to survive on a day-to-day basis.
Keep in mind that the police of the province of Misiones, the penitentiary service, and family members with their representatives from the dialogue table with the government will always try to achieve the maximum possible salary for our people.
Now, soon after assuming office in December, President Milei introduced an aggressive chainsaw campaign to fix Argentina's economy. He announced plans to dismiss 70,000 government employees to slash state spending.
The project had approximately 60 people working in 2 shifts. In the morning shift there were 30 people, and in the night shift another 30 or so, and today, with the work paralyzed, we have 6 people.
Now, President Milei's economic reforms also include halting public works, cutting subsidies, and slashing payments to provincial governments. But critics say all of this has hurt Argentines more and has done little to fix the economy.
This president has to realize what is happening. I don't know if he doesn't watch the news because he says that everything is fine, but we see many people unemployed, people on the streets, sleeping on the streets, so we are not doing well.
Now, it remains to be seen if the showman president, whom Argentines call the madman, will realize the price his people are actually paying for his radical economic policies, or will he continue to sing to his own tune? And from one maverick to another, Elon Musk is making news once again, this time for predicting that artificial intelligence could leave everyone unemployed. The billionaire painted a dystopian picture of a future where robots would steal all the jobs. Musk also claimed that jobs would be optional and more like a hobby, leaving people emotionally unhappy. Our report further explains Elon Musk's scary prediction about AI.
No job, but more money in your pockets. A constant supply of cash without the need to toil through hours of shifts. Sounds like a dream come true. And that's perhaps how the future may look like. Well, at least according to Elon Musk. In an event, Musk said that artificial intelligence will take away all our jobs. The billionaire said, and I quote, "Probably none of us will have a job." But that's not necessarily a bad thing, he added. Musk described a future where jobs would be optional, more like a hobby. And other than that, AI and robots will take over the job market. If you want to do a job that's kinda like a hobby, you can do a job. But otherwise, AI and the robots will provide any goods and services that you want. But for that to work, he said there will be a need for universal high income, contrary to a universal basic income. This means that for a future to exist, people need to be ultra-rich and let the robots do their job. However, Musk stopped short of explaining how such a scenario could be achieved. Now, as exciting as it may sound, he did not exactly paint a rosy picture. Musk instead laid down a dystopian account of what a future without work would look like. He questioned whether a job-free future would make people feel emotionally fulfilled. Posing a rather existential question, Musk asked, if robots were to take over our daily chores, how would that affect our identity? And whether our lives would still retain their meaning. The question will really be one of meaning if the computer and robots can do everything better than you. Does your life have meaning? Musk added that perhaps the role of human beings will depend on how we shape AI. That's something he has always been vocal about. On several occasions, Musk has pointed out how AI can be potentially dangerous to human civilization. For instance, in the latest conference, the owner of X, formerly Twitter, urged parents to limit the time kids spend on social media. That's because, he said, these social media sites are programmed by a dopamine-maximizing AI. Meanwhile, he has also been vocal about how a carefully programmed AI can be beneficial for society. In March last year, more than 1,000 leaders including Musk wrote an open letter. They went as far as to call AI labs to pause the development of the technology, but just months later, Musk announced his own AI startup called XAI. He said the startup was created to understand reality. And ever since, he's advocated for what he calls a maximum truth-seeking AI.
So it's very important to have a maximum truth-seeking AI and a maximally curious AI. And I think that's most likely to foster human civilization because we are much more interesting than a bunch of rocks.
Now, his recent prediction adds to the already perplexing outlook of artificial intelligence. While security issues, deepfakes, and threats to the job market were already in the picture, Musk has now brought into light artificial intelligence's potential threats to our existing work culture.
And finally, rapper Sean Kingston has been arrested for failing to pay for a television. You heard that right. The musician allegedly bought an enormous 232-inch television worth $150,000 last year. He promised to make commercials for the TV seller along with singer Justin Bieber if they agreed to lower the down payment. Now the company has filed a lawsuit against Kingston accusing him of fraud and theft. The rapper's mother has been taken into custody after a raid on his residence. Here's our final report on more with the gigantic TV scandal.
Jamaican-American rapper Kishawn Paul Anderson, who's famously known as Sean Kingston, has been arrested for failing to pay for a 232-inch television. Yes, you heard that right. The 34-year-old musician was arrested in California yesterday, while he was reportedly performing his song Eeny Meeny during a concert at an army base. Now his arrest came hours after his mother Janice Turner was also taken into custody. She was arrested after authorities raided Kingston's luxurious mansion in Southwest Ranches, a well-off suburb in Florida that is home to many celebrities and athletes, including Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson and football star Tyreek Hill. The mansion is believed to be rented by Kingston. Now reports say the mother-son duo swindled a tech company out of thousands of dollars. A firm called Verver Entertainment filed a lawsuit against Kingston in February, accusing Kingston of breaching a contract. The rapper had allegedly reached out to the company over social media last September to buy a gigantic 232-inch television and sound system. The cost of the equipment was around $150,000. But Kingston allegedly told the firm that if they would agree to a lower down payment, he would collaborate with singer Justin Bieber to make promotional videos for them.
So he he tells a story. He's got basically a script. He says that he works with Justin Bieber and that he obviously puts on a big show here. This is a rental house, you got to know that. And he lures people using his celebrity into having them release things without him paying for it, and then he simply never pays.
The lawsuit claims that Kingston paid $30,000 to the company in November 2023 and the TV was installed at his residence. However, no commercials or further payments were made despite the numerous promises.
He never pays for anything. He sends bogus methods of payments. He He says that he's going to pay. In my case, he said that he was sending a $40,000 wire, and he sent a picture of it to my clients, but it was fraudulent and never materialized.
Now, Verve Entertainment's lawsuit also alleges that Kingston had no ongoing work with Bieber at the time of the television purchase. The rapper had collaborated with Bieber back in 2010 to produce the hit song Eeny Meeny from his album Back to Life. Meanwhile, lawyers representing the rapper and his mother say they are aware of the allegations of fraud and theft and that they will address the allegations only in court. Following the initial raid and his mother's arrest, Kingston also took to Instagram to clear his name. He said, and I quote, "People love negative energy. I'm good and so is my mother. My lawyers are handling everything as we speak." This isn't the first time that Kingston has found himself in legal trouble. The Beautiful Girl singer is currently on a 2-year probation for trafficking stolen property. And now the singer turned fraudster will be back in the courtroom.
That's our show for today. We certainly thank you so much for tuning in this week. We hope you have a great weekend, and we look forward to seeing you right back here next week.
Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. Let's take a look at our top story. Africa's nuclear race is heating up. Countries across the continent want to expand access to electricity. For this, they are turning to nuclear power as a low-carbon energy source, as over 600 million people still live without power. While the race may be new for Africa, the competitors remain the same. So it is Russia and China against the United States and some of its allies. In Ghana, the United States, Russia, China, France and South Korea are competing to build the country's first nuclear power plant. Ghana is considering companies from all 5 countries to build the plant. Accra says it will choose a company by December. Now, France's EDF, the US-based NuScale Power and Regnum Technology Group, and South Korea's Korean Electric Power Corporation are in the race. From Russia and China, it is state-owned Rosatom and China's National Nuclear Corporation. Ghana started the construction of a nuclear power plant in the 1960s, but the process was derailed by a coup. After a devastating power crisis in 2005, the plan to build the nuclear plant was revived in 2006 with the help from the International Atomic Energy Agency, the United Nations nuclear watchdog. Now, Ghana is among several African nations turning to nuclear power. Burkina Faso and Uganda have both signed agreements with Russia and China. This to construct their first nuclear power plants. Kenya and Namibia are also working to integrate nuclear energy into their power grids. Egypt has also awarded a $25 billion contract to Russia's Rosatom for a power plant, which began construction in 2022 with planned completion in 2028. Morocco, too, has signed an agreement with Russia to construct reactors. The sole nuclear power plant in Africa is operated by South Africa. Now, the 2 nuclear reactors generate 5% of the country's electricity, but electricity supply continues to remain unstable, with businesses and households facing frequent rolling blackouts. Pretoria is addressing its energy crisis by announcing plans to construct new nuclear power stations. Experts say demand for electricity across Africa will grow multiple times by 2050. The continent also needs to achieve net zero emissions by the same year. Nuclear power is widely seen as a potential source of clean power to drive industries and grow incomes. So, in Africa, the nuclear energy sector is becoming the new geopolitical battleground. The West has pushed hard to wean itself off Russian fossil fuel and has imposed energy sanctions on Moscow in response to the ongoing war in Ukraine. But Russia's nuclear sector exports have proven harder to kick. The Kremlin is still taking in the rubles from strong nuclear sector exports. In order to stay afloat, Russia needs to form more alliances and options for export. So Africa, which is searching for megawatts, is a crucial market for Russia. Beijing, too, has placed itself at the nexus of global clean energy supply chains. With Moscow's attention and resources caught up in a war and the West cutting Russia out of its nuclear energy supply chains, China seems to have an upper hand. Can the US and its allies tackle Russia and China's consolidation of power over global energy markets? Now, for more on this, we are being joined by Macharia Munene, who is a professor of history and international relations, who is joining us live from Nairobi, Kenya. Thank you for being with us, Professor.
Thank you very much. My pleasure to be with you.
Now, it seems that Africa's nuclear energy sector is becoming the new geopolitical battleground. What are your thoughts on this?
First, many African countries are realizing that they need alternative to the existing supplies, whether it's oil or gas, because they have been very volatile and unreliable, especially in times of crisis. There is also the impression that nuclear power is solid, is more reliable, and does not necessarily rely on the volatility of rival powers. Once you have it, it's supposed to be clean and long-lasting in that. So there is an element of reliability. The increasing number of African countries who want to have the nuclear energy capacity is also an attraction to the big players, those who already have the capacity. And that's what we are seeing. Major producers, or whether it's Russia, which is doing very well, whether it's the United States, which is not doing very well, or Korea or France, which has some geopolitical problems in Africa, and China, which seems to have some free arrangement, one would say. It seemed to have a little advantage because they started working on the infrastructure in Africa long before the others. They started thinking about it. So since energy is a major attraction in the world, whoever can supply it to a growing market, and the African market is going to be bigger than it is, will have a small advantage over the others. Hence the stiff competition as to who gets the chance.
Right. Now, Professor, in what ways could China's significant investments in Africa's infrastructure, including nuclear energy, influence the country's energy policies and its relationships with other global powers?
Well, the Chinese have a small advantage in that they have been very committed to developing infrastructure in various African countries. And with the infrastructure in place, they have an advantage of even building the nuclear plants that will come, because whoever gets the contract will soon need the infrastructure, which is mostly Chinese controlled or influenced. So there is a correlation that whoever gets the contract will still have to deal with the reality of the Chinese presence in terms of the infrastructure. Now, as to the other countries, how to outdo or maybe compete with China, I think the West in general has a problem of attitude. The attitude of the Western powers, particularly towards Africa, tends to be condescending and therefore repulsive in nature, not to mention those other factors that go into it. The West has a habit of delaying delivery. So part of the reason they move to the Chinese and I guess now increasingly Russians is that the West does not deliver. Makes a lot of promises, and then it starts looking for conditions and reasons why it cannot deliver. And you put that in contrast with their counterparts, who are very good in delivering and appearing to deliver. Once you agree on the terms and whatever it is, they tend to be very quick to be seen to deliver. And that in itself is an attraction, not to mention that their prices tend to be better than the prices by the other people. How they get their prices better is another story. But they do deliver, they do have better prices, they deliver, and most important, their attitude is very positive. They try their best not to appear to be insulting the host countries. So while the others are insulting the host countries, of course there is repulsion. The Chinese and increasingly the Russians go out of their way to understand the host and the environment in which they are going to operate. That in itself is an attraction to the potential customer of the nuclear energy. So a lot of factors are likely to go into it before a decision like the one in Ghana, they say they're going to do it by December. Before they say it is this one or that one, they'll have to consider all those other connecting factors in order, because they can decide one way, only end up losing in another. So the Chinese presence is it can be dealt with, but one will need to be very careful and to think deeply about the relations with African countries and people from a positive side to a positive side, from condescending attitude.
And Professor, just finally, in your opinion, can the US and its allies tackle Russia and China's consolidation of power over the global energy markets?
They can try. There is nothing wrong with that, because the more they offer as competition, as alternative to what the Chinese and the Russians are offering, they'll have to offer something better than what the Chinese or the Russians are offering. If they do not offer something better, then they can forget it. If they continue with the condescending attitudes, with the insult to Africans and all those things, and chest thumping, and failure to deliver on what they promise, because they are very good at making promises and failing to deliver. In Kenya, we could have a few examples where we keep on pointing out, you promise this, but they always look for reasons why they cannot deliver, whatever it is. So they need to change their attitude. They need to compete fairly with the Russians and the Chinese, and they should not expect that the Africans will stop dealing with the Russians or the Chinese simply because they say so. They have to prove the need. I mean, they have to show the evidence that they are better. So far, they have not shown that they are better. And that's what they have. But when they can play their geopolitical game on saying, we stand for this, that, that's a lot of hogwash. It's because when it comes down to it, they are all pushing their interest. And the question is, who pushes its interest the best possible way that's acceptable to most of the countries? And so far, that's why the Chinese have a slight edge. But they can compete. They can try and offer something better. But they have to take those factors into account if they're going to match the Chinese or the Russians in the energy or any other sector.
Yeah. Right. Professor, thank you very much for your time and for being with us on First Post Africa.
My pleasure.
Moving to West Africa now, where a tit-for-tat conflict between Niger and Benin is escalating. A border dispute between the two countries has been heating up. Niger has refused to open its border with its neighboring Benin, owing to security issues. Now, specifically terrorist activities. The Prime Minister of Niger, Ali Mohamed Lamine Zein, says that these security threats are being fueled by the French. He has accused the French of training terrorists near the border region with the aim to destabilize Niger. He said, and I quote, "Benin has the largest and most dangerous base on the edge of the national park where these soldiers train terrorists." Niger's Prime Minister has now urged businesses to ship their items to Togo. Now, this is despite the fact that a bilateral road transport deal between Niger and Benin had been established in the past. Back in February, West African bloc ECOWAS, or the Economic Community of West African States, lifted sanctions imposed on Niger's military rulers.
Closure of land and air borders between ECOWAS countries and Niger to be lifted. No-fly zone of all commercial flights to and from Niger is to be lifted. Suspension of all commercial and financial transactions between ECOWAS member states and Niger is to be lifted.
At the time, Benin, which is a part of ECOWAS, also announced the opening of its border with Niger. However, the border has remained closed on the Niger side. This irritated the Benin president, Patrice Talon, who said that Niger was treating them like an enemy. And now, as Niger refuses to budge, tensions between the two countries are only on the rise. Now, amid a reciprocal border conflict, Benin has closed a river crossing between the two countries. Earlier this month, Benin had blocked China's first oil shipment from Niger over the same border. And this was crucial for Niger because it was a part of a trade deal with China. China had loaned $400 million to Niger, which the country intends to repay by exporting oil. Notably, Niger's border with Algeria, Libya and Chad are still open. So it remains to be seen whether Niger and Benin reach a common ground or if Niger devises new trade routes with its friendlier neighbors. For over a year now, Sudan has been in the grip of a deadly civil war. Around 8.5 million Sudanese have been forced to flee their homes since the start of the war, which has Sudan military commander Lieutenant General Abdel Fattah al-Burhan on one side and the paramilitary Rapid Support Force, or the RSF, led by Lieutenant General Dagalo on the other side. The battle in the capital Khartoum has been fierce, with bloody clashes on the streets. A series of ceasefires have failed to bring the civil war to an end. In fact, fighting is getting even more intense, and funding the civil war in Sudan are sodas, chocolates, and chewing gums. Yes, you heard that right, and we'll tell you how. For this, we need to digress a bit from the guns and violence to gum arabic. Around 80% of the world's gum arabic is harvested from Sudan's acacia trees. Now, these trees grow in the desert belt that stretches from Sudan's western border with Chad to its eastern border with Ethiopia. So what exactly is gum arabic? Well, it's a little-known ingredient used while making chocolates, sodas, and chewing gums, and many other consumer goods. Sudan is the world's largest producer of the raw gum, which is a major source of foreign currency for the country. According to a Wall Street Journal report, this has become a key source of funding for both sides in the war. Al-Obeid, which is one of the main agricultural hubs in Sudan, is controlled by the army. But last year, the RSF laid siege, controlling 3 out of the 4 major access roads to the city. Reports say that traders are forced to pay off the AK-47 wielding paramilitary forces at checkpoints to enter or exit these major agricultural hubs and routes. Traders say those who refuse to pay risk losing their cargo and vehicles to the militia. On the other hand is the Sudanese military, the de facto government, that levies taxes and other tariffs on the gum arabic trade. Now, according to the report, tiny amounts of gum arabic are added to some of the world's most popular consumer products. now including Coca-Cola, M&Ms, and popular chewing gums. It is even used in cosmetics and pharmaceutical products. Experts say the proceeds from the gum arabic exports are directly financing the fighting in Sudan. Despite these concerns, a few companies have taken steps to ensure that they avoid Sudanese arabic gum. Like Nestle, which adds gum arabic to chocolates and says that according to its suppliers, the small quantities it uses comes from Chad, Niger, and Mali. A spokesperson for Hershey told Wall Street Journal that the company expects all of its suppliers to adhere to all laws in the countries in which they operate. A Ferrero spokesperson also told the Wall Street Journal that it has strict due diligence measures that its suppliers comply with. But some companies also say stopping purchases of Sudanese gum arabic will hurt the thousands of people in the country who depend on the trade for their livelihoods, at a time when the risk of a famine looms over the African country. Because gum arabic is one of Sudan's main agricultural exports. Now, for the people of Sudan, the last few years have been harrowing. There has been indiscriminate violence, bombings, killings. The civil war has pushed millions into extreme hunger and to the edge of famine. The WHO says about 3.5 million children under the age of 5 have acute malnutrition. The war has created the world's largest displacement crisis. Thousands are still fleeing the country in desperation, and it has also triggered waves of ethnic attacks and horrifying instances of sexual violence in the Darfur region. As the turmoil intensifies, humanitarian aid for Sudan is crucial, but access remains limited in many areas. And finally, to our special segment, Resurgent Africa. Amid the stories of coups and crises, we get you tales of hope and positivity that often get overlooked, but not on this show. Now, today, our story is a testament to Morocco's fighting spirit. As years of drought threaten the country's agriculture sector, scientists have developed new strains of climate-resilient crops. Around 50 new species of grains, legumes, and oilseeds are being made. It not only aims to offset a drop in agricultural yield, but also to boost crop production by 50%. So even as Morocco battles this climate crisis, the country is already preparing for its future.
Years of drought, an acute water shortage, Morocco has endured some of the harshest impacts of human-induced climate change, but that has not discouraged people in the North African country. In fact, it has only strengthened their resolve to fight the climate crisis. As Morocco steps into its 6th consecutive year of dry spell, scientists in the country have devised a method to combat crop shortage. They have developed new strains of food crops that are resilient to the adverse effects of climate change. Morocco's Institute for Agricultural Research has come up with around 50 new species of grains, legumes, and oilseeds. They have been tailored to respond to the drop in agricultural yield. Scientists expect the new climate-resilient crops to boost production by a massive 50%, and although the research into the crops remains in the early stages, trials have already begun in various locations like Garb, Ses, and Tadla in central Morocco. In the past, occasional drought in Morocco were followed by periods of rain, but now, the country is assumed to have entered a prolonged dry spell, and years of dry weather have threatened the agriculture sector.
There is a severe drought this year, which led to a rise in the cost of fodder and a decrease in the production of livestock, such as sheep and goats, which did not reproduce as before.
Agriculture is a crucial sector in Morocco. It accounts for roughly 14% of the country's exports and employs a third of the country's working-age population. So, disruptions in the sector are likely to severely threaten Morocco's food security. To counter that, the country has introduced the Green Generation 2020 to 2030 strategy. The plan was launched by Morocco's King Mohammed VI in February 2020. It aims to develop a sustainable model of agriculture.
Successive years of drought prompted the Ministry of Agriculture to implement a set of programs and strategies that were implemented at the regional level, at the level of our office, the Regional Office for Agricultural Investment in Maluya. It was implemented even at the level of the irrigation networks, and also the main canals that supply the region with irrigation water and drinking water as well.
The plan seeks to increase agricultural exports to $6.4 billion and the agriculture GDP to $26.5 billion by the end of the decade. Now, even as large swathes of lands go barren, and climate change brings a whole new set of uncertainties, resilient Morocco is preparing for its future with new inventions and government programs. The country is shifting its focus to finding solutions rather than lamenting its loss.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again on Monday at the same time. Thank you for watching. Have a great weekend and goodbye.